Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Trouble from the Teacher. Though he didn't like Gu Ning, he couldn't accept the fact that the girl, who had loved him so much, would ignore him suddenly. Qingjin was a selfish boy. He enjoyed being admired, and he was proud of himself being popular. The minute Gu Ning walked into the classroom, Xiao Feifei looked at her unkindly. Honestly, Gu Ning was so sick of it. Yu Mixi immediately asked Gu Ning when she sat down, "Gu Ning, how's everything going?" "Very well," Gu Ning replied. The first class was English class. The teacher unexpectedly found fault with Gu Ning. Gu Ning knew the teacher did it on purpose for a reason. It was said that their English teacher, Chen Ming, was Chen Ziyao's uncle. Chen Ziyao must have told Chen Ming to pick on Gu Ning. "Gu Ning, translate this sentence into English," Chen Ming said. Gu Ning was well known for her poor English. Chen Ming deliberately asked her to translate a whole paragraph. Even the student with the highest level of English in their class wouldn't be able to that. If one could translate 2/3, he or she would do a fantastic job already. Thus, everyone knew Chen Ming was intentionally finding fault with Gu Ning. Although not knowing the reason, Xiao Feifei and her friends were all pleased to see that. However, Gu Ning stood up calmly with confidence. A paragraph of authentic English came out from Gu Ning's mouth, which shocked everyone. Even Chen Ming, who was the English teacher, couldn't do the same. Gu Ning was poor in English before, but now, Gu Ning was different. English was her second language, because she had received the training abroad in her last incarnation. In a foreign country for 10 years, it was fair enough that she could speak authentic English. If you didn't look at her face, you would mistake her for a native English speaker. After the shock, Xiao Feifei and her friends were utterly upset with envy and jealousy. Why? How come Gu Ning's English became so good? Chen Ming wore a displeased face. He now felt he had embarrassed himself. He had intended to pick on Gu Ning and remain decent at the same time. Though he was unhappy, he had to admit that Gu Ning had done a better job than him. So, he gave up his plan afterwards to save face. After the class, Yu Mixi looked at Gu Ning with great admiration and excitement. "Gu Ning, I have no idea that your English is so good. I can teach you if you want." Gu Ning said. "Of course, please." Yu Mixi was thrilled, because her English was poor as well. So what? The poor girl is always the poor girl, no matter how good her English is. Xiao Feifei couldn't stand that Gu Ning had won again. In her eyes, a poor girl could never change her fate. Exactly, Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya agreed. They had been with Xiao Feifei for too long to have a clear understanding of themselves. Gu Ning didn't care at all, while Yu Mixi felt attacked. The minute Chen Ming went back to his office, he sent a message to Chen Ziyao saying Gu Ning's English was too good to pick on. Chen Ziyao received the message, feeling irritated and disappointed, but Chen Ming clearly told her it wouldn't work, so she had to give up. The afternoon classes passed quickly. Before Gu Ning and Yu Mixi left their classroom, Muku was already standing outside waiting for them, along with noisy discussions from many girls. "Wow, he's Muku from the first classroom. Why is he here? Is he here for a girl in our class? Who will she be? I'm jealous. Exactly, I hope he's here for me. In your dreams. You're definitely not his type." Though Muku wasn't the most handsome boy in their school, he was outstanding enough. He was good at studying and basketball, plus a great family background, thus he was famous in 12th grade. "Muku, who are you here for?" Gu Ning and Yu Mixi went outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Feifei walked to Muku and asked him the question. Xiao Feifei looked shy. She now was nothing like the arrogant girl in normal days. Gu Ning instantly knew Xiao Feifei liked Muku. Unfortunately, Muku didn't like her. "I'm here for," Muku wasn't arrogant, nor gentle, but he treated others with good manners. Thus he didn't ignore Xiao Feifei's question. But before he could answer the question, he saw Gu Ning and Yu Mixi coming out. He immediately walked to them and left Xiao Feifei alone. "Hey boss, Mixi, let's go dine together." "Boss?" Everyone around was astonished, and their eyes all rounded in surprise. They glanced at Muku, then Gunning. What? Boss? Why did Muku call Gunning boss? What was going on? Let's go. Gunning ignored everyone who was in shock, and left with Muku, together with Yumixi. After Gunning and her friends were gone for a while, everyone then got their mind back, and started to gossip. What? Did I hear it right? Muku called Gunning his boss? You've heard it right, because we all have heard it. But, it's so unreal. What has happened? Who knows? Does Muku like Gunning? Though Gunning is poor, she is pretty. Then why did Muku call her his boss? Probably it's their way of romance. At the same time, Xiaofeifei was more than annoyed. She yelled to herself in her heart with anger. She liked Muku so much. Why would the boy choose Gunning? Gunning was nobody. She was merely a poor girl, and wasn't qualified to compare with Xiaofeifei. Obviously, Xiaofeifei believed Muku admired Gunning. She wouldn't accept the fact, and she was determined to pay Gunning back. But, who would be the one to pay for it was still an unclear answer. Gunning apparently wasn't the one. Gunning couldn't care less about how people might gossip. 3 of them went straight to the second floor. This meal was on Muku as well. Yumixi felt a little uncomfortable, but Gunning was totally at ease. Qingjing, Zhang Yiming, Fu Mingliang, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Chen Ziyao were all rich kids. They all came to the private cafeteria to eat. When Gunning and her friends arrived, the 2 groups met each other. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Dispute Among Brothers. Seeing Muku was with Gunning, Qingjing and his friends were all in shock. After the shock, Zhang Yiming opened his mouth with intense dislike. Muku, why are you with her? The her word had been stressed with discrimination. Hearing this, Muku frowned with dissatisfaction in his eyes. It's none of your business that I'm with whom, Muku replied unfriendly. Fu Mingliang immediately shouted in surprise, Jesus, do you like Gunning? How is it possible? She's a poor girl. She can never be with you. Apparently, Fu Mingliang also believed Muku liked Gunning. To which, he didn't want to hide his dislike at all. Shut your mouth. Muku was annoyed. Gunning was his boss, and an extremely important figure in his heart. He couldn't tolerate someone else attack her before his face. Muku looked coldly at Fu Mingliang. He was likely to fight. Fu Mingliang, if you dare to say something like that, I'll beat you. Muku's behavior successfully irritated Fu Mingliang. He shouted angrily to Muku, Muku, what is wrong with you? Do you really want to beat your brothers for that girl? Fu Mingliang's shout attracted people around them. Interesting, Muku laughed in a sarcastic way, I honestly don't want to make friends with you. You're a bunch of bullies who enjoy humiliating an innocent classmate. You all rely on your parents to live a wealthy, glorious life. And you're proud of it? Shame on you. Try to be independent sometimes. Muku had attacked them all, and raised dissatisfaction among them. Chen Ziyao opened her mouth first, because she still remembered that Gunning had slapped her face yesterday. She said, what's wrong with us calling her a poor girl? She is a poor girl. And what's wrong with us relying on our parents? That's because we all have a wealthy and powerful family. Exactly, she is born poor. That's pathetic. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately followed. Muku, how about you then? You are running a jewelry store now. Didn't you ask your parents for money? Fu Mingliang was displeased, and he was jealous as well. Yes, he was being jealous. Although Fu Mingliang had no interest in a startup and he had no intention to work hard, he was still jealous of Muku's profitable business. He didn't want Muku to be better than him. Knowing this, Gunning was surprised. She didn't expect Muku would start up a business at such a young age. A jewelry store, it seemed she had encountered her peer. So what? At least my family only helped me with money, that's all. Muku wasn't showing off. He was telling the truth. Gunning supported Muku in her heart. She had to admit that Muku was a boy of determination and ability. If it was possible, she even wanted to cooperate with him. Fu Mingliang was still displeased, but he knew the fact as well. All of a sudden, he couldn't argue back. Fu Mingliang gave up, while Gu Xiaoxiao continued, Gu Ning, yesterday, you said you would be rich. Does it mean that you found yourself a rich boyfriend like Muku? Well, Muku indeed is from a rich family. However, you can never marry into such a rich family. Muku will dump you sooner or later. Then, God bless. You won't end up like your mother who was pregnant when she was just a freshman, and had been dumped by a man and dropped out of school. Now she. Before Gu Xiaoxiao could finish, she screamed out loud, which shocked everyone in the canteen. Especially those who were standing around her, they almost went deaf by the scream. Now, right on Gu Xiaoxiao's head was an upside-down plate. The food and oil were sliding down along her hair, face, and clothes. Gu Xiaoxiao had egg on her face. At the same time, everyone was staring at Gu Ning in shock. They all saw clearly that Gu Ning had thrown the plate straight to Gu Xiaoxiao. The plate even had turned several circles in the air, then right fell on Gu Xiaoxiao's head. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. Could Gu Ning do kung fu? Thinking of that, most people looked at Gu Ning in a different way, especially those who were kung fu lovers. Wow, boss, you're so awesome. I want to learn this move. Muka raised his voice with excitement. He admired Gu Ning now more than ever. Boss? The crowd was shocked once more. Muka called Gu Ning his boss? What was going on? Gu Ning ignored Muka, fixing her eyes on Gu Xiaoxiao with coldness. She warned, Gu Xiaoxiao, shut your smelly mouth. If you dare to say another word to humiliate my mother, I'll beat you to the ground. What the F***ck? Gu Ning, I'm going to kill you. Gu Xiaoxiao wouldn't listen to Gu Ning's warning. She went crazy now, and ran to Gu Ning. The plate on her head fell down on the floor at the same time. Gu Ning sneered. She casually pulled a table nearby to her front. Then, Gu Xiaoxiao hit straight on the table. The crowd was shocked for the third time. The table was heavy. How could Gu Ning easily move it? Now, everyone believed Gu Ning must be a master of kung fu. Gu Xiaoxiao was Qin Zheng's girlfriend. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao had been treated so badly, he felt embarrassed as well. He had to stand up for Gu Xiaoxiao now. Gu Ning, you're going too far, he criticized. Saying this, he instantly went to help Gu Xiaoxiao stand up. Interesting, Gu Ning sneered again. She looked at him in a meaningful way, really? Compared with what you've done to me, am I really going too far? If you don't mind, I'm willing to tell the facts to everyone here, and let the crowd be the judge. Gu Ning had no intention to continue actually. However, since those people wouldn't leave her alone, she decided to fight till the end. Qingjing was cornered. He absolutely knew what they had done to Gu Ning. What had they done to Gu Ning? Insiders all knew what Gu Ning was pointing to, but those outsiders were all curious about what had happened. The glances of curiosity moved around among Gu Ning, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Qingjing. Muku was an insider, while Mixi knew half of the truth. Both of them were mad. Let bygones be bygones. You're fine now anyway. Qingjing was worried that Gu Ning would tell the truth. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Ain't Going to Apologize. Gu Ning felt like laughing. She argued him back with the same theory, in that case, what has happened just then can also be forgiven, right? Then, Qingjing had no reason to blame her. Qingjing was dissatisfied, but wasn't able to argue back. Gu Xiaoxiao, on the contrary, felt aggrieved. It was impossible that she would forgive Gu Ning. Gu Ning, you dare to throw the plate to me. You can never get away with it. Gu Xiaoxiao said with obvious hatred, throwing a plate on a table to Gu Ning directly. They stood so close. There was no way to stop it. Everyone was watching the plate flying to Gu Ning. Though Gu Ning had shown her ability just then, others were still worried that Gu Ning wouldn't be able to escape away from the plate, because the distance was so short. However, before everyone could see it clearly, bam, the plate was broken. All of them were amazed by the scene before them. Gu Ning even hit the plate, which was quickly flying to her, with a fist. The plate was hit broken afterwards, while Gu Ning's hand stayed the same. Wow, holy awesome! Muka looked at Gu Ning with admiration. He couldn't describe how much he admired Gu Ning now. Everyone acclaimed as well. Gu Xiaoxiao was literally scared this time. She stepped backwards at once, staring at Gu Ning in horror, like she was looking at a beast. How come? How was it possible? Since when Gu Ning had become so powerful? Gu Xiaoxiao, I've warned you yesterday to stay away from me. You didn't listen. Since you won't leave me alone, I'm willing to have a little fun, Gu Ning said coldly. Gu Xiaoxiao apparently was frightened by Gu Ning. She gave up for now, but still felt displeased. She said viciously, Gu Ning, I'm going to tell my dad and grandma that you bullied me. I'll let grandma kick you all out of the old house. I want you all to be homeless. Gu Xiaoxiao was the center in her family. If she insisted, her grandma probably would follow her order. We don't live in the old house for free. We pay the rent. We can live wherever we want after we leave the old house. Gu Ning didn't care at all. She didn't plan to stay in there for much longer anyway. If they were going to move out of the old house today, she and Gu Man would stay in the hotel first. When she came back from City G, she would immediately buy a new house. Boss, you don't need to worry. I can help you find a house, Muku supported Gu Ning. Gu Xiaoxiao was more than annoyed now. She clenched her teeth, and said, fine, very well, Gu Ning, let's go and see. You will regret. Then, she glared at Gu Ning, turning around and left. She even ignored Qin Jing and other friends. Chen Ziyao was also displeased to see that Gu Ning had survived. She glared at Gu Ning too. Qin Jing, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang were all unhappy. They gave Gu Ning and Muku a meaningful glance, then were gone as well. When they were all gone, the crowd dispersed gradually. Gu Ning and her friends felt disgusted at first, but then cheered up by eating. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately called her mother after she left. Gu Xiaoxiao's mother, Lin Lijuan, was a pushy woman who cared about her own daughter only. Hearing her daughter had been bullied, Lin Lijuan was in a rage. Gu Xiaoxiao added fuel on flames. She told her mother that Gu Ning had picked up a rich boy, behaved immorally and so forth. Lin Lijuan hung up the phone. She instantly sent the driver to pick Gu Xiaoxiao up. Then she called Gu Man to humiliate and blame her for a long time. Lin Lijuan demanded Gu Man that she should let Gu Ning apologize to Gu Xiaoxiao, or this would never end. Gu Man was shocked after hearing what had happened. Gu Ning had hit Gu Xiaoxiao by a plate, and even had slapped her? Gu Man found it was hard to believe, but since Lin Lijuan called her in person, it could be true. Gu Man, at the same time, assumed it wasn't as bad as what Lin Lijuan had said. Even though Gu Ning had beaten Gu Xiaoxiao, she must have done it because Gu Xiaoxiao had irritated her. Gu Man knew Gu Xiaoxiao so well. Gu Xiaoxiao had bullied Gu Ning for countless times ever since she was a little girl. Though Gu Man knew Gu Ning had been bullied, she didn't know how to deal with it. However, what had scared Gu Man more was that Lin Lijuan said Gu Ning had picked up a rich boy, and behaved immorally. She couldn't believe Gu Ning would do that, but teenagers were fall in love easily in adolescence. Gu Man was really concerned that Gu Ning would have done something wrong. The minute Gu Man hung up the call from Lin Lijuan, she called Gu Ning at once. When Gu Ning received Gu Man's call, they just arrived at the small forest. Ning, your eldest aunt just called me and said you've hit Xiaoxiao by a plate. You even have slapped her? What has happened? Your eldest aunt also said you must apologize to Xiaoxiao, or this won't end, Gu Man worriedly inquired. Hearing this, Gu Ning wasn't surprised at all. She knew Gu Xiaoxiao would do this. I did throw a plate to her, but it didn't hit her. The plate was simply upside down on her head, and ruined her hair, face, and clothes. That's all. I didn't beat her neither. She has humiliated me for many times. An upside-down plate wasn't a serious punishment, to be honest, Gu Ning explained calmly. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. And the apologies, I did nothing wrong, so I won't apologize. Gu Ning refused to apologize without hesitation. Gu Man knew Lin Lijuan had exaggerated the facts. Now hearing Gu Ning's explanation, Gu Man believed she was right. Gu Man couldn't help feeling bad after she found out the reason why Gu Ning had thrown the plate out. She blamed herself for being useless, or her daughter wouldn't be bullied that often. A mother would protect her daughter, naturally. Although Gu Man still thought Gu Ning had gone too far by throwing the plate, she believed Gu Ning had done nothing wrong. Thus she didn't force Gu Ning to apologize. Ning, you're going to attend the college entrance exam soon. You need to focus on your study, and don't fall in love at such a young age. Gu Man intended to ask Gu Ning whether she had picked up a rich boy, but she was afraid Gu Ning would felt hurt, so Gu Man didn't ask her directly. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 34. Chapter 34, A Storm in the Forum. Gu Ning was a smart girl. She knew the real intention of Gu Man. Gu Xiaoxiao must have badmouthed her behind her back. Mom, I know Gu Xiaoxiao must have told my eldest aunt something bad about me, but Mom, you need to trust me. I'm not the kind of girl who doesn't have sense of self-esteem. Great, I trust you. Though Gu Man was still concerned, she chose to believe Gu Ning. After a while, Gu Ning hung up. They went into a remote part of the small forest, in case others would see them. Training of Kung Fu was a long-term practice. Although Mu Ke had learned several moves, he needed to practice often. Thus, Mu Ke and Gu Ning continued to train the way they had done yesterday. As for Mixie, because she wasn't physically strong enough now, she couldn't directly fight with Gu Ning to train and practice. Gu Ning let her do horse stance first. When Gu Ning and her friends were focused on training, a post about her raised a fierce discussion in their school forum. Someone had taken a video of what had just happened in the canteen and uploaded it onto the forum. Gee, this can't be real. The plate has been perfectly thrown ahead. And the table is too heavy to move. How can she easily pull it? The plate as well. How can she hit it broken at once? An ordinary person can never do that. I believe this female student must be a master of Kung Fu. A master of Kung Fu? I don't believe you. You must have read too many action novels, but I have to say this female student is quite somebody. Oh my. I've met this female student before, in the small forest yesterday. She was fighting with another tall strong male student. The boy has been beaten down on the ground. I wanted to take a video of them, but the female student has discovered and threatened me away. Please, tell us, what did she say? Please, I'm waiting online. Please. She said, do you want to fight with me? F***ck, I would never risk my life for that, and I ran away in horror. Everyone laughed and teased. There were both complimentary and acid comments. I think she just wants to gain attention. Exactly, people nowadays are eager to be famous. I agree. If she really do Kung Fu, she can have a fight with Chu Peihan and prove to us. Seeing those acid remarks, those who admired Gu Ning were displeased. They immediately retorted. Are you blind? Try throwing a plate and see if it turns and aims at the target by yourself. And pull the table to move if you can. Exactly, shut your mouth if you can't do it yourself. I think they are being jealous. They just can't stand the fact that Gu Ning is better than them. Can't agree more. Some girls are so jealous of others. Brothers, we need to be clear-sighted and stay away from those girls to protect ourselves. Sure. I prefer to stay single forever rather than be with a pretentious bitch. Agree. Those boys were so evil. They soon conquered the group of girls who had badmouthed Gu Ning, but secretly guided those girls' anger to Gu Ning. Right at that moment, a comment attracted everyone's attention. Is she really that powerful? I'm Hao Ran, a senior from the 7th classroom. I now challenge this female student to have a fight with me. Anyone who knows this female student, tell me about her. Immediately, the discussion became fiercer. Hao Ran, the senior student from the 7th classroom, was a well-known figure in their school, but he was notorious for his bad behaviors. He had involved himself in fights and riots, behaving even worse than Chu Peihan. If he hadn't had a powerful background as well, he would have been expelled from the school too. Now, Gunning was in trouble. Those who had criticized Gunning just then instantly added fuel to the fire. Before long, Gunning's information was leaked. Whoever had leaked Gunning's information must hate her very much, and wanted to see her in danger. After Hao Ran had challenged Gunning, some felt worried, some looked forward to it, and some just enjoyed building their happiness on others' suffering. There were many students gathered outside the door of the 4th classroom. Soon, Qin Jing, Zhang Yiming, Fu Mingliang and Chen Ziyao were included. They all came for Gunning. To be exact, they were here for Hao Ran and Gunning. Among those onlookers, Qin Jing and his friends along with Xiao Feifei and her friends were most excited to see what would happen next. If Gu Xiaoxiao had known the news, she must feel regret going home so early and missing the drama. In the passage, 3 boys who were leaning against the guardrails were most noticeable. They weren't good-looking actually, but because no one dared to stay closer to them, they were noticeable then. Although the 3 boys weren't handsome, they weren't ugly at all. They behaved in an arrogant and aggressive way, which showed they were bad boys. Hao Ran, Gunning probably is too afraid to come. A boy who was standing at the right among those 3 male students opened his mouth. There were only a few minutes away from the evening class. Gunning was still absent. Probably she was frightened. She can't hide forever, unless she drops out of school, the boy in the middle, who was Hao Ran, said with disdain. Shall we wait any longer? The evening class is about to begin in a few minutes, a boy who was standing at the left asked. Yes, why not? Probably she intends to come until we're gone when the evening class is about to begin, Hao Ran said. The minute Gunning and her friends went out of the stairs, they saw many people around outside of 4th classroom. Something must have happened. No matter what had happened, the evening class was about to begin, and Gunning, together with Yu Mixi, had to walk through. Muku's classroom wasn't in the same direction of Gunning's, but out of curiosity, he followed Gunning walking ahead. Someone immediately found Gunning was coming. Chen Ziyao opened her mouth at once. Gee. Isn't this Gunning? Who said she's scared? She's quite awesome. Chen Ziyao did it on purpose, to push Gunning into the center of trouble. The more she complimented Gunning, the unhappier Hao Ran would be. When Gunning showed up, Chen Ziyao directly opened her phone, starting to shoot. She wanted to send the video to Gu Xiaoxiao after it was over. Hearing that, Gunning knew they weren't kind people. However, Gunning assumed Chen Ziyao and her friends were those who came here to cause her trouble. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 35. Chapter 35, A Challenge, 3 verses. 1. You're Gunning, right? Hao Ran walked to Gunning and asked with certainty. Yes. What's up? Gunning answered calmly with confidence. She wasn't afraid at all. Hao Ran, what do you want to do? Seeing Hao Ran being here, Muku, who followed Gunning, felt something must be wrong. He immediately stepped forward to protect Gunning. He had no idea why Hao Ran was here for Gunning, but he did know Hao Ran was here not because of Chen Ziyao. Hao Ran was surprised that Muku would protect Gunning, but he still continued. I saw the video about what had happened in the canteen on our school's forum. Everyone says Gunning is powerful. I disagree though. Thus, I'm here to challenge Gunning to have a fight with me. Does she dare to accept my challenge? What? Hearing that, Muku and Yu Mixi was shocked. They all looked at Gunning with worry at once. Gunning, instead, remained calm. The boy was here to challenge her. Gunning even assumed he was here because of Chen Ziyao. Muku quietly swore at the person who had uploaded the video. The person apparently wanted to cause Gunning trouble. Gunning was displeased as well, but she was more interested than terrified in Hao Ran's challenge. Gunning was very familiar with Hao Ran's name, because Hao Ran was as notorious as Chu Peihan in their school. He was often involved in fights and riots, and always absent in classes. Hao Ran had received as many punishments as Chu Peihan. But, he couldn't have a high score like Chu Peihan. He was terrible at studying. Hao Ran was from a super rich family. His family was the third richest family with dozens of millions of assets in City F. Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping, the three of them was a famous gang in their school. Gu Ning had also heard something about Qin Zixuan's and Zhang Tianping's background. Qin Zixuan was a son of the authorities, but Gu Ning didn't know his father's position. As for Zhang Tianping, it was said that he was an orphan. Those three boys had become good friends in a fight. Though they had very different background, they were truly intimate friends. Gu Ning had planned in her mind after she found out who those boys were. Hao Ran, how can you even beat a girl? Muku was extremely annoyed. Though he believed Gu Ning's ability, these three boys weren't easy to handle. If she were an ordinary girl, it may look like I'm beating her, but since she does kung fu, we can learn from each other. Hao Ran didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Yes, if Gu Ning had been a common girl, he would never beat her, but the video had proved that she wasn't weak at all. Muku was mad. Before he could continue, Gu Ning interrupted. What if I win, and what if I lose? Gu Ning asked. If you can win, I can do a thing for you, but if I win, you must do a thing for us. Relax, I won't let you do something immoral, Hao Ran replied. Hao Ran was a boy with principles. Sure, challenge accepted, but I want more than just a thing, Gu Ning said. The crowd was amazed by the result that Gu Ning accepted the challenge and even wanted to add chips. Although everyone believed Gu Ning was quite someone in the video, Hao Ran was well known for his outstanding ability in a fight. No one thought Gu Ning would win. Was Gu Ning being confident, or was she thinking too highly of herself? Boss, Muku called her with worry, but Gu Ning stopped him by a glance. Tell me, what do you want? Hao Ran was surprised Gu Ning would accept his challenge without hesitation. He now was more curious than surprised about Gu Ning's condition. He didn't know whether Gu Ning was being confident or arrogant, but he appreciated her attitude. 1 versus 3, if I lose, I'll do 3 things for you, but if I win, 3 of you must call me boss, and be loyal to me afterwards till the entrance exam is over, Gu Ning said airily while others were all in shock. What? 1 versus 3? The losers must call her boss? Gu Ning was so confident. After the shock, Hao Ran and his friends were irritated by Gu Ning's words. It was a humiliation to them. How could he call a girl boss? You want to be our boss? Interesting, Hao Ran sneered. Exactly, what the hell are you? Gu Ning, being confident is good, but don't be too over. Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping added in anger. I know who I am. Whether I'm being confident or arrogant, it's none of your business. At least, I'm not afraid. If you're cowards and don't dare to accept the challenge, then you lose. Gu Ning glanced through Hao Ran and his friends with obvious provocation. You. Hao Ran and his friends felt shamed after that. Their dignity didn't allow them to be hesitated. Cowards? We've never ever been cowards. Challenge accepted. Hao Ran answered with anger. Hao Ran was always the decision-maker among them. Since Hao Ran accepted, the other two all agreed. Besides, they didn't want to be cowards neither. Very well. Then I'll see you at 1 p.m. tomorrow in the small forest. Gu Ning said with satisfaction, which made Muku feel that she had everything in control. Well, he should believe in Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning was willing to accept the challenge, she must be confident to win. After what had happened during the past days, Mixi knew Gu Ning would never change her mind once she had made her decision. Mixi also remained quiet. She only needed to believe her friend. Then, Gu Ning directly turned around and went inside her classroom, leaving everyone behind. Hao Ran and his friends snorted, then were gone as well. The crowd dispersed afterwards since the major roles had all gone. There was a glance of viciousness in Chen Ziyao's eyes when she watched Gu Ning walking away. She felt disappointed when Gu Ning stayed calm. Thus she hoped more that Gu Ning would lose tomorrow. The worse, the better. Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang had the same thought, while Qin Zheng's feelings were complicated. He wanted to see Gu Ning learn her lesson, but he also felt concerned for her. When Gu Ning entered the classroom, her classmates looked at her with worry, anticipation, but more with unkindness, especially Xiao Feifei and her friends. Xiao Feifei wanted to mock her, but the bell rang. Thus she had to close her mouth. Reincarnation of the businesswoman at school, #Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Confidence or Arrogance. Guning, come out here for a moment. The head teacher asked Guning to come out the minute she arrived. Guning knew it must be because of what had happened tonight. The minute Guning walked out of the classroom, the head teacher asked her in anger, "Why did you do that in the canteen? Why did you hit another schoolmate? And why did you accept the challenge of Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping, who were from the 7th classroom? Do you know this is a big deal now, which has a bad impact on both you and our class?" Facing the head teacher's questions and anger, Guning wasn't mad at all. She explained with patience instead, "Professor Zhang, it was because Gu Xiaoxiao has humiliated me and my mother first, then I hit her in the canteen. How can I be able to tolerate the humiliation like that? As for Hao Ran and his friends, they will never leave me alone if I didn't accept the challenge. I would rather face the trouble at the very beginning." Zhang Qiuhua actually knew Guning's condition. She knew other students always bullied Guning. However, since nothing severe had happened, she ignored all of them. It was understandable that Guning would fight back. Though she believed it had been too over, Guning had made the right choice for herself. Zhang Qiuhua didn't know what to say. But, she still couldn't accept the fact that Guning had accepted the challenge of Hao Ran. "Guning, can you, a girl, win over the 3 boys? Besides, the school won't allow students to fight. You'll be punished for that, and our class also will be criticized," Zhang Qiuhua said. Hearing that, Guning was a little shocked. She totally forgot she would be punished for fighting, and her class would also be criticized for her behavior. "But I promised them already. If I regret, Hao Ran will revenge on me." Guning felt she had been cornered. My blood is boiling now." Guning really pissed Zhang Qiuhua off. Although Guning was the reason of all these troubles, Hao Ran was the major cause. Zhang Qiuhua couldn't blame Guning for all. She also wasn't that cold-blooded to see Guning revenged by Hao Ran only because Guning regretted. If Hao Ran was going to take revenge on Guning, even the school couldn't stop him. "How about this? I can go have the fight with Hao Ran outside the school, then no one will be punished," Guning said. Zhang Qiuhua was still displeased. "Guning, how could you be so dumb? How can you be so sure that you can win Hao Ran and his friends? What if you're hurt, and your mother will be worried? Can your family afford the medical treatment?" Zhang Qiuhua had told the plain truth. She had no intention to insult Guning, but it's for Guning's good. Guning understood her teacher cared about her, so she wasn't annoyed. Guning replied with pure confidence, "Please don't worry about that. I am going to win them, really." It was hard for Zhang Qiuhua to believe, but she knew it was meaningless to continue this topic, so she said, "Good luck." After that, Zhang Qiuhua stopped talking to Guning, and left in anger. Guning shrugged her shoulders resignedly and went back to her classroom. Although everyone in the classroom was all ears to listen to Zhang Qiuhua criticizing Guning, Zhang Qiuhua kept her voice low and no one actually heard anything. They only saw Zhang Qiuhua leave in anger. Guning, instead, was super calm from the very beginning to the end, and wasn't sad or scared of being criticized at all. Everyone was puzzled. When Guning walked inside, most of the students focused on her face, wanting to figure out what had happened. Because the head teacher was gone, the classroom wasn't that quiet any longer. It wasn't one of the top classes, thus those students didn't enjoy studying very much. "Hey, Guning, are you sure you're going to win them?" A male student sat in front of Guning, turning back to ask her in doubt. "Exactly. 1 versus 3, that's really something." Another male student added with admiration. "You have the great gesture. Do you have the same great ability?" Someone poured cold water on Guning. "Exactly, I'm not positive about that," another one agreed. Most of the students didn't believe Guning would succeed. Guning ignored them, but Yumixi couldn't stay quiet anymore. She retorted for the first time, "I believe in Guning. I think she'll win." Guning smiled a little. Yumixi made her progress. "So what? You believe in her doesn't mean she'll win, a classmate argued. Exactly, I don't believe, someone said. We'll all find out tomorrow noon. It's too early to deny Guning's ability now. Let's wait and see. Mixi argued. Those who weren't positive turned quiet gradually. Some still wanted to pour cold water, but the head teacher returned. They had to close their mouth. In the house of the Gu family, a room was decorated in a dreamy way, like it was a princess's room. Gu Xiaoxiao was in a pink nightgown, lying on a big pink bed with a phone in her hands. She was watching the video sent by Chen Ziyao, and felt it was a pity that she hadn't been there herself. Gu Xiaoxiao had the same reaction as Chen Ziyao. She felt extremely unhappy about Guning's confidence, and didn't believe Guning could win Hao Ran and his friends. She was gloating now. She couldn't wait to see Guning beaten down on the ground tomorrow noon. Moreover, she was waiting for the apologies from Guning. Gu Xiaoxiao decided to spare no effort to pick on Guning. If Guning wouldn't apologize, or she wasn't satisfied, she would persuade her grandma to kick Guning and her mother out of the old house. The next morning, Gu Xiaoxiao waited at the stairs for Guning. She wanted to seize the chance to make fun of Guning. After a long time, Guning was still absent. Gu Xiaoxiao was losing her patience. The morning class is about to begin. Is Guning terrified to come to school today? Gu Xiaoxiao assumed. Who knows? Chen Ziyao was sure. It was 2 minutes away from the morning class. Guning appeared with Mu Ke and Mixi. Seeing Mu Ke, Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziyao was more jealous of Guning now. Mu Ke had been their friend before, but now he chose Guning over them. Besides, Mu Ke was from a better family than them. They wanted to cooperate with Mu Ke. Unexpectedly, Mu Ke would stand up for Guning against them. Mu Ke and Mixi felt unpleasant when they noticed Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziyao were here. Guning stayed calm as usual. Guning, I've heard that you're going to fight with those 3 boys this noon. 1 versus 3 even. You're bold and confident enough to do so, but are you really being confident, or you're simply arrogant? Gu Xiaoxiao said unkindly. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 37. Chapter 37, In the Fight. I'm always confident. Guning didn't want to hide her confidence. Gu Xiaoxiao hated Guning most when she stayed so calm before the storm came. Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to tear Guning apart. Guning, keep pretending. I'll go and see how you become a loser right before my eyes. And if you don't apologize for what you've done yesterday, you'll pay for it. Gu Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth out of anger and hatred. I will never apologize. Do whatever you want to. I'm waiting, Guning replied airily. Then she ignored Gu Xiaoxiao, throwing her a provocative look, and walked away. Gu Xiaoxiao was mad. She didn't expect Guning would dare to do that. She shouted at Guning back, Great, Guning, you'll regret. Guning, is it really going to be alright? Mixi asked in worry. She was concerned Guning and her mother would be homeless. Don't worry. It's fine, Guning replied. Gradually, Mixi had pure trust in Guning. Since Guning had said it would be fine, she would not doubt it. Mu Ke gave Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziyao a cold glance, then went back to his classroom. Some students still believed Guning would not come to school today. When Guning showed up, they were all surprised. Wasn't Guning afraid at all? In the morning, Guning had received many curious looks from others, their head teacher included. They all wanted to see fear from Guning's face, but failed. Guning was at ease, like nothing had happened. When the last class in the morning was about to over, the head teacher couldn't help asking Guning, Are you really that confident? I never do anything without being fully prepared, Guning answered with solemnity. The head teacher had nothing else to say. She left in quietness. The appointed time was 1 p.m. Guning decided to eat first after the classes were over. When Guning and her friends went upstairs, Hao Ran and his friends stopped them. They actually didn't mean to limit Guning's freedom. They simply followed Guning in case she would run away. Guning felt resigned. Could anyone has any trust on her? Do you plan to buy me, your boss, a meal first? Gu-ning looked at them, joking. Gu-ning, don't be so confident. It's too early to say that, Hao Ran retorted. Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping glared at Gu-ning at the same time. Actually, those three boys weren't aggressive normally. However, whenever they encountered Gu-ning, they were easily irritated. Probably because Gu-ning was being too calm, which made them feel like they hadn't been taken seriously. Or probably because Gu-ning's calmness showed her confidence, which made them feel nervous unconsciously. Therefore, they would fight against her confidence by arguing. Aren't you confident? Gu-ning asked them. Hao Ran and his friend suddenly realized Gu-ning had outstanding ability to piss someone off. Everyone around them started to discuss. Gu-ning isn't scared at all. She's even in the mood of joking. Gu Xiaoxiao, Xiao Feifei and their friends all wanted Gu-ning to fail. Seeing Gu-ning being so confident, they were greatly displeased. I think she's pretending. Gu Xiaoxiao said. Exactly, she's merely pretended to be relaxed. Xiao Feifei wanted to mock at Gu-ning, but she restricted herself for Mu Ku was here. However, Mu Ku never glanced at her from the very beginning to the end. Xiao Feifei was disappointed. She wanted to talk to him, but Gu-ning and Yu Mixi were here as well. Since you're already here, why not? Gu-ning proposed. What? Hao Ran and his friends asked with one accord. I don't want to be punished for fighting inside the school, thus we'll fight outside. Since we all haven't had meal yet, why don't we have the fight first, and the loser will buy the meal. Plus the precious condition stays the same, Gu-ning said in a provocative way. Very well, Hao Ran and his friends agreed. There's a newly demolished ruin at the opposite side of the back door of our school. There are few people around. Let's go there. Then, Gu-ning moved first, followed by Mu Ku and Yu Mixi. Hao Ran and his friends were behind. The onlookers wouldn't miss that. All of the 40 students in the 4th classroom were here, along with Gu Xiaoxiao and her friends, and dozens of students from other classrooms. A group of people moved outside attracted much attention. It was unusual to see such a large gathering of students in the school. Many people immediately knew there was going to be a fight. Those cowards all stayed away, while those who wanted to see a drama followed up. Accordingly, a group of dozens of students became a group of hundreds. The security guards of the school also noticed that. But unless someone got hurt, they wouldn't do anything about it. Gu-ning and others went straight to the ruin. Everyone was excited when they arrived at the ruin, pulling out a phone, preparing to shoot. Although Mu Ku and Yu Mixi chose to believe in Gu-ning, they felt anxious. They didn't want her to be injured. Boss, fighting. Gu-ning, fighting. When Mu Ku and Yu Mixi tried to encourage Gu-ning, their voices were trembling a little. Just trust me, Gu-ning comforted them. Her determined voice calmed Mu Ku and Yu Mixi down a lot. Shall we stop when it's necessary, or shall we fight to the end? Before they started, Gu-ning asked. As long as someone fall on the ground, he or she loses. Hao Ran didn't want to go too far, given that Gu-ning was a girl. Gu-ning had a great impression of Hao Ran's behavior, but she also knew they still didn't take her seriously enough. If one didn't take his opponent seriously, he would lose in any kind of fight. Great, then, let's begin. Gu-ning announced the beginning, and both sides moved. Gu-ning moved extremely fast. Before everyone could see it clearly, Gu-ning came straight to Zhang Tianping's face. She threw Zhang Tianping over her shoulder without hesitation. Zhang Tianping, who was a tall strong boy, was easily thrown over by Gu-ning's shoulder to the ground. Everyone was in a shock. Zhang Tianping himself was struck dumb too. He still had no idea what had happened when he was thrown to the floor. Obviously, Gu-ning had seized her chance when Zhang Tianping didn't take her seriously. Those boys were real fighter actually. If they were fully prepared, it would cost Gu-ning more time to deal with them. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Win the Game. Hao Ran and Qin Zixuan was totally amazed, but they got their mind back soon. They were astonished in their heart, but never hesitated to move. If they hadn't taken Guning seriously before, now they wouldn't do the same thing. Facing Qin Zixuan's fist, Guning raised hers to his, but when their fists were about to meet each other, Guning suddenly kicked on Qin Zixuan's stomach. Qin Zixuan stepped backwards at short notice, like he had been hit by a heavy object. Luckily, he was strong enough and didn't fall. The crowd was shocked again. Some instantly raised their anticipation of Guning. Those who wanted to see Guning lose were all disappointed now. Hao Ran tried to get Guning down on the ground by attaching her legs with his. Since now Guning stood on the floor with one leg, everyone thought she was going to lose this time. Even Mu Ke and Yu Mixi took a long breath in. Unexpectedly, Guning brought her another leg back at once, then kicked out at Hao Ran's leg. Hao Ran was unable to stand steadily afterwards. Of course, Guning stepped backwards for a short distance as well. Right at that moment, Qin Zixuan attacked Guning with his fist. Guning didn't escape at all though. She reached out her hand, directly holding Qin Zixuan's fist in her palm. Guning was still a teenage girl. Her hand didn't fully cover Qin Zixuan's fist, but she was powerful enough to stop Qin Zixuan from moving at all. Qin Zixuan didn't panic. He immediately used another hand to hit Guning, but his fist was held by her palm once more. Then, before Qin Zixuan would able to attack her again, Guning raised her foot and aimed at his shin. Qin Zixuan lost his balance, falling heavily on the ground. The crowd rounded their eyes in shock again. Within only 3 moves, Qin Zixuan was down on the ground. Qin Zixuan, the boy who normally could fight again around 7 people, now was defeated by Guning within 3 moves. It was hard for anyone of the crowd to accept the fact. At last, only Hao Ran was standing straight. Actually, Hao Ran knew he was going to lose at that moment, but he wouldn't give up without fighting. Thus, he must be more violent than usual. After several rounds, when Hao Ran wasn't able to stand steadily, Guning kicked him right away. But she was caught by him at an important point. The crowd thought Hao Ran was going to win this time. However, Guning used her another foot to grab the ground tightly, turning her body afterwards. Her foot got rid of Hao Ran's hand at once. Then, Guning continued to kick. Now, it was too late for Hao Ran to defend himself. He was kicked accurately and fell down. He lost. The best fighter Hao Ran lost the fight within 10 moves. Everyone was more than shocked. They lost, really. Hao Ran and his another 2 brothers versus Guning, and the boys lost. Guning had won the game easily too. Nobody would believe what they had just witnessed. Even Mu Ke and Yu Mixi, who believed in Guning, was completely amazed. Jesus! Did I see it wrong? Guning, she won. I think we must be in a dream. Guning won the game? Exactly. I can't believe my eyes. It's so unreal. But the truth is, not only has Guning won, she also won it so easily. She looked so cool when she was attacking them. Yes. Especially the flip, it was so cool. I truly believe Guning is a real master now. For now, no one would question whether Guning was a master of Kung Fu anymore. In ordinary people's eyes, she was. Hao Ran and his friends were still in shock, but they were more qualified than anyone else to admit the truth, because they had been through the whole progress. While Xiao Feifei, Gu Xiaoxiao and their friends were totally unwilling to accept the fact. Xiao Feifei even blurted out, "No, no, no. It's impossible. Hao Ran and his friends must haven't done it with full strength." Even though there were some students who had the same thought, no one dared to say it out. It was a humiliation to Hao Ran and his friends. No one wanted to have bad blood with them. Hao Ran and his friends had lost the fight, which was humiliating enough. Xiao Feifei's words had added fuel on the flames. They were in a rage at once. "Shut your bloody mouth up. Don't think that I'm not one to punch women." Hao Ran shouted at Xiao Feifei in great anger, like he was about to beat her. Xiao Feifei immediately shut her mouth, holding her breath in horror. She looked to Mu Ke, searching for sympathy and comfort. Unfortunately, Mu Ke glared at her, apparently because she had questioned Guning. Right now, Xiao Feifei felt deeply hurt and aggrieved. She started to cry. Xiao Feifei wasn't smart actually. Since she liked Muku, she should never pick on someone he cherished, but she did otherwise. It would only make Muku hate her if she picked on Guning. How Ran shut Xiao Feifei and many others' mouth, Gu Xiaoxiao and her friends were included. Well, I didn't expect it would end so soon. We even came outside the school for it. If it had been for fear of punishment, I don't think we need to waste the time, Guning said, like they had made a mountain out of a molehill. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Who could know this would end so easily? At the same time, Hao Ran and his friends felt so embarrassed that they even wanted to hide into a crack on the ground. Guning was really powerful. Hao Ran took a deep breath, looking at Guning. Although he felt ashamed after he had lost the fight, he admired Guning after all. Thus, he admitted, without further ado. We lost the game, and you're our boss from now on, Hao Ran said with sincerity. Yes, you're our boss from now on, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping followed. Very well, Guning answered. She suddenly said then, I'm hungry, let's go eat first. Since I'm the winner, I'll make the decision of the food. Guning gave Muke and Yumixi a hint to follow her up, then she left in a hurry. Guning wasn't hungry actually. She just didn't want to be stared at by a group of people any longer. Since Hao Ran and his friends had already accepted Guning as their boss, they would follow her order, and they never lacked of money. Seeing Guning walking away, Xiao Feifei, Gu Xiaoxiao and their friends' eyes were all full of disappointment and deep hatred. Why? Why did Guning suddenly become so powerful? Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Gu Man had an accident. Chen Ziao, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang felt disappointed too. At the same time, they were also terrified. Guning wasn't only powerful now. She also had the support of Hao Ran and his friends. What if she revenged on them for what they had done to her? Thinking of this, they all felt concerned. Qin Zheng's feelings, meanwhile, ran the gamut of emotions. He slightly regretted breaking up with Guning, because the girl was so impressive now. But thinking further, he calmed down. No matter how impressive Guning was, she was still a poor girl, who would not help him for anything, and probably would embarrass him. On the way while leaving, Gu Xiaoxiao pulled out her phone and sent Gu Man a message. It was a message with photos of Guning in a fight with others. Visually, Guning seemed to be hit by the boys. Gu Man was walking downstairs after she had finished her meal in the canteen. She heard the ringtone, then took out the phone to check. Though she used a cheap old phone, it still could receive photos. When Gu Man saw the photos on her phone, she was scared and fell down from the stairs by accident. Her head hit the ground even. On the other side, Hao Ran and his friends called Guning their boss all the time after they left the crowd. They complimented Guning the same way Muku had done before. Boss, since we all listen to you now, can you teach us Kung Fu? We want to be helpful in the future. Exactly, boss, you're so awesome. Normally, each of us can fight against 7 or 8 men, but all of us together can't win you. You won the fight so easily. Boss. Hao Ran and his friends wouldn't stop talking. Guning felt noisy, but not displeased. Seeing Hao Ran and his friends now were like obedient dogs, Muku and Yumixi felt so proud. However, Muku was still annoyed that they had disrespected Guning before. Well, how come someone who was so arrogant, now is like an obedient dog? Muku said deliberately. Hearing that, Hao Ran and his friends were embarrassed. They knew Muku was unhappy about their previous attitude towards Guning, thus they didn't blame Muku for his words. Hao Ran walked to Muku, placing his hand on Muku's shoulder. If we didn't fight, we won't get to know each other. Let the bygones be the bygones. We're brothers from now on. If you have any need and want my help in the future, just tell me. Yeah. Yeah. Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping agreed. Muku wasn't really mad at them actually. He also understood they were friends now, since they had taken Guning as their boss. They even had changed their attitude. Muku thought there was no need to hate them any longer. Mixi is a child without much strength. We need to take care of her, Gunning said. Sure, no problem, everyone immediately agreed. Yumixi was a little shy, but she accepted. Gunning didn't plan to eat an expensive meal. She simply wanted to have hot pot. But when they just walked to the restaurant, Gunning's phone rang. Both Yumixi and Muku were slightly surprised when Gunning took out her phone. They knew Gunning's family was poor. She had used a cheap old phone before, but now she used a brand new one, which seemed expensive. How Ran and his friends didn't know Gunning was from a poor family. They didn't find anything wrong. The caller was Guman. Gunning answered it at once. Her face changed suddenly when she heard the voice from the other side. Gunning said she would come soon, then hung up. Boss, what's up? Everyone noticed Gunning's change, and knew something bad must have happened. They all asked in worry. My mother fell from the stairs and now is in unconsciousness. She was sent to the hospital. I need to visit her right now. You can have the meal without me. Gunning didn't hide the fact. She ran to take a taxi to the hospital afterwards. Boss, before the rest could realize, Gunning was already gone. Let's go and visit as well, Muku said. He ran ahead immediately. Hao Ran and the others all followed up without hesitation. Their boss's mother was in danger. They couldn't step aside. At that moment, a black Maserati moved over at a very high speed. There were two men sitting inside. Lung Xiaoting sat on the passenger's seat. He frowned a little. He was losing his patience, because the one who was sitting on the driver's seat wouldn't stop talking, but he didn't interrupt. Xiaoting, leave it to our fourth bro. You're not fully recovered yet. What if you get injured again? Do take care of yourself. The man on the driver's seat complained for Lung Xiaoting's good. The man on the driver's seat was the one who had helped Lung Xiaoting destroy the tapes the other day. He was in a white casual suit as usual, looking handsome, decent and charming. He didn't care. Lung Xiaoting ignored him, continuing to talk. Why do you have to get yourself involved in so much business? You even don't want to have a vacation. I don't think any girl will like you if you continue to do that. From afar, Lung Xiaoting's sight fell on a girl in a school uniform on the sidewalk. The girl seemed worried and was in a hurry to take a taxi. At the first glance, Lung Xiaoting felt familiar with the girl's figure. After they approached near, Lung Xiaoting recognized her. He immediately said, "Stop." The man who was still talking stopped the car unconsciously when he was interrupted. The car ceased right before Gunning. What's wrong? The man asked, but Lung Xiaoting didn't answer his question. He rolled the car window down. Get in the car, he said to the outside. Gunning saw the car stop in front of her. She was about to move away when she heard a familiar voice. It was the man who had been injured the other night. Gunning was a little amazed. But she heard him clearly. The man obviously wanted to give her a lift. Gunning was in a hurry now. She didn't reject, but opened the car door and got inside. Meanwhile, the man on the driver's seat was shocked. He didn't expect Lung Xiaoting asked him to stop the car to let the female student get inside. But, who the hell was she? How could he had no idea that Lung Xiaoting knew such a young female student? Lung Xiaoting normally never got in touch with any woman. The hospital, thanks, Gunning said without further delay. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 40. Chapter 40, I won't beat you to death. The hospital? Lung Xiaoting frowned a little. He was puzzled why she was going to the hospital, but he didn't ask at all. He said to the man on the driver's directly, drive the car. What? Oh, right. The man was apparently absent-minded. He got his mind back immediately when he heard Lung Xiaoting's voice. He drove the car ahead quickly. There were many questions in the man's mind. He kept peeking at Lung Xiaoting who was sitting beside, then peeked at Gunning from the rearview mirror. This female student was good-looking though, but she was too young. She couldn't be Lung Xiaoting's type. Focus on driving, Lung Xiaoting said coldly. The man was frightened, then paid his attention on the road. He was still confused about the relationship between the female student and Lung Xiaoting. However, he didn't have the nerve to ask. Right at that moment, Gu Ning's phone rang. She picked it up. Before she could say anything, she heard Muka's worried voice, "Boss, whose car did you get in? Are you safe?" When Muka and others followed up, they saw Gu Ning get in a black Maserati. They were all shocked, because they knew the car was so expensive. The owner must be the rich or the authorities. Although Gu Ning got in the car must be because she knew the driver, Muka decided to call her to make sure she was safe. "I'm fine. You all can go back to the school now," Gu Ning replied. "No, we want to visit your mother as well. We'll see you in the hospital." Muka hung up directly before Gu Ning could respond, in case Gu Ning wouldn't allow them to come. Gu Ning knew they were being kind, thus she agreed. Both Leng Xiaoting and the man had good hearing. Although they had no intention to eavesdrop, they were able to hear the talk clearly. Both now understood the reason why Gu Ning was in a hurry. "May I help?" Leng Xiaoting suddenly opened his mouth. The man on the driver's seat turned the steering wheel in horror. He almost hit the car before them. Luckily, he was a skillful driver and didn't cause an accident. But it wasn't his fault though. Leng Xiaoting, who was always cold, opened his mouth to offer a help out of the blue, which was totally frightening to him. Leng Xiaoting glared at the man. The man immediately paid his attention back to the road. He was also hoping Leng Xiaoting wouldn't say more to frighten him. Gu Ning didn't care though. Facing Leng Xiaoting's kindness, she rejected with politeness, "Thank you so much. I can handle it myself." Since Gu Ning wanted to deal with it on her own, Leng Xiaoting stopped asking. He wasn't a warm-hearted person. He helped her only because she had helped him. But Leng Xiaoting wasn't aware Gu Ning simply had made a deal with him. He didn't owe her anything. At the same time, the video of Gu Ning versus Hao Ran and his friends went viral on their school's forum. Ever since Hao Ran had challenged Gu Ning, there were many students paid close attention to it. The news that Gu Ning had accepted Hao Ran's challenge, and the appointed time along with place were all revealed on the forum last night. Many said they would go to watch the fight at 1 p.m. But unexpectedly, the fight had ended before 1 p.m. Everyone was shocked by the result too. 80% of the students didn't believe Gu Ning could win, while 10% abstained, and the rest 10% believed in Gu Ning. They thought Gu Ning was really powerful on the video in the canteen, and she was very confident. Not everyone would take confidence as arrogance. The result was, Gu Ning had won. Gu Ning really had won the fight within several minutes, which was a shocking news. What the F***CK, who said it was 1 p.m. at the football field? How come it ended so soon? Exactly, I lost the chance to watch it in person. Who leaked the appointed time and place? Come out, we promise we won't beat you to death. Yes. Come out and explain to us. Come out. Meanwhile, the guy who had leaked the appointed time and place last night was now in sadness as well, because he hadn't watched the fight in person neither. He was also mad. This is so unbelievable. Gu Ning alone won Hao Ran and his another two brothers? Who can tell me whether it's true? It must be something wrong with my computer. I need to restart it. I'm now an admirer of Gu Ning. She's so cool, isn't she? She is. She beat Zhang Tianping down to the ground by one move. It's so amazing. And her flip is so cool too. Some admired Gu Ning, while some doubted. Did Hao Ran and his friends use their full strength? I still can't believe Gu Ning a girl alone and win them. Exactly. I doubt it too. The minute doubts appeared, those admirers of Gu Ning started to retort. Are you all blind? I was there in person. I saw it with my eyes. They did fight with full strength. If you don't believe, you can have a fight with Gu Ning herself, then you'll know. Exactly, not everyone is able to do flip in the air. Gu Ning now is the boss of Hao Ran and his friends. If you dare to question Gu Ning, you are questioning Hao Ran and his friends. Be careful about that. Xiao Feifei was almost hit by Hao Ran when she questioned the result on site. Knowing that, those who had doubts were all quiet now. They were scared of Hao Ran and his friends. I think I'm going to tell my goddess that I like her. Wish me good luck. Wish you good luck. Hope you can survive. Wish you good luck. Actually, I want to see a drama. Wish you good luck. Waiting for the result. Wish you good luck. Although they were wishing the student good luck, they all actually wanted to see a drama. As for Gu Ning, she couldn't care less about those discussions. It took half an hour to get to the hospital normally, but the man drove there steadily within 20 minutes. Gu Ning thanked Leng Xiaoting, then left the car. She immediately ran to the outpatient department. The Maserati stayed at the same place instead. Leng Xiaoting and the man watched Gu Ning leaving. Xiaoting, who is this female student? I never saw you help anyone on your own initiative, the man couldn't help but ask at the end. He felt extremely uncomfortable to keep it to himself. Let's go, Leng Xiaoting ignored the man's question. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 41. Chapter 41, and Qian's help. Fine, the man answered. However, he was now more curious than ever. Since Leng Xiaoting wasn't willing to tell him, there was no need to keep asking. The man decided to do the research on his own. The man, who was Su Jinchen, believed it was easy for him to find out the truth. While Gu Ning was running, she pulled out her phone and called Gu Man. The one who had called Gu Ning was Gu Man's female colleague, Wang Sufan. Wang Sufan got along well with Gu Man. Gu Ning knew her. 2. After Gu Man had fallen down from the stairs, Wang Sufan and the driver from their factory had driven her to the hospital. Wang Sufan let Gu Ning call Gu Man when she arrived at the hospital, then Wang Sufan would tell her where they were. Because they were already on the road. The phone was answered. Before Gu Ning could say a word, the other side said first, Gu Ning, have you arrived? Your mother is in the hospital now, but we don't have enough money, so your mother hasn't been admitted yet. She's on a patient bed in the hallway of the first floor of the inpatient department now. Hearing that, Gu Ning was slightly annoyed. She was mad not because the hospital wouldn't admit a patient without money. She understood the hospital wasn't a charity. However, she felt guilty that Gu Man hadn't received the treatment on time. Gu Ning rushed to her mother without delay. At the same time, Gu Ning called in Qian to make sure her mother would be administered well and soon. Hi, who's this? And Qian didn't have Gu Ning's phone number. She was regretting not asking for it those days. Gu Ning said straightforwardly, Missin, this is Gu Ning. I need your help now. My mother just fell down the stairs. I haven't met her yet, and I don't know how she is right now, but she needs to be admitted. Could you please arrange a VIP patient room and the exam for my mother? I'll pay the bill later. Gu Ning actually had no idea about In Qian's position in the hospital, but since she worked here, it would be quicker if she helped. It was about Gu Man's health. Gu Ning couldn't waste the time. After In Qian found out the caller was Gu Ning, she felt happy in her heart. She even wanted to complain that Gu Ning hadn't contacted her recently. However, when In Qian knew Gu Ning's mother had fallen down from the stairs, she immediately agreed to help. No problem. Where are you now? In Qian asked with anxiety. I'm about to be at the first floor of the inpatient department. My mother is in the hallway, Gu Ning replied. Great. I'll make the arrangement right away. Please wait a moment. In Qian hung up before Gu Ning answered. She arranged it at once. Before long, Gu Ning arrived at the hallway of the first floor in the inpatient department. She found Gu Man there. There was a woman of the same age stood beside Gu Man. She was Wang Sufan. A man, who was about 20 years old, was with Wang Sufan. He was the driver who had sent Gu Man to the hospital. Nice to meet you, Gu Ning greeted Wang Sufan. Then she immediately checked Gu Man. Gu Man was still unconscious now. Gu Ning didn't hesitate to use her jade eyes to see through Gu Man's head. There was only a red, swollen injure on the back of her head. Gu Ning was slightly relieved. But now the power of her jade eyes was limited. It cost her much power to see through Gu Man's head. Her face also turned pale afterwards. Thus Gu Ning didn't have enough power to help Gu Man recover. From having been reborn till now, Gu Ning had never been so eager to have adequate power in her jade eyes. In that case, she would be able to help Guman. But now she couldn't do anything. After a few minutes, Qian came to Guning with several other male doctors. Guning, I've already arranged a VIP patient room with exam equipment. Let's go there now, Qian said. Those male doctors pushed the patient bed on which Guman was lying ahead. Wang Sufan rounded her eyes in shock. She knew Guman's financial condition well. Guman barely could afford the hospitalization cost, but now she was going to stay in a VIP patient room? Although Wang Sufan was curious, it wasn't appropriate to ask. Thank you so much for driving my mother to the hospital. I understand that you still need to work. We'll thank you again when my mother wakes up, Guning said to Wang Sufan and the driver. Guning and her mother basically would buy them a meal or some gifts to thank them. Don't worry about it. Your mother's health is the most important thing for you now. Take good care of her, and we're going back, Wang Sufan replied, then left with the driver. When Guning and the others walked in the patient room, Muke called her. Muke and his friends had taken the taxi, and was 10 minutes late. Boss, where are you? We're in the hospital now, Muke asked in worry. Room V08, 7th floor of the inpatient department, Guning answered. She hung up directly, because she was in a hurry to visit Guman. Muku was slightly surprised when he heard room V08. How come it was a VIP patient room? Though Muku was puzzled, he was sure that he had heard it clearly. It wasn't the time to doubt. Muku immediately ran ahead when he knew the number of the patient room. Qian checked Guman's body in person. Guning stood aside. Although she was worried, she stayed quiet. She didn't want to bother Qian. Muke and the rest arrived soon. They saw Guman was under exam, thus they didn't walk in right away. They didn't want to bother them neither. Muku, what's going on here? How come Guning's mother is in a VIP patient room? Mixi didn't found out Guning's mother stayed in a VIP patient room till she arrived. She was very surprised since she knew well about the financial condition of Guning's family. I have no idea either. Muku was confused too. Why can't boss mother stays in a VIP patient room? How Ran and his brothers didn't know Guning's background. They all felt puzzled about the talk between Muku and Mixi. Muku then told How Ran and his brothers about the financial condition of Guning's family. How Ran and his brothers had a lot of sympathy for Guning. They believed Guning's mother stayed in a VIP patient room in order to get a better treatment. Meanwhile, the cost was also high. We can't let boss pay all the bills alone. I'll pay the medical treatment for her mother, How Ran said. He did that to support his boss. Me too. Muku, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping all agreed. Although Zhang Tianping was an orphan, he had opened a bar along with How Ran and Qin Zixuan. The bar was very profitable, thus he was kind of a rich boy now. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 42. Chapter 42, the bill has been paid already. Only Mixi, who was from the same poor family as Guning, felt guilty. She wasn't able to help Guning at all, since her mother was in need of a large amount of money to pay the medicine now. Muku understood Mixi was sad. He comforted her, Mixi, I know your background. You don't need to feel guilty at all, because you also need help. If you need us, just let us know. Hearing that, How Ran and his brothers then found out Mixi's family was also poor. Exactly. We're friends now. If you need us, be free to tell us, How Ran and his brothers agreed. They didn't care about money actually. They cherished friendship more. Mixi was so moved, and was about to cry. Although she needed help, she wasn't willing to owe them a favor. Around half an hour later, the result was out. Guning, you don't need to worry. Your mother is fine. She just hit the back of her head. There's only a swollen injury. Besides, your mother fell down from the stairs only because she lacks of nutrition. She's weak, and needs a good rest. And Qian was relieved that Guman was fine. Glad to hear that. When my mother can wake up then? Guning was also relieved, but she felt hurt that her mother lacks of nutrition. She didn't want to wait any longer. Once Guman woke up, she would tell Guman something about her. From now on, she wanted Guman to live a good life. She needs infusion of nutrition solution now, and probably will be awake within 1 or 2 hours, and Qian said. She then asked a nurse to take some nutrition solution from the pharmacy. Guning saw Mu Ke and the rest earlier on, but she was too worried about Guman, so she didn't walk out to meet them. Now Guman was fine, Guning was relieved and went out to meet them. "Boss, how's your mother?" Mu Ke and others asked when Guning came out. "Nothing serious. She just hit her head, and lacks of nutrition," Guning said airily, but she felt sad in heart. Everyone was greatly relieved, but also had sympathy for Guman being in malnutrition. "It's late now. You all need to go back to the school. We have classes in the afternoon," Guning said. "No big deal. We don't care about the classes. We'll stay here with you," Hao Ran said. They couldn't leave Guning alone right now. "Exactly, we don't mind the classes," Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping agreed. They were used to skipping classes. "Boss, I can ask for a leave this afternoon." Mu Ke also wanted to stay. Although he seldom asked for a leave normally as a good student, since today was different, he couldn't abandon Guning. "Guning, I can ask for a leave too." No one was leaving. Yumixi of course wasn't willing to. Moreover, she was still concerned about Guning now. "Boss, please don't push us away. We must stay with you this afternoon," Hao Ran said with determination in case Guning would reject. Guning felt touched. Except Yumixi, she had just met the rest for a short time, but they all cared about her. Great! Guning knew they wouldn't leave, so she agreed at the end. "Boss, we're going to buy some food first. You can stay with your mother," Hao Ran said. He then pulled Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping to leave. They had come to an agreement already. Mu Ke and Yumixi knew clearly Hao Ran and his brothers were also going to deal with something else except food. They were going to pay the bill for Guman. However, they were told the bill had been paid already. What had happened? Who paid the bill? Hao Ran inquired. Dr. An paid all the costs, the worker said. Dr. An? A male or female doctor? Hao Ran asked. He started to gossip. A female doctor, the worker replied. Is she boss friend or relative? Hao Ran guessed, but since the bill had already been paid, they could only go to buy food. Before Qian left, she had arranged everything well, and told Guning to call her if any need arose. When Qian was gone, Mu Ke and Guning called the head teacher to ask for a leave one by one. Zhang Qiuhua didn't know Guning had won Hao Ran and his friends till now. She was shocked, but also relieved. Sorry, Professor Zhang, my mother is in hospital now. I need to ask for a leave to take care of my mother. And Yumixi is with me too. Please allow us to stay, Guning said. Okay. The head teacher couldn't refuse since her student's mother had an accident. Half an hour later, before Hao Ran and his brothers came back, Guman woke up, calling Guning's name. Her voice was full of concern and anxiety. Mom, I'm here. Guning immediately ran over, catching Guman's hand. Ningning, is it really you? Seeing Guning, Guman was a little surprised. She asked with worries, how are you? Did you get hurt? Guman said, and wanted to check Guning's injuries. Guning pressed Guman's hand to stop her. If Guman moved, she would pull the needle. Mom, I'm totally fine. Guning didn't know why Guman would ask her that, but she comforted her mother at once. Really? I've received photos from Xiao Xiao. I saw you hit by someone. I was terrified. Guman was still in horror. Her body trembled lightly. Knowing that, Guning's face changed. What? Gu Xiaoxiao had sent photos of her fighting with Hao Ran to Guman. Guman had fallen down from stairs because of that? Very well. Gu Xiaoxiao irritated her once more. Mu Ke and Yumixi were also displeased. Gu Xiaoxiao actually intended to let Guman know Guning was in fight with other schoolmates, thus Guman would criticize Guning. She had no idea Gu Man would fall. But the accident had already happened, and Gu Ning would never let Gu Xiaoxiao get away with it. Although Gu Ning was in a rage, she still explained to Gu Man with patience, "Mom, no one has beaten me. I was simply having fun with my friends. You know Gu Xiaoxiao never likes me. She always picks on me. I refused to apologize, thus she deliberately took those photos. She simply wants you to blame me, but I'm fine as usual." Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Just for Fun. Gu Ning said, then rolled up her sleeves to let Gu Man check. Although it was winter, the temperature wasn't low. Gu Ning didn't wear much. She easily rolled her sleeves up, and her beautiful arms without any wounds were out in the air. "Yes, we were just having some fun. We didn't fight." Yeah. Mu Ke and Yu Mixi immediately stepped ahead, helping Gu Ning explain to her mother. Gu Man then found out there were other people in the room. They both were in the same school uniform. Gu Man knew they must be Gu Ning's schoolmates. Gu Man chose to believe Gu Ning. Afterwards, she was completely convinced by Gu Ning and her schoolmates that they hadn't fight. That's great, Gu Man said. Then, Gu Man looked around the room, and she was surprised. She instantly realized this wasn't an ordinary patient room. It must be a luxury one. But, she couldn't afford such a room. "Ning, I'm fine now. Let's leave the hospital as soon as the infusion ends," Gu Man said. Gu Ning knew Gu Man well. She comforted her mother, "Mom, your head is injured, and you greatly lack of nutrition. You need to have a good rest. Don't worry about money. I'll explain to you later." Since Mu Ke and Yu Mixi were both here, Gu Ning couldn't tell her mother now. But, Gu Man wouldn't listen to Gu Ning. How could she not worry about money? She knew better than anyone else about their financial condition. "You have to listen to me, and you can't leave the hospital without the doctor's permission. You have no idea how worried I was when you were in unconsciousness. If anything terrible had happened to you, what should I do?" Gu Ning used her ace in the hole, even Mu Ke and Yu Mixi were touched. Gu Man didn't know what to say all of a sudden. She compromised, "Fine, I'll listen to you." However, Gu Man was still uneasy about the money. Gu Ning knew clearly what her mother was worried about, but she had to wait till her friends were gone. After a while, Hao Ran and his brothers were back with many packages of expensive healthcare products. Those healthcare products were worth thousands at least. Gu Man and Gu Ning were shocked. "Why did you buy so many of these?" "Boss, nothing is more important than your mother's health. Please accept all of them," Hao Ran said. Gu Ning felt moved. She understood their kindness. They were rich kids who never lacked of money. Thus, Gu Ning accepted at the end. "Great, let's eat first." Ning, it was unacceptable to Gu Man though, because those products were too expensive. Gu Ning comforted, "Mom, it's fine. They're my good friends. They do this out of kindness. We can't reject that." "Exactly, please accept our gifts. We all hope you can recover soon," Hao Ran and his brothers immediately added. They were afraid Gu Man would say no. Now, even Gu Man didn't want to hurt them. Although Hao Ran and the others didn't know when Gu Man would wake up, they still had prepared nutritious meal for her. After the meal, An Qian came with another bunch of healthcare products. "Dr. An, nice to meet you." Seeing An Qian came with a lot of healthcare products, Gu Man felt very grateful. "Gu Ning's mother, please have a good rest. If you have any need, just tell me. Gu Ning and I are friends. Your health is the most important," An Qian said kindly. "Dr. An, I even don't know how to thank you." Gu Man felt more grateful now. "It's nothing," An Qian said. An Qian was still on duty, so she left after a short while. In the afternoon, everyone stayed in the room to keep Gu Man's company. They told jokes once in a while. Gu Man beamed often. Gu Ning didn't tell anyone else that Gu Man was in hospital, Gu Qing included. She didn't want to worry them. Gu Ning didn't attend classes this afternoon, which became an excuse for Xiao Feifei to make fun of Gu Ning. I think Gu Ning probably is playing around with Hao Ran and his brothers. She even didn't come to school this afternoon. I agree. Hao Ran and his brothers aren't good boys after all, Yang Yulu added. Wu Qingyao immediately followed up, that will explain what has happened this afternoon. Although Gu Ning isn't weak, I still believe Hao Ran lost the game on purpose, because he likes Gu Ning. Try saying these to Gu Ning, Hao Ran and his bros' faces. Don't ever badmouth behind their backs, losers, an admirer of Gu Ning retorted. Exactly, she didn't come must be because she was in the middle of something. The head teacher said nothing about it. Why do you have to criticize her? Don't think too highly of yourself. You're not a princess only because you're from a rich family. Exactly. Someone must forget that Hao Ran won't tolerate her. Xiao Feifei was announced, but she had to admit that she didn't want to irritate Hao Ran. Or, why she could only badmouth them behind their backs. She didn't forget what Hao Ran had said to her this noon. Actually, most of the classmates hated Xiao Feifei and her friends. They knew these girls enjoyed gossiping and behaved badly, but they didn't dare to say anything because those girls had great background. However, since they admired Gu Ning now, they couldn't stand it when Xiao Feifei and her friends badmouthed Gu Ning in public. They had to do something. When En Qian was off duty, she came to visit Gu Man again. Doctorin, when can I leave the hospital? Gu Man asked. En Qian told Gu Man in the way Gu Ning had asked her to do. You've hit your head. It takes 1 or 2 days to make sure that you're all good. Recurrence of the injury can be terrible. Hearing that, Gu Man was a little scared. If it got worse, it could cost more money. Thus, Gu Man closed her mouth. But in her heart, she was still worried about money. Reincarnation of the businesswoman at school, #Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Tell Gu Man the truth. Gu Ning's mother, please don't worry and relax. It'll help you recover, and won't cost much. If you can't have a good rest, your health will be affected. En Qian knew Gu Man's feelings, and used them to comfort as well as threaten her. Gu Man literally had been scared. She tried to relax in order to recover soon and cost less money. After the dinner, Mu Ku and others were gone. Before they left, they asked Gu Ning whether they should teach Gu Xiaoxiao a lesson. Gu Ning said no, she wanted to do it herself. Thus Hao Ran and his brothers stayed quiet. There were only Gu Ning and Gu Man in the patient room now. Mom, actually, I had a secret to tell you after this weekend, but since you had an accident, I believe it's better to tell you now. Gu Ning suddenly wore a serious face, which made Gu Man feel nervous. I rescued a person several days ago. He gave me an emerald as a reward. I sold it the other day. Unexpectedly, the emerald is worth 10 million yuan, Gu Ning said. She behaved like it was a great surprise to her. What? 10 million yuan? Hearing that, Gu Man was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. Yes, 10 million. Therefore, you don't need to worry about the cost at all. We have enough money, Gu Ning said. I plan to take a look at houses these days, and tell you after I bought the house, but the accident happened. Well, I also plan to use a part of the money to do business. Muka runs a jewelry store, which is profitable. I think I'll buy in some shares. Gu Ning lied about the shares. She simply wanted to convince her mother by using Muku. Gu Man was totally in shock now. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Gu Ning continued, and, after my car accident, my memory suddenly became really good. I can remember anything that I read. I was poor at studying in the past, but now, whatever I've read, I can keep it in my mind. I think it's easy for me to get into the best university in the capital city too. Besides, it will be a waste if I don't use my skill to do business. At the end, Gu Ning didn't forget to compliment herself. At short notice, Gu Man cried. No one knew whether she cried out of horror, happiness, or because of something else. Mom, Gu Ning was a little nervous. She knew it was hard for Gu Man to accept the truth, but she was going to tell her the news sooner or later. I'm fine. Ning, you're finally growing better and better. Mom is truly happy for you. Other than happiness, Gu-man also had mixed emotions, especially sadness. Gu-man was happy that Gu-ning was growing better. However, those rich kids all lived a life without any worries, while Gu-ning started to do business. Gu-man blamed herself for being useless. She did not provide her daughter with a good life. Oh, how did you rescue the person? Were you in danger? Is it reliable that the person gave you such an expensive object? Will you be in any trouble later? Gu-man asked in worry. She cared about her daughter's safety most. It's fine. The person is super rich. He won't care about it. I met him today. It was him who drove me to the hospital, Gu-ning said. Gu-ning tried to make the man sound like a good guy to comfort Gu-man. She didn't lie though. Although the man was cold, he didn't seem like a bad guy. After that, Gu-man was finally relieved. Mom, my second aunt always helps us. I plan to buy a house for her family too. I want to help them, Gu-ning said. Hearing that, Gu-man felt like crying again. She was so touched by Gu-ning's kindness. Great, great. Ning-ning, Mom feels so proud of you for being grateful. Gu-man also wanted to thank the family of Gu-qing. She would never forget their help. But Mom, I want you to know something now. I will only take the family of my second aunt as my relatives in the Gu family. As for my eldest and third uncle, both you and I know how they treat us. Accordingly, even if I become rich in the future, I won't help them if they need my help. As for grandmother, although I hate her, you're her daughter after all. It's our responsibility to support her, but I'll decide how much we should support her financially. If grandmother is greedy, I won't tolerate her either, Gu-ning said solemnly. She wouldn't give in. Actually, through all those years, Gu-man already felt hurt by the rest of the people in the Gu family. Thus she agreed on what Gu-ning had said. Great, Mom agrees with you, Gu-man answered without further hesitation. Gu-ning was relieved when Gu-man agreed. She had been worried that Gu-man would forget the humiliation and disdain only because those bad people were family. Oh, please don't tell my second aunt that I'm going to buy them a house. Tell them when the thing is done, Gu-ning said. Sure, Gu-man replied. Besides, Muku is going to City G to deal with some business this weekend. Mixie and I will go with him as well. We're going to learn. Please don't worry about me. I'll take good care of myself. Gu-ning again used Muku and Mixie as an excuse to comfort Gu-man. Although Gu-man was concerned, she didn't stop Gu-ning. She felt Gu-ning had grown up and was able to make decisions on her own. Since she had a plan, Gu-man believed that she shouldn't burden her daughter. Mom, I also hope you don't need to work that hard. Thus, why don't you quit? I have enough money now, and I'm going to earn more. I can support you now. You can go shop, take care of your skin, buy some makeup, or travel. Mom, I want you to enjoy your life. If you still want to work, you can tell me what you like to do. I can buy a small shop for you. We'll hire someone to run the shop. If you feel bored, you can go and take a look. If you don't want to, you can stay at home, Gu-ning added. To further make Gu-man feel comfortable in her heart, Gu-ning continued. Mom, we're mother and daughter. We're a family. Mine is yours. Please don't feel guilty at all. I'll be happy as long as you're happy. Gu-man felt guilty at the beginning. She blamed herself for not offering a good life to Gu-ning, and even let Gu-ning support her financially. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Gu-ning's grandmother. But what Gu-ning had said at the end lifted all her mental burdens. What Gu-man wanted most was for Gu-ning to be happy. Since Gu-ning wanted her to do so, Gu-man chose to listen to her daughter. Gu-man wouldn't really do anything, but since their life had been improved, she could change her lifestyle. Great, I'll quit my job, and I'll depend on you from now on, Gu-man joked. Sure, we'll live a better and better life from now on. Gu-ning was finally relieved. Gu Xiaoxiao's family lived in a big house in an expensive area near the downtown. After the evening class, Gu Xiaoxiao went back home, complaining to her mother Lin Li Juan, Mom, Gu-ning said she won't apologize to me. Lin Lijuan was about 45 years old, but she had taken good care of her skin and looked much younger. Lin Lijuan had a son and a daughter. Her son was named Gu Qingyun and was 20 years old. He was a sophomore majoring in medicine in the Capital Medical University. Her daughter was Gu Xiaoxiao. What? How could she be so bold? Isn't she afraid of us? Lin Lijuan was surprised. She's so bold now. She even fought with Hao Ran in our school today. Gu Xiaoxiao said. However, she didn't mention that Gu Ning was Hao Ran's boss now. She didn't want the rest of the people in the Gu family to think Gu Ning was better now. What? Hearing that, Lin Lijuan was shocked. Gu Ning was so different now. Lin Lijuan knew who Hao Ran was. Hao Ran was from a powerful family. She had even asked Gu Xiaoxiao to have a good relationship with the boy. It could be helpful someday in the future. Lin Lijuan also knew Hao Ran had a bad temper. It wasn't easy to get along with him. After the shock, Lin Lijuan laughed. I think that's good. She has bad blood with Hao Ran. She's doomed. Lin Lijuan didn't believe Gu Ning could defeat Hao Ran. She assumed Gu Ning was the loser. But, Gu Xiaoxiao almost told her mother that Gu Ning was Hao Ran's boss now, but she restricted herself. But, Gu Ning won't apologize to me. I hate her. What happened? What happened with Gu Ning? Before Lin Lijuan could say something, an old woman's voice sounded. Then, a 60-year-old woman walked out from the passage. This woman was Gu Ning's grandmother. Gu Ning's grandmother lived a good life, so she was still as energetic as always. She was a stubborn old lady, but didn't dare to stand up against Lin Lijuan. Although Lin Lijuan was pushy, she would ignore her mother-in-law as long as she was in control. All in all, Lin Lijuan and her mother-in-law got along well with each other. Gu Ning's grandmother had visited her relatives yesterday, so she had no idea about what had happened between Gu Ning and Gu Xiaoxiao. Grandma, Gu Ning hit me with a plate yesterday in the canteen. She even slapped me, and won't apologize. I'm so annoyed, Gu Xiaoxiao complained at once when she saw her grandmother. What? Gu Ning dared to hit you with a plate and slapped you. She's such a bastard. The old lady was in a rage. Actually, in the old lady's eyes, Gu Ning was a humiliation to the Gu family, because she didn't have a father. Gu Ning hated her grandmother too, because her grandmother had been calling her a bastard ever since she had been a little girl. Exactly. Grandma, could you please kick them out of the old house? Gu Xiaoxiao begged. She looked vicious. Well, the old lady was a little reluctant to do that. She disliked Gu Ning and Gu Man very much, but never thought of kicking them out. After all, Gu Man was her daughter. She felt sympathetic to her. Most importantly, before her husband had passed away, he had warned her not to kick Gu Man and Gu Ning out of the old house, or he would come to her even if he had to become a ghost when he was dead. Gu Ning's grandmother believed in superstitions, so she never had the idea of kicking Gu Man and Gu Ning out. Seeing her grandmother wasn't willing to do that, Gu Xiaoxiao knew it couldn't work. She then changed her mind. Grandma, could you ask Gu Ning to apologize to me? As long as I'm satisfied, I can forgive her. No problem. I will call Gu Ning right now, and tell her to apologize to you. This time, the old lady didn't reject, but pulled out her phone at once. But the old lady didn't have Gu Ning's phone number because she hated Gu Ning so much, so she could only call Gu Man. It was around 10 p.m., and wasn't very late. Gu Ning and Gu Man hadn't gone to bed yet. They were watching TV. At that moment, Gu Man's phone rang. It was her mother. Before she could say a word, her mother shouted in anger, Gu Man, what a daughter you have. How dare she hit Xiaoxiao with a plate, and even slap her? A bastard is a bastard. She has no manners at all. Ask Gu Ning to apologize to Xiaoxiao until Xiaoxiao is satisfied. It was an irresistible order. Gu Man's mother almost yelled, so Gu Ning could hear her clearly. Gu Ning actually didn't care how her grandmother thought of her, but she couldn't stand her grandmother calling her a bastard. Gu Man knew it wasn't Gu Ning's fault. She felt aggrieved. And hearing her mother call her daughter a bastard, Gu Man was hurt. Although Gu-man was weak, she cared about her daughter. She would not allow her daughter to be called a bastard. This time, Gu-man was totally annoyed. She almost roared with tears, "Mom, Ning is not a bastard. She's my daughter. Even though you dislike her, you can't swear at her in that way. You can't just believe Xiaoxiao's words. Ning didn't hurt her at all. Besides, it wasn't Ning's fault. It was Xiaoxiao who humiliated Ning first. Why should Ning apologize?" The old lady was surprised by Gu-man's emotional outburst. She didn't get her mind back till a while had passed. Then she was more irritated than surprised. Gu-ning is a bastard. I won't admit she's my granddaughter. She must apologize to Xiaoxiao, or you both have to leave the old house. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Be Kicked Out of the Old House. The old lady was actually so mad that she had blurted out what Gu Xiaoxiao wanted. She didn't really want to kick Gu-man and Gu-ning out. She just wanted to threaten them. Gu Xiaoxiao, who stood aside, was gloating over her victory. "Mom," Gu-man called helplessly. She wanted to argue back, but burst into tears and could barely say a word. Gu-ning immediately grabbed the phone from Gu-man. She said coldly, "You old bitch, let me tell you something. I will not apologize. Do you want to kick us out of this old house? Fine, we'll move out, but remember what you've said today. I'm not your granddaughter. No matter what happens to you all in the future, it's none of my business." Then, Gu-ning hung up with great force. Gu-man didn't stop or blame Gu-ning. Her heart was completely broken due to her mother's attitude towards them. On the other side, the old lady was trembling in anger, swearing at Gu-ning loudly. "Li Juan, if Gu-man and Gu-ning won't move out tomorrow, you can find someone to kick them out." The old lady had intended to threaten Gu-man so that Gu-ning would apologize to Gu Xiaoxiao. But now that Gu-ning had yelled at her, the old lady decided to kick them out of the old house. Meanwhile, both Gu Xiaoxiao and Lin Lijuan were excited. They had no sympathy for Gu-man and Gu-ning at all. In the hospital. "Mom, let's stay in the hospital these days. I'll go to the old house and bring our important stuff back tomorrow. And I'll buy a new house as soon as possible, then we can move in," Gu-ning said. Although Gu-ning had already decided to buy a house in Fenghua Luxury Mansion, she needed to go to City G to earn more money first. Great. Gu-man listened to Gu-ning on everything now. Since Gu-man stayed in a VIP patient room, nurses would take good care of her. Moreover, and Qian also accorded special attention to Gu-man. Gu-ning didn't need to worry about her mother. The next morning, Gu-ning went back to her school. Gu Xiaoxiao went to school early too. She couldn't wait to make fun of Gu-ning. Although Gu-ning was still mad about what had happened yesterday, she continued to finish her daily routine. She, along with Mu Ke and Yu Mixi, were running in the early morning. This time Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping also joined them. Gu-ning didn't specifically tell them how many circles to run because they were all active in training. Hao Ran and his brothers even performed better than Mu Ke. This morning, Yu Mixi followed them running at the same pace for a circle. She slowed down obviously in the second circle. By the third circle, she was jogging. At last, Yu Mixi still finished 5 circles, which amounted to 2,000 meters. Mu Ke finished 8 circles, while Hao Ran together with his brothers followed Gu-ning and finished 10 circles. After the running, Hao Ran and his brothers were all exhausted. They sank down to the ground immediately. Gu-ning was in a better condition than them. She was a little tired, but not worn out. Her body was still in her control. At the beginning, Gu-ning's speed and step stayed steady, but after 7 or 8 circles, she obviously slowed down. She wasn't physically strong after all. In her last lifetime, she could still catch her breath after dozens of kilometers. She had trained herself day by day to get a strong body in her last lifetime. In this lifetime, she was determined to train herself continuously to have a strong body. After a long break, Hao Ran and his brothers were able to utter a word. "B-boss. How come you don't seem exhausted?" Hao Ran asked with great admiration. "Exactly. Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping agreed. As long as you keep on exercising, you'll get stronger and stronger. You can all do it easily in the future, Gu Ning encouraged them. Yes, as long as you kept on exercising, you would get stronger and stronger. Dozens of kilometers wouldn't be a difficult task to finish. Anyone with determination could do that. Hearing that, all the boys were excited. I will keep on training, and be stronger. Me too. Me too. Alright, I have something to deal with this afternoon. You can do whatever you want, Gu Ning said. She needed to go to the old house to take some important stuff, then she would never walk into it again. Boss, are you going to the hospital to visit your mother? We'll go with you. The boys all believed Gu Ning was going to visit Gu Man. No thanks. I'm not going to the hospital, Gu Ning refused. She didn't want to say anything further. Hao Ran and his brothers then closed their mouth. Gu Ning and her friends went back to their classrooms several minutes before the morning class began. The 7th classroom was on the 2nd floor. Hao Ran and his brothers went to their classroom when they arrived at the 2nd floor. Gu Ning and the other two went straight to the 3rd floor. The minute they went upstairs, they saw Gu Xiaoxiao leaning against the railings alone. The three of them were all angry, because they knew Gu Xiaoxiao was the cause of Gu Man's fall. Gu Ning immediately knew the reason why Gu Xiaoxiao was here. She wanted to make fun of Gu Ning. But to Gu Ning's surprise, Chen Ziyao, Qin Jing and their friends were absent. In fact, Chen Ziyao hadn't come to school yet and Qin Jing and his friends seemed to be a little afraid of Gu Ning, so they didn't come either. Gu Xiaoxiao enjoyed her victory so much that she even ignored the anger of Mu Ku along with others. She laughed when she saw Gu Ning. Gu Ning. I told you to apologize to me. And you wouldn't listen to me. How dare you yell at our grandma? Well, grandma demands that you and your mother move out of the old house today, or you'll be kicked out. Hearing that, Mu Ku and Yu Mixi rounded their eyes in shock. What? If Gu Ning didn't apologize, she would be kicked out? At the beginning, they had thought Gu Xiaoxiao must be bragging. The Gu family wouldn't kick Gu Ning and her mother out because of such a small disagreement. Unexpectedly, the Gu family did. That was so vicious. I will move out before tomorrow, Gu Ning said calmly. Gu Xiaoxiao didn't expect Gu Ning could still remain calm now. She was disappointed that she failed to see Gu Ning being nervous and terrified. Gu Xiaoxiao believed Gu Ning must be pretending, and she wanted to tear Gu Ning's disguise apart. Thus, even though Gu Ning had promised she would move out, Gu Xiaoxiao still didn't want to leave Gu Ning alone. Gu Ning, even though you don't care about yourself, how can you not care about your mother? The rent outside is so high. Can you afford it? If you apologize to me till I'm satisfied, I can ask grandma to let you stay, Gu Xiaoxiao continued. She was eager to let Gu Ning beg her. She wanted to stay proud before Gu Ning. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Beat Gu Xiaoxiao Again. In Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Gu Ning could never be better than her. Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to bully and make fun of Gu Ning forever. Now Gu Ning dared to stand up against her, which was unacceptable to Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao, stop it. Hao Ran and his brothers along with me won't let our boss be homeless. Muka couldn't tolerate it any longer. He criticized Gu Xiaoxiao at once. Gu Xiaoxiao was annoyed. She didn't expect Mu Ku and other boys would treat Gu Ning so well. Why? Why was Gu Ning so lucky? No, she couldn't accept it. Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of jealousy. She deliberately raised her voice. Gu Ning, how could you be so shameless and behave like a mistress who relies on a man to support her? Gu Xiaoxiao's voice immediately attracted lots of attention. At the same time, Gu Ning became mad. Before Gu Xiaoxiao could finish, Gu Ning raised her hand and slapped Gu Xiaoxiao with a snap sound. Gu Xiaoxiao shouted in pain. Gu Xiaoxiao was struck dumb. She was surprised that Gu Ning dared to hit her, even though it wasn't the first time. Gu Ning looked at Gu Xiaoxiao coldly. Her sight was like a sharp icy knife. Gu Xiaoxiao was frightened at once. Moreover, the intense cold which spread from Gu Ning surrounded Gu Xiaoxiao, making her tremble. Gu Ning said with solemnity, "Gu Xiaoxiao, who told you I rely on a man to support me? Don't spread that rumor, or I'll sue you for slander." "You," Gu Xiaoxiao tried to retort, but Gu Ning raised her hand again. Two palms fell heavily on Gu Xiaoxiao's face, with two snapping sounds. This time, Gu Ning used even more strength than the last time. Gu Xiaoxiao's cheek swelled at once. She screamed in pain, "Gu Ning, why did you hit me?" Gu Xiaoxiao's scream was heard by all the students on the third floor. The morning class hadn't begun yet, and the students all ran out to see what was going on. Gu Xiaoxiao was a beautiful girl who was from a rich family. She was also a student in the top classroom. Many students had heard of her name. As for Gu Ning, after what had happened yesterday, she gained great fame among her schoolmates. Everyone knew who these two girls were. Following Gu Xiaoxiao's question, the crowd looked to Gu Ning, wanting to know the reason why Gu Ning hit Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Ning ignored the attention from the onlookers. She coldly said to Gu Xiaoxiao instead, "Because you sent photos of me in a fight to my mother yesterday. My mother had been scared and fell down the stairs. You're lucky that my mother wasn't hurt seriously, or it would cost more than 2 palms." Hearing that, everyone knew the context. Since Gu Xiaoxiao deserved this, no one felt sympathy for her. Gu Xiaoxiao was shocked by Gu Ning's explanation. She didn't expect it would end up like that. She merely wanted Gu Man to criticize Gu Ning. Meanwhile, she didn't feel guilty at all. She only felt a little upset because she had hurt someone. "Gu Xiaoxiao, stop crossing the line. I will not feel sorry about what I do to you from now on," Gu Ning warned her at the end. Then she walked away directly. Mu Ke and Yu Mixi glared at Gu Xiaoxiao, then left too. After Gu Ning was gone, the crowd started to discuss immediately. How could Gu Xiaoxiao be so vicious? It's none of her business that Gu Ning fought with others. How could she send Gu Ning's mother a message to terrify her? Gu Ning's mother even fell down the stairs. Exactly. She even said Gu Ning relies on a boy to support her. She deserved to be hit. Most of the students chose to believe Gu Ning, because Gu Ning seemed so angry. Why would Qingjing like such a vicious girl? An admirer of Qingjing said with dissatisfaction. He probably just likes her appearance. Birds of a feather flock together. I've seen Qingjing pick on Gu Ning. Yeah. I've seen that too. This time, Qingjing was also criticized by the crowd. He deserved it too. You people, Gu Xiaoxiao was so mad, and she couldn't tolerate herself being criticized before everyone. She ran downstairs crying. She had been slapped 3 times by Gu Ning. Her cheeks were red and swollen. She felt too embarrassed to go back to her classroom, so she went back home afterwards. When Gu Xiaoxiao ran away, the bell rang. Everyone immediately went inside their classrooms. Gu Xiaoxiao met the head teacher of the first classroom on her way out of the teaching building. The head teacher was named Wang Qingqi. He was a serious man with glasses, in his early 40s. Wang Qingqi was about to question Gu Xiaoxiao about where she was going when the morning classes began, but he noticed the red marks on her cheeks. He was a little surprised. "Gu Xiaoxiao, what happened to your face?" Seeing Wang Qingqi, Gu Xiaoxiao was slightly unwilling to tell the truth at first, but then she still explained, "It's Gu Ning from the 4th classroom. I had an argument with her, and she slapped me 3 times. I feel too embarrassed to go back to my classroom." The reason why Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't willing to tell Wang Qingqi the truth was that she knew Wang Qingqi was an upright person. Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't hopeful that Wang Qingqi would stand up for her. Although Gu Xiaoxiao was selfish and didn't feel guilty at all about what she had done to Gu Ning, she wasn't dumb. She knew this time was her fault. Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao knew clearly that it wouldn't be helpful even though she told the teacher. That was also the reason why she had turned to her family instead of her teacher for help when Gu Ning had hit her with a plate last time. Her family would always protect her no matter what she had done. Indeed, Wang Qingqi and Zhang Qiuhua were the same kind of teacher. They both were honest and never yield to power or wealth. Accordingly, though feeling displeased, Wang Qingqi didn't criticize Gu Ning at once. Gu Xiaoxiao had said herself that Gu Ning had slapped her because of an argument. Either because Gu Ning was bad-tempered or because Gu Xiaoxiao had irritated her, Gu Ning had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao. Wang Qingqi got to know about Gu Ning on the school's forum yesterday as well. Although he didn't like students who fought, he had to admit Gu Ning was powerful to be able to defeat 3 boys. Do you think you've done anything wrong in this argument? Wang Qingqi asked. If Gu Xiaoxiao had not done anything wrong, he would help her, otherwise he would not get involved. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Chu Peihan joins. Gu Xiaoxiao was so eager to say she had done nothing wrong, but she changed her mind. I did say something terrible. Hearing that, Wang Qingqi immediately understood. Then go back home and use ice blocks to cover your face. You'll recover soon. Then, Gu Xiaoxiao left. But after a second, Gu Xiaoxiao called her mother Lin Lijuan and complained. She told Lin Lijuan that Gu Ning had just slapped her 3 times. She didn't say why Gu Ning had slapped her, of course. No matter why Gu Ning had slapped her, Lin Lijuan would always blame Gu Ning. The bloody bitch. Bastard. How dare she slap my lovely daughter? Sweetie, you come back home now. I'll never let her get away with it, Lin Lijuan said in great anger. The minute Lin Lijuan hung up, she called Gu Man. Gu Man was asleep at that time. The ringtone woke her up. Gu Man took a look at the phone. The caller was Lin Lijuan. She didn't want to answer it because she knew Lin Lijuan wasn't a kind person. However, the phone continued to ring. Gu Man had to answer it at the end. What? Gu Man asked coldly. Gu Man, your daughter slapped Xiaoxiao this morning. If you don't bring Gu Ning to apologize to Xiaoxiao, I'll make you both pay for it. Lin Lijuan shouted. Gu Man was a little surprised at first, then immediately realized what had happened. She didn't blame Gu Ning at all, but questioned Lin Lijuan. Do you know why Ningning has slapped Xiaoxiao? Do you think Ningning must be bullied and stay quiet, while Xiaoxiao is superior to my daughter? Lin Lijuan didn't feel guilty at all. She said with arrogance, of course. Gu Ning can't compare with Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao is our dear daughter, while Gu Ning is merely a bastard. Lin Lijuan. Gu Man's face turned red in anger. She shouted, stop calling Ningning a bastard. She is my daughter. So what? She doesn't have a father anyway. She's a bastard, Lin Lijuan continued. Gu Man was deeply hurt, but couldn't argue back. She hung up, and burst into tears. Ningning had a father. They hadn't been abandoned. Ningning's father had only passed away. Lin Lijuan was hung up on by Gu Man. She was so annoyed that she almost smashed her phone. After a while, she called again because she wasn't done yet. However, Gu Man wouldn't answer the call. Lin Lijuan even used Gu Man's mother's phone to call her. Gu Man wouldn't answer either. Both Lin Lijuan and Gu Man's mother were in a rage now. How dare they do that? Are they going to leave the Gu family? Do they think they can survive without us? Gu Man's mother snapped. If Gu Man and Gu Ning had heard their talk, they would laugh out in anger. For the past dozens of years, the Gu family had never helped them. Gu Man and Gu Ning had always depended on themselves. And the old house was left by Gu Man's father. Besides, Gu Man paid the rent. Qingjing texted Gu Xiaoxiao because she didn't come to classes. He then found out that Gu Ning had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Xiaoxiao went back home afterwards. Knowing Gu Ning had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao, Qingjing was mad at Gu Ning. But he wasn't as angry as he thought he would be. He didn't know why. In the 4th classroom, Xiao Feifei stared at Gu Ning unkindly as usual, and Gu Ning still ignored her. After the morning class, Chu Peihan walked into the 4th classroom in anger towards Gu Ning. Everyone believed Chu Peihan was here to pick on Gu Ning. Some felt worried for Gu Ning, while some were waiting to see a drama. Basically, only Xiao Feifei and her friends couldn't wait to see the drama. However, Gu Ning glanced at Chu Peihan calmly. She didn't believe Chu Peihan was going to cause her any trouble. Chu Peihan went to Gu Ning, standing and staring at her from a higher position. She looked mad. Congratulations, Gu Ning. I had just left the school for 2 days, and you suddenly become the center. Now no one cares about me as the most powerful girl in the school. Gu Ning leaned backward slightly. Her arms crossed before her chest. She looked at ease, then asked airily, So? So? Everyone thought there would be a fight. However, they were terribly wrong. So, I must join you. I call you boss, and you teach me how to fight. Of course, if you need my support, feel free to let me know, Chu Peihan said with great sincerity. Everyone was shocked. They were not going to fight? How was it possible? Why did they suddenly become a group? It was totally unacceptable to Xiao Feifei and her friends. Why was Gu Ning so lucky to have all those students who were from powerful families be her friends? Okay. Gu Ning didn't reject. It was exactly what Chu Peihan had hoped. She was excited now. Chu Peihan used a pen on Gu Ning's desk to write down numbers on her notebook. This is my phone number. Text me. Then, she turned around and left. When Gu Xiaoxiao got home, her grandmother and mother saw her red, swollen cheeks, and both of them hated Gu Ning to death. At a break between classes, the head teacher asked Gu Ning about her mother's health. Gu Ning didn't hide the truth. She just didn't tell her teacher the reason why her mother fell down. The moment that morning classes were over, Gu Ning left her school, taking a taxi to the old house. She packed up some important stuff, throwing some abandoned stuff into the trash bin, then left. Gu Ning went to a delivery company first. She addressed the key to her grandmother before she went to the hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, it was already 1:40 p.m. It was 50 minutes away from the afternoon classes. Gu Ning didn't have much time. She left after she had a small talk with her mother. She would wait till the evening class was over, then talk with her mother. It was already Thursday. Gu Ning planned to go to City G the next afternoon. She had booked a plane ticket and hotel on the internet yesterday. She would fly to City G at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow, and arrive there around 8:30 p.m. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 49. Chapter 49, use WeChat to send a red envelope. A few hours later, Gu Ning's grandmother received the key. The second the old lady saw the key, she almost lost her breath. She didn't expect Gu Man and Gu Ning would really do that. Although the old lady was harsh, she wouldn't kick them out if Gu Man along with Gu Ning apologized to Gu Xiaoxiao. However, Gu Man and Gu Ning would move out rather than apologize. Well, very well. Let's see how tough they can be. The old lady clenched her teeth in anger. She believed Gu Man and Gu Ning would move to Gu Qing's place, because they were close. Thus, the old lady immediately called Gu Qing, and forbade her to help Gu Man and Gu Ning. Gu Xiaoxiao was greatly pleased that Gu Ning and her mother moved out of the old house. She would never forget that Gu Ning had slapped her 3 times this morning. Gu Qing didn't know what had happened until her mother called her, but Gu Man hadn't actually contacted her. Besides, Gu Qing was irritated when her mother forbade her to help Gu Man. Gu Qing seldom dared to argue with her mother, but this time she could stand it. Mom, Gu Man is your biological daughter after all. How could you be so cruel? She thought her mother simply disliked Gu Man and Gu Ning, but didn't expect her mother would be so cold-blooded. Her mother always liked sons over daughters. She and her sister Gu Man never had much of their mother's love. In addition to that, they had been bullied by their brothers, and had even done all the housework throughout their childhood. If it hadn't been for their father, they probably would not even have attended school. Gu Qing hadn't been good at studying, and had given up on receiving an education after high school. As for Gu Man, she had dropped out of her college, because she had gotten pregnant. The old lady didn't expect Gu Qing would dare to argue with her. She shouted in anger, I don't need you to teach me. If you ever take me as your mother, follow my order. Gu Man and her daughter deserve this. Let's see how tough they can be. Then, the old lady hung up with great force. Gu Qing was hurt by her mother's behavior. She decided not to listen to her mother. She was also worried Gu Man and Gu Qing would be homeless. She called Gu Man at once, providing help for them. Although there were only 2 rooms in her house, she thought it was acceptable to let Gu Man and Gu Ning live in one. Gu Man didn't reject Gu Qing's call. After Gu Man found out Gu Qing already knew they had moved out of the old house, Gu Man told Gu Qing she was in hospital. Knowing Gu Man had had an accident, Gu Qing couldn't wait to visit her. Though it was just an hour before Gu Qing was off duty, she asked for leave and went straight to the hospital. Gu Qing didn't find out that Gu Man stayed in a VIP patient room until she arrived. She was extremely astonished. Gu Ning had told her mother not to tell Gu Qing the truth for now, thus Gu Man only explained to Gu Qing that a doctor in this hospital was Gu Ning's friend. Gu Ning had done the doctor a big favor, and the doctor had arranged everything. As for why they had moved out of the old house, Gu Man didn't hide it and told Gu Qing the whole story because they were close sisters. After that, Gu Qing was really mad at her mother as well as Lin Li Juan and Gu Xiaoxiao. She also believed Gu Ning shouldn't apologize. Gu Xiaoxiao had been so selfish and overbearing. She deserved the slaps. Although Gu Ning would have bad blood with the Gu family and had even moved out from the old house, Gu Qing was happy to see Gu Ning could fight back. Gu Qing was actually concerned that Gu Ning would suffer more if she continuously behaved like a coward. Gu Man, you and Ningning can stay in my place. It takes time to find a new house. You don't need to rush, Gu Qing said. Don't worry about us. I have to stay in the hospital for a few days. Ningning and I will temporarily stay here. We're finding a new place now. I believe we'll have a new home after a few days, Gu Man explained. Fine. Gu Qing didn't insist. Oh, please don't tell others I stay here. Please keep it to yourself, Gu Man said. I understand. Don't worry, Gu Qing answered. She wouldn't tell others. After the afternoon classes were over, Gu Ning, Yu Mixi, Mu Ku, Hao Ran and his brothers along with Chu Peihan gathered together. Other than Yu Mixi, the others were all surprised. Wow. Brothers and sisters, come on, let's have a WeChat group for communication. Chu Peihan greeted the others the minute she saw them. Chu Peihan was an outgoing girl. Although she wasn't familiar with Mu Ku or Hao Ran and his brothers, she didn't feel strange at all since they were in a group now. Hearing that, everyone knew Chu Peihan had taken Gu Ning as her boss too. But they still looked to Gu Ning for confirmation. Gu Ning gave them an affirmative nod. Those young teenagers became good friends soon. Only Yu Mixi, who was introverted, stayed a little shy and quiet, but the others didn't ignore her, so Yu Mixi didn't feel lonely. She tried not to stay quiet, and talked to the others gradually. After a while, everyone added each other's WeChat accounts. They even had a WeChat group called Family of Fighters. Gu Ning was speechless. Didn't it sound violent? Everyone else liked that name very much, so Gu Ning didn't say anything. Come on, the group leader needs to send us a big red envelope, Hao Ran encouraged. No problem, there you go. Chu Peihan, the group leader, said. She sent out a big red envelope of 888 yuan. There were 7 people in the WeChat group, and everyone could get an uncertain amount of money depending on their luck. Gu Ning was the luckiest one. She got 300 yuan. Then was Yu Mixi, who got more than 200 yuan. Chu Peihan and others shared the rest of the money. Hao Ran only got 3 yuan, and he complained. What? How could I be so unlucky? 3 yuan? You must be kidding me. After that, the crowd went to have a meal first, and then went to train in the small forest. Chu Peihan hadn't witnessed how good Gu Ning's kung fu was yet, so she was excited to have a try. The minute they had arrived at the woods, she challenged Gu Ning to fight with her. Chu Peihan was skillful at fighting. She had also had professional training, and performed better than Hao Ran and his brothers. Therefore, Gu Ning didn't defeat Chu Peihan immediately. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 50. Chapter 50, I Like You. However, after a few rounds, Chu Peihan apparently wasn't able to continue. She lost in 10 moves. Although she had lost, Chu Peihan didn't feel disappointed. Instead, she was more excited. If Gu Ning couldn't defeat her easily, it would be wrong to regard Gu Ning as her boss. Chu Peihan was happy that she had chosen the right person. At the same time, Chu Peihan had an idea. Guning, I'm so eager to know who is better between you and my older brother. Could you have a try with my older brother someday? Sure. Guning agreed. She also wanted to have a try with someone who was as powerful as herself. Chu Peihan's older brother must be someone. Having Guning's permission, Chu Peihan was looking forward to it even more, but her older brother wasn't in CDF now. He would be back after a week. In the following training, Chu Peihan surprisingly found out that Guning was very professional, just like her older brother. Meanwhile, she was more curious about Guning. Was she really born in a poor single-parent family? Although she was curious, she had no intention to investigate Guning, which would be disrespectful. Chu Peihan didn't care what secret Guning had. She still believed that she had made a good friend. In the evening class, a boy stopped Guning when she was on her way back to the classroom. He was around 1.8 meters tall and kind of good-looking, but wore a serious face. Nonetheless, Guning knew he was using a serious look to cover his nervousness. He wasn't here for trouble. But, Guning felt confused. What was he doing here? The students, who sat under windows beside the passage, all looked over. They thought someone was here to cause Guning trouble again. Xiao Feifei and her friends were excited to see that. However, what happened next made their jaws drop. Guning, I like you. Would you like to go on a date with me? The boy asked. Hearing that, Guning was struck dumb. She didn't expect the boy would say that he liked her. The crowd were all in shock. What? He liked her? Not for trouble? Sorry, Guning rejected. She didn't want to date now, and the boy wasn't her type either. Besides, Guning was a 25-year-old mature woman mentally. She wasn't interested in teenage boys. Why? The boy immediately inquired. No specific reason, Guning replied. The boy didn't know what to say all of a sudden. After a second, he said, well, can we be friends then? If we get along well, we'll be friends naturally, but for now, we're merely strangers. It's too early to say we're friends. Guning didn't reject, nor accept. The boy believed he still had hope, and was happy. Guning, it's so nice to meet you. I'm Annie from the 6th classroom. It's me who is being rude. I'm sorry, but I'll work hard to gain your approval. Annie said with sincerity. The bell rang at that time and the evening class began. Annie said goodbye to Guning, then left. Guning and Yumixi walked into their classroom at once. The minute Guning stepped in, Xiao Feifei's sight followed her all the way. Although she was terrified by Guning and how ran yesterday, she remained jealous as usual. It was hard for Xiao Feifei to understand why Guning had so many admirers. In her eyes, Guning was just a little prettier than ordinary people, and wasn't a gorgeous beauty. Guning was also from a poor family, and not good at studying either. But Muku, the boy that Xiao Feifei liked, called Guning his boss. How could he do that? Xiao Feifei's blood was boiling. She had to think of some way to beat Guning. Those hoodlums had failed last time. Xiao Feifei wouldn't make the same mistake twice. As for Guning, she was used to Xiao Feifei's unkind looks, and couldn't care less about it. After the evening class, Guning went straight to the hospital. She ran for about half an hour to get there. At that time, there were few people in the hospital yard. It was quiet and a little ghastly. When Guning got to the patient room, Guman told Guning that Guqing had visited her today. Guman also told Guning the reason why Guqing had come. She looked at Guning with great care. She was worried Guning would be sad. The old lady is so cruel. Guning sneered. She was mad, but not sad at all. Her anger wasn't from the old lady's cruelty to her, but to Guman. Guman was the old lady's biological daughter after all. Guning always knew her grandmother liked sons over daughters, but she didn't expect the old lady would be so cold-blooded. And Gu Xiaoxiao was behind all of this. Guman sighed resignedly. She was hurt deeper than Guning. Even though Guning had made mistakes, Guman would be mad or heartbroken, she would never hate her daughter, or even treat her badly. Guman would cherish her daughter more. Because Gu Man looked at Gu Ning, then gradually became absent-minded. She seemed sad and as if she was missing someone. Gu Ning knew Gu Man must be missing Gu Ning's biological father. Was the resemblance that great? There was no hatred in Gu Man's eyes. Obviously, she was still in love with him. Gu Ning was suddenly curious about her father. "Mom, could you tell me something about my father?" Gu Ning asked. Gu Man was a little hesitated at first, then calmed down gradually. Ning Ning was 18 now. She couldn't keep it a secret from herself forever. She also didn't want Ning Ning to hate her biological father because of a misunderstanding. After a while, Gu Man opened her mouth. "Your father was a handsome man. He was tall, strong, smart and talented, but he lost his memory back then, and he didn't even know who he was. I called him Ning afterwards. I'd saved his life by accident. He was injured then. After that, we fell in love and stayed together. Your father was sophisticated. He became a supervisor after half a year in a company, then was promoted to be a manager of the planning department. However, an accident happened when he was on a business trip. The bus fell into the river. There were 23 people in the bus. Only 5 survived. 12 bodies were found. 6 were missing, your father included. Missing amounted to death." Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 51. Chapter 51, Head to City G. Gu Ning had believed the man had abandoned Gu Man, but the truth was totally different. Ning, that was the reason why Gu Man named her daughter, Gu Ning. When I was with him, I felt the happiness I'd never had. Thus, I thought of committing suicide after he had that accident. I knew it was selfish. It was unfair to my loving parents. And my elder sister. When I was full of those tangled emotions, I found out that I'd been pregnant for 3 months. Therefore, I continued my life and dropped out of the school. What had happened next wasn't a secret to Gu Ning. Gu Man's mother thought it was humiliating that Gu Man was pregnant before getting married. She had asked Gu Man to have an abortion, or she wouldn't admit that Gu Man was her daughter. Gu Man had chosen her child over her mother, thus she had left her home. She had then used money from her father to rent a house and try to find jobs. But she had been refused because of her pregnancy. After a few months, she had run out of money. Gu Man had to turn to Gu Qing for help afterwards. After Gu Man left her home, her father and Gu Qing had searched for her in vain. It had been Gu Man who had turned to Gu Qing on her own initiative. Gu Man's father then picked Gu Man up and took her back home. Under her father's protection, Gu Man had successfully given birth to Gu Ning. 18 years later, the old sadness was already gone, but Gu Man still felt unhappy every time she thought of those memories. The next day, Gu Ning got up early as usual. She ran to school, then continued to run with her friends. She didn't go back to her school until it was 5 minutes before the morning class. There weren't bathrooms in their school, so they couldn't take a bath even though they were all wet from that sweat. Luckily, they would take a shower when they went back home and they weren't smelly. "Boss, today's Friday. Let's go have some fun in our club tonight," Hao Ran said on the way back to their classrooms. "I like it. Gu Ning, go with us," Chu Peihan said with excitement. "Yeah. It's our place. It's safe," Qin Zixuan said. "We have a new kind of fruit drink. Girls love it. Boss, why not have a try?" Zhang Tianping added. "I need to go to City G this afternoon, sorry," Gu Ning replied. The crowd immediately felt disappointed. "Why are you going to City G?" Chu Peihan asked. "To deal with something," Gu Ning said. "Something about what?" Hao Ran inquired. "That's a secret," Gu Ning answered. Hearing that, they all felt bored, but since Gu Ning wasn't willing to tell, they stopped asking. "But, I'll buy gifts for you all," Gu Ning added. Knowing that, everyone was delighted again. "Sounds great." Although they all knew Gu Ning was from a poor family, they didn't reject her kindness because they believed Gu Ning wouldn't buy something expensive. Gifts showed affection and didn't need to be expensive. If you're not staying in the hospital these 2 days, should we go visit your mother? Muka asked with care. No, it's fine. And Qian will be there, Guning said. Guning absolutely wouldn't allow them to visit her mother, because she had lied to Guman, saying that she was going to City G with Muku. If they went to visit Guman would know the truth. At noon, Guning received a message from Qingjing. Qingjing invited her to have a talk. Guning didn't think there was any need to talk with Qingjing. She had forgiven Qingjing about the car accident, and that was the best she could do. If Qingjing stayed away from her afterwards, then everything would be fine. If he still came to bother her, she wouldn't be kind to him. Guning directly blocked Qingjing's number. Qingjing didn't get Guning's answer and was displeased. He stopped sending messages to Guning because he was mad. Recently, Qingjing always had Guning in his mind. He couldn't tell what his feelings for Guning were now himself. When he heard Guning and her mother had been kicked out by her grandmother because of Gu Xiaoxiao, he wanted to help. But Guning ignored his message. Gu Xiaoxiao stayed away from Guning today. She wanted to laugh at Guning, but she was afraid that Guning would beat her again. Xiao Feifei also kept a distance from Guning today, except for her unkind looks. Guning had a peaceful day today. She had already prepared everything she needed, so she took a taxi, heading to the airport directly after the afternoon classes were over. She had a backpack with her, and put all the documents inside her jade eyes. There was only a change of clothes in her backpack. She wanted to change when she arrived at the airport, because she couldn't go to City G in her school uniform. It was the rush hour, and the roads were crowded downtown. When the car left downtown, it moved fast again. Guning left her school at 5:50 p.m. and her plane would fly at 7:30. It took around 40 minutes to get to the airport. When Guning arrived, it was already 6:40 p.m. 50 minutes were left, so Guning wasn't in a hurry. She went to a washroom and changed her clothes. Jean shorts, a loose white t-shirt and a pair of white sneakers. Guning pulled up her hair, and looked energetic and attractive. Plus her flawless skin and her beautiful face. She was literally charming and shining. People around her would give her glances once in a while. Guning didn't have time to buy new clothes, so she was wearing her old clothing. Luckily, Guman always treated Guning well. Sometimes, Guman would buy some clothes of good quality to Guning, like the outfit Guning was wearing today. It wasn't expensive, but cost around 100 yuan. Guning stood in line to take her ticket, then she was in the lounge. In the lounge, Guning still had half an hour. It wasn't enough time for a meal, so Guning planned to have a cup of coffee. Coincidentally, the minute Guning walked in the cafe, she saw Qin Yifan with a young, beautiful lady. Guning, what a coincidence! Where are you going? Qin Yifan beamed when Guning appeared in his sight. He stood up in excitement, greeting Guning. The lady beside Qin Yifan was a little unhappy. She checked Guning out with an unkind look. She was jealous, especially when she found out Guning had a charming appearance. Guning had an acute mind. She immediately felt the unkindness from the lady, but she ignored it. Hi. What a coincidence. I'm going to City G. How about you? Guning planned to have a good relationship with Qin Yifan, so she was friendly towards him. Of course, Guning had no intention to disguise it. Wow, I'm flying to City G too. My plane will be leaving at 7:30 p.m., and you? Knowing Guning was heading to City G, Qin Yifan was even more excited now. Others might even believe he liked Guning. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Li Zhenjin. But for now, Qin Yifan only appreciated Guning. There weren't many people whom Qin Yifan thought highly of, so he was excited when he met Guning again. Me too. Guning smiled. What a great coincidence. Come over here, we can take the plane together later, Qin Yifan invited her with passion. Guning didn't reject. She followed Qin Yifan to his seat. Qin Yifan pulled out the chair for Guning like a gentleman. The young lady seemed upset once more. What would you like to drink? Qin Yifan asked. Coffee please, Guning replied. Qin Yifan called the waiter, and ordered a cup of coffee for Guning. Yifan, you haven't introduced the girl to me yet. The lady who sat aside opened her mouth. She called Qin Yifan in a deliberately intimate way. Then, Qin Yifan immediately turned to the lady. This is my friend, Guning. Guning, this is my uncle's daughter, Li Jinjin, he said to Guning. Nice to meet you, Miss Li. Although Guning knew Li Jinjin disliked her, she greeted her politely since Li Jinjin didn't actually hurt her yet. Nice to meet you too, Miss Gu, Li Jinjin replied. She hadn't figured out the relations between Guning and Qin Yifan, and didn't want to be rude. After that, Li Jinjin looked at Qin Yifan. I think Miss Gu is around 18 years old, right? Yifan, I'm curious, how did you meet Miss Gu? I told you this afternoon. I bought a king's green in the size of a quail's egg from a female student. The female student is Guning, Qin Yifan said. Saying that, Qin Yifan couldn't help but show his appreciation of Guning. Oh, that. Knowing that, Li Jinjin was surprised. At the same time, she was upset, because she clearly saw Qin Yifan's appreciation of the female student. She liked Qin Yifan, and had even told him plainly several times, but Qin Yifan explained that he only regarded her as his sister. When Qin Yifan was with her, he always seemed serious. However, when he was with the female student, Guning, he behaved so passionately. Li Jinjin was jealous. Oh, Guning, what are you going to do in City G? Qin Yifan asked. Just for a trip, Guning answered. Where are you going to stay? Qin Yifan asked with care. I'll stay in the Huangdang Hotel in downtown, Guning replied. Huangdang Hotel was a 5-star luxury hotel in City G. It cost hundreds of yuan to stay there for a night, but Guning chose to stay there for a reason. The hotel would arrange a free tailored car for its customers all day. In an unfamiliar city, Guning wasn't willing to rent a car, nor wait for a taxi. It was much more convenient to have a full-time chauffeur. Besides, she didn't lack money now. Great, I'll pass by the Huangdang Hotel later. Do you need a lift? Qin Yifan said. Yifan, hearing that, Li Jinjin was more displeased now. They wouldn't pass by the Huangdang Hotel at all. Actually, the Huangdang Hotel was far away from their destination. It would be late at night when they arrived at City G. If they were going to the Huangdang Hotel before going back home, they would have to waste more time on the road. Li Jinjin actually didn't care about the time. She simply disliked Guning. If Guning had been one of Qin Yifan's male friends, she wouldn't care at all. But before Li Jinjin could say another word, Qin Yifan stopped her with a glance. Li Jinjin was a little mad now, but she closed her mouth, because she didn't want to ruin her elegant appearance. Guning obviously knew what was going on here. Even though it was convenient for Qin Yifan to give her a ride, Guning had no intention to let him do that. Thus she refused, thank you so much, but the hotel will pick me up. Well, fine. If Guning had said she would take a taxi, Qin Yifan would have insisted on driving her to the hotel, but since the hotel would pick her up, he didn't insist. When will you be going back? If you have time, you can ask me out. I can take you for a tour, since I'm free all day, Qin Yifan said with delight. He totally forgot he was going to City G to deal with some business. Li Jinjin was eager to interrupt, but Guning opened her mouth first. I'm going to deal with something there, and I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Which meant she didn't have time. Before long, their plane was about to take off. Guning's and Qin Yifan's seat were all in the first class. Li Jinjin felt extremely unhappy. As long as Guning was present, Qin Yifan would talk to her and ignore Li Jinjin. Guning had actually wanted to buy a ticket in economy class, but the economy class was all booked. Guning then had to buy a ticket in the first class. Qin Yifan, Li Jinjin, and Guning all sat on the second row. Guning sat beside the aisle. Qin Yifan's seat was beside the window, but he exchanged with Li Jinjin to sit next to Guning. Li Jinjin was annoyed. If not for her appearance, she would probably argue with Qin Yifan now. Guning actually didn't want to talk much with Qin Yifan, especially in front of Li Jinjin. She didn't want to cause any misunderstandings or trouble. Therefore, when the plane moved up high to the sky, Guning closed her eyes to have a rest. Qing Yifan didn't bother Guning anymore. Guning didn't close her eyes all the way, because it wouldn't be natural. An hour later, the plane landed at the airport of City Ji. Guning and Qing Yifan walked out of the airport, then separated. Guning found a car from the hotel. She got in and headed straight to the hotel. When she arrived at the hotel, it was already 9:40 p.m. She checked in, walking upstairs directly. The minute Guning stepped in the right elevator, the left elevator opened, and several men walked out. The front man was Lin Xiaoting. Guning missed Lin Xiaoting by seconds. It wasn't a big deal after all. They were merely strangers who had only met each other twice. But it was still Guning's destiny to meet the man again. Guning went to her room and called Gu Man to tell her mother she was safe. In case Gu Man would ask to talk with Mu Ku or Yu Mixi, Guning hung up after a short time. She used an excuse that she needed to review some documents. Guning indeed was going to read documents. She hadn't read the books about emeralds and jade yet. She wanted to make full use of her time and read those books now. But before that, Guning used her WeChat, sending out a message to the Family of Fighters group to tell her friends that she had safely arrived. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School #Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Stone Gambling. There were thousands of chat messages above, which shocked Guning. These people were so talkative. Guning read those messages. Some asked whether she had arrived at City G, while some were curious why she was in City G. One said she was here to visit relatives, while one said she was here to meet a friend or a blind date. Guning felt like laughing. Guning, I'm in my hotel now, safe and sound. How ran, wow, boss is here. Chu Peihan, boss, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji, Mu Ku, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji, Qin Zixuan. Don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji, Zhang Tianping, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji, Yu Mixi, don't forget our gifts. Gift emoji, Guning laughed out loud. These people were so adorable. She hadn't decided what she would bring back to them as gifts yet. Guning, I won't forget. It's late now. I need to go to bed. Tomorrow is a busy day. Chu Peihan, fine, I'm more and more curious about what you're up to now. How ran, exactly, boss, are you going to live? In the lap of luxury without us? Mu Ku, nonsense, how ran, you're already living in the lap of luxury. Kick out emoji, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping, agree. Kick out emoji, how ran, you all bully. Me. Cry emoji, how ran, boss, I need your care. Pitiful face emoji, Guning, get out. Kick out emoji, everyone, lol. Laughing out loud emoji, how ran, you people. I'm going to die. Spurting. Blood emoji, Guning, alright, I'm going to make a big deal, and I'll tell you one day. Good night. Yu Mixi, good night, Ning Ning. Everyone, good night, boss. After the talk, Guning started to read. Stone gambling was also called object gambling. It meant that when the jade was mined, there was a layer of weathered leather wrapped around it. It was impossible to know the quality of it. It must be cut to know the quality of the jade. The original stones of jade were divided into two types, namely mountain material and seed material. As the name implied, the mountain material referred to the material from mountains. It had no outer skin and was a jade itself. However, most of the jade was poor in quality. The seed material was the raw material of stone gambling that people often referred to. The seed material was formed in the riverbed. The surface of the seed material was weathered, so the outer shell was formed. Thus the inner condition couldn't be seen. One could only rely on his experience to judge whether the inner part had formed an emerald. Those seeds were called raw materials or raw stones. The most profitable, most tempting, but also the most risky bet would be stone gambling. There was a saying in the jewelry industry, stone gambling was like life gambling. The winner could earn 10 times or hundreds times more money, and became a millionaire overnight, while the loser could lose everything. Compared with stone gambling, stocks, real estate and other risky trades all seemed mild and gentle. The buying and selling of the original stones of jade was the most mysterious trade in the jewelry industry. Its mystery lay in the word gambling. Therefore, the buyers always called it jade gambling or stone gambling. Generally, one couldn't tell what was in a stone from its appearance. Even with the technological advances today, there was no instrument which could quickly determine whether a stone was valuable or valueless through its shell. Therefore, the risk of buying and selling stones was very high, and it was also very exciting. Thus it was called gambling and was quite profitable if one won. Accordingly, this business had been going on since ancient times. The jade used to gamble was also divided into different classes, mainly depending on the type, color, and transparency. Again, the quality of the jade mainly relied on 3 points: type, color, and transparency. The type referred to the variety of jade. Jade from a good type was hard. The types from high to low levels were old pit glass, ice, hail, bean, oil green, hibiscus, gold, and so on. The type of the jade was of great importance. Color referred to the colors of jade. There were many colors of jade, but the best jade was mainly bright green. The colors from high to low levels were green, king's green, bright green, apple green, red, yellow, and purple. The production of jade in special color was relatively small. The color of jade must be combined with great transparency, and it must be less cracked in order to be priceless. Transparency was the ability of the jade to let the visible light pass through. The jade with a higher transparency was more valuable. The best jade was like glass, and was called glass bottom in the jade industry. After understanding the stone gambling, Gu Ning turned to the computer to learn about the domestic jewelry brand's history, development, fame, reputation, founders, and its chairman. Regardless of whether it was the first, second, or third, or not on the line, Gu Ning has read it all over. But the time was limited, so Gu Ning didn't check the foreign brands now. Besides, Gu Ning hadn't developed so fast. She wanted to be influential, but she also knew to take it slowly. The next day, Gu Ning got up at 7 a.m. She called for breakfast first, then brushed her teeth and washed her face. 30 minutes later, her breakfast arrived. Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry, because it was too early so the stores weren't open yet. At 8:30, Gu Ning called the reception and ordered a tailored car. The hotel was efficient. When Gu Ning went down to the first floor, her tailored car was waiting for her. Antiques and stone gambling were always together. So Gu Ning told the driver to take her to the antique market. It wasn't far from downtown to the antique market. She would arrive there after 40 minutes, if there was no traffic jam. On her way, Gu Ning took out her phone. Her friends were talking in the Family of Fighters group again. But Gu Ning didn't get involved in their talk. She took a glance, then put her phone away. When she arrived at the antique market, it was slightly past 9. The antique market was already active. Gu Ning knew she would spend a lot of time in the antique market. She would not make the driver wait for her for so long. So she told the driver to leave first, and she would call him when she needed to go back. The minute Gu Ning walked into the antique market, she became excited and nervous. The antique market in City G was much bigger than the one in City F. The objects were also in a larger number. The power of Gu Ning's jade eyes was thin now, so she decided to take a look at stones first. She wanted to absorb the power. Antiques and stone gambling were set separately on the two sides of the street. Following the sign, Gu Ning walked towards the street of stone gambling. The nearer Gu Ning was to the street of stone gambling, the more excited she got, just like there was a large amount of thick power and money waiting for her ahead. The market of stone gambling in City G wasn't very big. There were only around 10 shops, but people were everywhere. Gu Ning walked into the first shop. It wasn't big, and was around 40 square meters. There were piles of large and small stones on the ground and the platform. Those were raw materials of stones. These raw materials had already been selected by the boss, and were stacked in equal order. All marked with a price. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Get an Emerald. On the ground were raw materials of a low level, while on the shelves were raw materials of a high level. Raw materials could be sold by number or weight. The price of a raw material didn't rely on its size. From a professional point of view, if the skin was good and the green rate was high, it would be marked as a higher level, and was more expensive. Of course, the higher level didn't equal to a high green rate. After all, it was extremely difficult to choose the right raw material with jade in it. No one knew whether there was an emerald in a raw material. Therefore, even if it was a raw material of a low level, it was possible there was an emerald in it. It all depended on one's luck. There were many people in the store, and no one came to welcome Guning. Guning liked that though. She wasn't willing to shop with a salesman who kept talking beside her ears. Guning immediately used her jade eyes to scan over those raw materials. She checked those on the shelves first. They were supposed to be in the high level with high green rate. However, disappointedly, they were mostly white stones. Although there were some jade in them, the jade wasn't of good quality. It wasn't worth much even if you cut it out. Guning didn't want to waste her time on it. Then, Guning turned to the raw materials on the ground. They were all white stones again. It seemed a pair of jade eyes wasn't enough. Guning also needed good luck. She stepped out of this shop with disappointment, then entered another one. The result was the same. The raw materials were either white stones, or with bad jade in them. The power in Guning's jade eyes was thin, so she felt tired after a short time. She prayed in her heart, hoping to find jade soon. Otherwise, her power would be completely consumed soon. Without the power, she couldn't use her telepathic eyes. It seemed that God had heard Guning's prayer. When Guning was about to close her jade eyes, she found two raw materials with green jade in them among a pile of raw materials. One was almost as big as a football, while the other was merely bigger than an apple. Both of them were of good quality. Guning felt excited, but remained calm. She walked like an ordinary customer to the pile of raw materials. With a cart, Guning picked up those two raw materials with green jade in them. To avoid special attention, Guning also picked up another 3 raw materials in different size. They were all smaller than a football. Hey, how much are these in total? Guning pushed the cart to the counter. The boss was a little surprised to see Guning, who was a teenage girl, but since she was a customer, the boss treated her kindly. There were marks on the raw materials, so the boss didn't need to ask where Guning had picked those raw materials up. Those raw materials were all of a low level, and weren't expensive. 200 yuan a pound. Those 5 raw materials that Guning had picked up weren't big. They added up to 40 pounds, and cost 8,000 yuan. 8,000 weren't much as long as there were emeralds in those raw materials. If they were all stones, 8,000 would be too much. Guning paid her bill. The boss asked, "Miss, do you want to cut them out now?" "Yes, please," Guning replied. Guning was here for money. She definitely wanted to cut the raw materials on site, and sell to the emeralds right away. "Lao Zhang, come and cut the stones out," the boss called someone inside the room. "I'm coming." A man, who was around 50 years old, walked out from the room. He came to the counter, seeing Guning. He was surprised that the customer was a young teenager. Lao Zhang asked with uncertainty, "Miss, it's you who wants to cut the stones out, right?" "Yes," Guning answered. "Please follow me." Lao Zhang then guided Guning towards the area where they cut stones. Meanwhile, those customers in the shop all stood around them to have a look. Although there was a faint, almost zero, possibility to get jade out, it was the exciting point of stone gambling. Even if it was impossible to get jade out, the gambler would stay hopeful. Everyone who enjoyed stone gambling shared the same feelings. And the crowd was surprised the owner of those raw materials was a young girl. Most customers here were middle-aged men or the elderly. There were few young people, especially young girls around. Guning handed the worker a waste material first. The worker asked her, "Miss, how would you like to cut it? Rub or cut?" "Cut, please," Guning said. "Cut it directly, or draw lines first?" the worker asked again. Although he could tell this one must be a waste material, he needed to follow the customer's order. Cut it directly, please. It was a waste material. Gunning didn't care at all. Cutting a stone directly didn't mean to cut it randomly. The worker still needed to have a good judgment. The machine started to work. After one cut, it was nothing but a white stone. After another cut, there was still nothing in it. After the third cut, the stone had already been cut half out. Nothing in it. It was waste. The crowd felt disappointed after the result. But if there really was jade in it, the crowd would be envious. That was human nature. Gunning calmly picked up another waste material. It also proved to be a pure stone. The crowd began to feel bored. Some walked away. The third time, Gunning chose a big raw material with jade in it. Let me draw lines first, Gunning said, then drew some lines on it. She didn't draw the lines accurately, but basically the same. The machine started to work again. After one cut, the out layer was removed. There was a light green color open to the air. All of a sudden, Gunning sensed a kind of strong power. She was excited, and couldn't wait to absorb it. The power was absorbed into her eyes. She felt cool and comfortable. Her sight became better and she was energetic now. At the same time, the worker raised his voice in excitement, "The jade. There is jade in it." His voice immediately attracted everyone's attention in the shop. The people in front of them were all surprised and wide-eyed. It was so incredible. Those who had just left immediately turned back, and some who just entered the store, all came up. What? There is jade in it? Yes, there is jade in it. The onlookers seemed more excited than Gunning, who was the owner, because stone gambling was a high-risk business, and the green rate was always low. Most of the onlookers knew Gunning was the owner. They all looked to Gunning with envy, but Gunning stayed calm as usual. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Bid. The crowd all wondered whether this teenage girl understood stone gambling, or if she simply didn't care at all. "Young lady, would you sell this raw material to me for 50,000 yuan? Although there is a little light green color showing out, who knows if there is more inside, right? If there is no more inside, then it'll be waste. If you sell it now, you can earn 50,000 yuan anyway. If you don't sell it, you'll have nothing," a middle-aged man in a suit, who was a little fat and about 50 years old, said. If the raw material which was cut open had green in it, the cut was called a window. If the owner didn't want to gamble any further, he or she could sell it. The buyer was also gambling, of course, because a light layer of green didn't mean the raw material would be valuable. There was often only one thin layer of green in many raw materials, or the jade inside was very small. But a raw material with a window was much more expensive than a raw material without a window, like the one Gunning had bought for 2,000 yuan and the man later bid 50,000 yuan for it. The raw material showed green after all. It was possible that there was jade in it. If the green layer was thin, it would be waste. If there was jade in it, it would be worth a certain amount of money according to the size of the jade. The middle-aged man was simply trying to deceive Gunning. In his eyes, Gunning was merely a teenager and must know nothing about stone gambling. Even if there wasn't jade in the raw material, he could afford 50,000 yuan. But if there was jade inside, he could make a lot of money. Although Gunning didn't know much about stone gambling, she knew the jade in the stone must be extremely valuable. 50,000 yuan couldn't buy 1% of it. "I'll stay and gamble till the jade is all out. The most generous buyer will get it," Gunning said. The man was disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. The worker continued to cut. After the second cut, there was another layer of green shown, and the type of the jade was revealed. "It's valuable," the worker said in excitement. "The color is a little yellow. The quality is good. This is of the glutinous rice type." The boss came over, and was also thrilled. "Young lady, could you sell it to me in 500,000 yuan? The middle-aged man bid again. "I'll pay 800,000 yuan for it." 1 million yuan. 2 million yuan. When the price rose up to 2 million yuan, no one else bid again. The jade hadn't been fully cut out. It was still uncertain how big it was and how much it was worth. Gu Ning didn't stop them from bidding. After they finished, Gu Ning opened her mouth. I will sell it when the jade is fully cut out. The jade must be worth more than 2 million yuan. The worker then went on to cut the stone. He removed the out layer first, then started to rub it. Half an hour later, a jade which was as big as half a football was finally cut out. The glutinous rice type was jade of a high level. It was absolutely worth a lot. Moreover, its size wasn't small. 5 million yuan. 6 million yuan. 7 million yuan. 10 million yuan, a bright voice sounded. The bidder directly omitted the 3 million gap. An energetic old man of 70 years old walked inside. Oh, Master Fu, it's been a while. Nice to meet you again, a man immediately greeted. At the beginning of the month, my great-grandson was born. I've stayed at home for a long time, but it was uncomfortable to stay at home for too long. Thus I wanted to take a look around. Unexpectedly, I arrived on time when the top-grade jade was cut out. I wanted to buy it and make a gift for my great-grandson. Master Fu said. Master Fu was mainly engaged in real estate business, and many other industries. He was a very rich businessman with 8 billion yuan of wealth. His family was one of the third-tier richest families in a second-tier city like G City. Although the super-rich families could be divided into the first tier, second tier, and third tier, there were only 10 of them in all. Because only the top 10 richest people were able to be called the super-rich. And Master Fu was in the top 7 on the list. Of course, in addition to those super-rich people on the list, there were also many invisible super-rich families. It seems Master Fu is very interested in the jade of glutinous rice type, but I like it too. I'm afraid I have to compete with you, Master Fu, another man said. 11 million yuan. Although the man wasn't as wealthy as Master Fu, he bid a very high price for the jade. The most generous buyer will get the jade. Then, let's compete for it. 15 million yuan. Master Fu directly raised his bid by 4 million. 16 million yuan. 17 million yuan. 18 million yuan. 30 million yuan. The bid now was 30 million yuan. Master Fu had made it. 30 million yuan was almost the highest price of the jade. The buyer wouldn't lose money, but couldn't earn much either. The boss of the shop had mixed emotions. He was excited and regretful at the same time. Why? He was excited because someone had cut out jade from a raw material in his shop. That was great advertisement. His shop would be popular then. Meanwhile, he was regretful that he himself didn't know the raw material was worth a fortune. If he had known the raw material was so valuable, he would have cut it out himself. But the boss still understood that was how the industry of stone gambling worked. He was mentally prepared. Besides, it had happened before, so he soon accepted the reality. The man didn't expect Master Fu would bid such a high price for the jade. He had to give up at the end. Master Fu, you win. He didn't want to pay 30 million yuan for the jade. He was a businessman after all. He wanted to benefit from the deal, instead of losing money. Haha, Xiao Zhao, don't worry. Perhaps there is something better waiting for you. Master Fu comforted the man. Unexpectedly, what Master Fu had said became the truth later. Yes, the next jade in a smaller size was worth more than the previous one. Thank you, Master Fu. The man smiled with sadness. He knew it wasn't easy to get an emerald of top quality. Who is the owner of this jade? Master Fu asked. Gu Ning knew this jade of the glutinous rice type was a high-level jade. Even though it was far less valuable than the king's green, it was still very valuable. Gu Ning estimated it was worth about 30 million yuan, but when she really heard the bid of 30 million yuan, she was still shocked. She couldn't believe it was real. Gu Ning didn't get her mind back until Master Fu asked the question. She immediately replied calmly, "Nice to meet you, Master Fu. This jade is mine." Seeing it was a young girl, Master Fu was also surprised, especially since the price rose up to 30 million yuan. Gu Ning could remain so calm. She was able to stay as calm as always at such a young age. Master Fu had a good impression of Gu Ning. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 56. Chapter 56, The Next Emerald. Good girl, Master Fu complimented. Do you want a check or transfer? Transfer please, Gu Ning said. She took out her bank card and told Master Fu her account. Sure, Master Fu answered. He called someone to transfer the money right away. After a few minutes, Gu Ning received a message, which showed the 30 million yuan had been successfully transferred. Then, Gu Ning handed the jade to Master Fu. Miss, do you want to cut the rest? The worker inquired. Yes, please, Gu Ning answered. She gave a waste material to the worker. Master Fu was about to leave with the jade, but he stayed when Gu Ning continued to cut her raw materials. Since Gu Ning had already cut out a high-level emerald, the crowd was excited to see what would happen next. Although they all believed Gu Ning couldn't be so lucky as to cut out another jade, they were still full of hope. Unfortunately, the next one was a waste material. However, the crowd didn't disperse yet, because Gu Ning had one last raw material. Gu Ning hadn't successfully gotten an emerald until the third raw material of hers had been cut out. It could be possible that the last raw material had jade in it too. Still, there wasn't a strong possibility. The last one wasn't big. Gu Ning also knew the out layer wasn't thick, so she said, please rub this one. No problem, the worker replied. It took a while longer to rub a stone than cut it, but everyone was patient. After a while, green showed on the stone. The worker raised his voice in excitement. Firstly, there is an emerald, again. Gee, the girl is so lucky. 2 and 5 have jade inside. This time, the boss felt greatly regretful. There was only a little green that showed. It was hard to tell the type. The worker went on to rub the stone. The more the outer layer was removed, the more excited everyone got. When most of the outer layer had been removed, the type of the jade was clear enough. Jesus! Isn't it of the high ice type? High ice types were only a little worse than glass type, but they were also a type of high-level jade. It was even better than the glutinous rice type. This emerald was crystal clear, with great transparency. It belonged to the old pit, high ice type. Although it wasn't big, and only as big as 1/3 of the previous jade of glutinous rice type, its price wasn't much lower than the previous one. Gu Ning immediately absorbed the power into her jade eyes. As long as her telepathic eye space was full of the power, it would grow bigger. When the jade was fully cut out, a man bid at once, 20 million yuan. It was Master Fu's voice again. No one dared to follow up this time, because there were few rich people around. The man who had competed with Master Fu last time now, was about to cry. He said, Master Fu, didn't you say there is something better waiting for me? Why do you have to compete with me again this time? I'll pay 25 million yuan for it. This jade of the high ice type was more valuable than the last one of glutinous rice type indeed, but it wasn't big. It was worth around 25 million yuan. If it was made into jewelry, the buyer could earn about 10 million yuan from it. But if the bid went higher, it wouldn't be very profitable. Master Fu, instead, was determined to buy the jade. The most generous buyer will have the jade. I think it's pretty fair. The man didn't know what to do. If Master Fu bid again, he had to give up once more. Fine, this one is yours. Master Fu understood the man, whose name was Zhao Yafeng, wanted the jade so badly. They were acquaintances actually. Master Fu didn't want to lose a friend just because of an emerald. Zhao Yafeng was thrilled at once. Thank you so much, Master Fu. Thus, Zhao Yafeng got this jade of high ice type at the price of 25 million yuan in the end. Within a day, Gu Ning made 55 million yuan. Although Gu Ning seemed calm from her appearance, her heart was pumping faster and faster. She would scream out if allowed now. Miss Gu, it's so nice to meet you. I am the chairman of Furong Jewelry, called Zhao Yafeng. This is my business card. If Miss Gu cuts out any other high-level jade again, please let me know. I can buy it at a reasonable price, and please give me priority as a buyer. Zhao Yafeng was now fully convinced by Guning. Whether it was because of luck or real strength, it was truly rare to cut out 2 high-level emeralds from 5 raw materials. Guning had checked up on the domestic jewelry brands, their founders, and chairman online last night, so she naturally knew about the Furong jewelry brand. The headquarters of Furong Jewelry wasn't in City G, but it had many stores across the country with 2 billion yuan in assets. It belonged to the domestic third-line brand, and the chairman was Zhao Yafeng, who was about 40 years old. Zhao Yafeng didn't need to buy in Jade himself. He was just here for fun when he was inspecting his stores in City G. Guning was excited that Zhao Yafeng made friends with her on his own initiative. Therefore, if she was going to cut out more jade, she would sell some to Zhao Yafeng. They would be peers. Although peers always competed with each other, they could also cooperate. Guning accepted his name card with happiness. Sure, I'll call Mr. Zhao first if I cut out any high-level jade in the future. Young girl, please don't forget me. You can contact me too. I won't pay less than Zhao Yafeng. Master Fu took out his name card immediately, putting it straight into Guning's hand. Guning thought it was so funny to see those 2 buyers competing. Although Guning didn't know Master Fu's background now, she knew the old man must be wealthy and powerful. Guning didn't aim at the old man's wealth, of course. She just wanted to maintain a good relationship with her clients, especially super rich clients. Master Fu, you do this on purpose, right? Zhao Yafeng felt a little displeased. So what? You're not the only one who loves jade. I love it too. Master Fu argued back like a child. Young girl, do remember me, he kindly reminded Guning then. I will. Guning smiled. She was going to cut out many more emeralds in the future. It wouldn't hurt anyone if she sold some to Master Fu as well. Master Fu was happy to hear an affirmative answer. After that, Guning left the shop first. Before long, many people had heard the news that the shop had cut out 2 high-level jade. People all came to the shop for good luck. The shop became popular at once. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as Guning. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 57. Chapter 57, almost failed. Guning left the shop, then walked in another one. She luckily found another high-level jade and a medium-level jade. The high-level jade was as big as an apple, while the medium-level jade was a little bigger, and the size of half a football. Guning did not plan to cut the high-level jade out now. She had just cut out 2 high-level emeralds, and didn't want to cause a sensation. Thus she decided to cut out the medium-level one. The medium-level jade was sold out at the price of 8 million yuan. Guning continued to visit those shops. After 6 stores, she had collected another 7 or 8 high-level jade in different sizes. Their value varied, of course. The biggest one was as big as a football, while the smallest one was as small as an apple. Other than those high-level jade, she also accumulated 5 medium-level jade. As for the low-level jade, Guning ignored them directly. On her way, Guning cut out 2 medium-level jade, and earned 23 million yuan. And the rest, Guning didn't want to cut them out now. She had no intention to be famous. Till now, Guning had made 86 million yuan in total by cutting out jade. The price of those raw materials varied from high to low levels. The expensive one cost dozens of thousands of yuan a pound, while the cheap one cost merely hundreds of yuan a pound. Thus Guning had spent 3 million yuan on her raw materials in all. But if she cut out all her raw materials, she could earn 600 to 700 million yuan. Guning decided to collect more raw materials with jade in them before she sold some to Master Fu and Zhao Yafeng. Every time Guning bought a raw material, she would secretly put it into the telepathic eye space, so that she was able to carry a light backpack along the way. Guning stepped in a shop again. This shop was much bigger than those she had visited. There were a lot more customers as well as raw materials in it too. Hearing the talks among others, Guning then found out the shop just had a new group of high-level raw materials in. Those high-level raw materials were more likely to have jade in them. Of course, even though the green rate was higher, one needed to rely on his or her luck. Guning immediately used her jade eyes to scan over those raw materials. There were indeed emeralds in them, one was even red. There were 2 raw materials with jade in them. One was a little smaller than a football, while the other was as big as 2 apples. The raw material with a red jade inside was as big as half a football. The minute Guning found out there was a red jade in it, she liked it. Thus she pulled the cart ahead to it at once. However, when Guning moved near to it, a woman around 30 years old in a fashionable suit picked it up before her. Guning felt nervous. She knew the rules. You couldn't grab the raw material from others. You could only take it if others abandoned it. Guning didn't want to lose the other 2 raw materials with green jade inside as well, so she picked them up without further delay. Meanwhile, she fixed her eyes on the raw material with a red jade inside. As long as the woman put it down, she would pick it up. I don't think there is jade in this one. It looks ugly, a young man, who was standing beside the woman, said. Nonsense. You can never judge from its appearance. Just because it looks ugly doesn't mean there isn't jade in it, the woman retort. Hearing that, Guning's heart skipped a heartbeat. The woman must like this raw material too. Then the woman added, but, I need to consider whether to buy it. After that, the woman put the raw material down, secretly remembering its number. She liked this raw material, but hadn't made up her mind to buy it yet. The second the woman left, Guning picked the raw material up. She was greatly relieved. Fortunately, the woman hadn't decided to buy it yet, or Guning would have to miss this rare jade. It must be priceless. Guning continued to scan the raw materials with her jade eyes. She got another 2 with jade inside. Both were as big as 2/3 of a football. Those emeralds weren't enough, but Guning decided to pay her bill, putting them into the telepathic eye space first. It wouldn't be convenient if she carried lots of raw materials with her. The raw materials were the latest group, so they were expensive. The small ones cost 10,000 yuan a pound, while the big ones cost 20,000 yuan a pound. Guning bought 5 raw materials, which weighed 93 pounds. They cost 1.5 million yuan in all. Guning put those raw materials into the telepathic eye space, then went back to shopping. Before long, Guning found another one with a green jade inside. This time, the jade was much bigger. It was as big as 2 footballs. Guning immediately moved it to her cart. It weighed at least 50 pounds, and it cost 20,000 yuan a pound. That was to say, this raw material cost around 1 million yuan. Of course, Guning wouldn't care its cost at all. As long as there was jade in it, she would buy it even if it cost 10 million. The jade inside was worth far more than 10 million. Guning could figure out the types of the raw materials from its power. The thicker the power was, the more valuable the jade was. However, Guning still didn't know the exact price of the jade. The price depended on the buyer. Guning? Right when Guning put the raw material into her cart, she heard someone call her name. The voice sounded familiar, so she knew who he was before she saw the person. Guning looked over. It was Qin Yifan, who seemed surprised. She smiled kindly. Nice to meet you. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy some raw materials too? Qin Yifan was accompanied by Li Zhenjin and a young man who was around 27 years old. Li Zhenjin became upset when she saw Guning here. She hated Guning and didn't want to meet her again. On the other side, Guning didn't care at all. Yes. One of my old friends runs the shop. There is a new group of high-level raw materials, and I've been informed to have a look. Actually, I came to City G to check the raw materials here. But I didn't expect you're here for the same reason, Qin Yifan said. He looked delighted. No one knew whether he was so happy because he had met Guning, or because he had met an acquaintance. I'm interested in stone gambling too, but I'm a newcomer. I don't know much about it, Guning said. You can ask me if you have any questions, Qin Yifan said with kindness. Sure. Guning didn't reject, but it was another thing whether she would really turn to him for help. Li Zhenjin couldn't stand that Qin Yifan was so kind to Guning. She immediately walked over. There is a weathered leather shell on the surface of the raw materials, which makes people unable to see the jade inside. Thus many people think that the stone gambling completely relies on luck, which is actually a wrong idea. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 58. Chapter 58, Unkindness from Li Jinjin. The raw materials possess many characteristics. We can judge the internal condition of a raw material according to these characteristics. From the perspective of petrology, the jade inside has a certain correlation with the color of the outer shell. The characteristics of songhua, python stripe and moss. 1. Songhua, python stripe, and moss refer to surface features of crust, distribution of color, and characteristics of fissure skeins of raw jade, are important features for distinguishing the internal conditions of jadeite. Li Jinjin explained very professionally, like she was teaching Guning. However, the disdain and arrogance in her eyes betrayed her. Li Jinjin was merely showing off her knowledge, and humiliating Guning because she knew very little about stone gambling. While Li Jinjin was explaining, she checked the raw material in Guning's cart with her eyes. She then said with dislike, "There is no python stripe, songhua, or moss around this raw material. I'm afraid this one is a waste material, Ms. Gu." Li Jinjin's professional explanation received much acclaim from the people around her. This young lady is so knowledgeable at such a young age. True. There aren't many young people who know a lot about the raw materials of stone gambling. Hearing the praise, Li Jinjin felt more proud, like she had greatly defeated Guning. Li Jinjin's family was involved in the jewelry business too. She had grown up with a variety of jade, and had good acquaintance with the raw materials of stone gambling. In the past, she had cut out several medium-level jade. Although she had bought more waste materials, she had earned some money in all. The jewelry brand of the Li family wasn't in the third-line jewelry brands, but was famous in City G. The Li family had a wealth of 500 million yuan, which was a real super-rich family, but compared with the third-tier richest families, it was left far behind. Moreover, their company's assets not only belonged to the Li family, but also belonged to the shareholders. Li Jinjin's explanation was correct and true, so Qin Yifan wasn't aware she was being unkind. Miss Li is right, but a raw material without songhua, python stripe and moss doesn't mean there isn't jade in it. I like this one, and I would like to give it a try, Guning replied airily. Guning admitted that Li Jinjin was professional, but no matter how professional she wasn't able to determine which raw material had jade inside. Li Jinjin's professional knowledge couldn't be more accurate than her jade eyes. Guning knew there must be an emerald in this raw material, because of her jade eyes, while Li Jinjin was certain this was a waste material. It was obvious who was right. Guning only cared about who would be the winner. To win was the most important thing. Li Jinjin sneered, but pretended to compliment Guning. Miss Gu is so determined. Even though Qin Yifan didn't think highly of that raw material in Guning's cart either, he didn't know how to stop the argument since Guning seemed so sure. Yifan, brother, let's check the raw materials, Li Jinjin urged. She didn't want to stay with Guning. Guning, why don't you join us? Qin Yifan kindly invited. Yifan, Li Jinjin wanted to stop him. But before Li Jinjin could say another word, Guning refused first. Thanks, but I don't think there is a need for that, since the shop isn't big. Well, fine. If you need any help, please let me know. Qin Yifan didn't insist. The shop wasn't big. It wasn't difficult to meet again. Guning nodded, then pulled her cart away. Right at that moment, the woman who had picked up the raw material with a red jade inside came back. Apparently, she decided to buy the raw material. But unfortunately, the raw material was Guning's now. The woman was disappointed and regretful. She had lost the raw material that she liked. Guning ignored her and kept on shopping. Before long, 2 raw materials with jade inside came into Guning's sight. One was as big as a football, while the other was as big as 1/3 of a football. The second one was in the hand of a man, who was around 40 years old. Guning obviously couldn't go and grab it. Guning picked up the other one. She stopped looking at the one in the man's hand. She wasn't that selfish to have all the raw materials with jade inside. The reason why she had stared at the raw material with a red jade inside was that red jade was rare. She didn't want to miss it. Since it hadn't been cut out yet, Guning had no idea whether it was high level or medium level. Guning turned to another pile of raw materials, and got another 2 with green jade inside. Although they were only as small as an apple, the color was special. After a while, she got another one which was as big as 2 footballs. Guning planned to cut out 2 or 3 raw materials here. She also picked up 2 big waste materials as a disguise. Guning was easily noticed, for she was a young girl. Besides, she picked up raw materials so carelessly, which also attracted a lot of attention from people around her. Guning knew people were staring at her, but she didn't care. The raw materials Guning had chosen weren't small, nor cheap. They cost 4.5 million yuan in total. After paying her bill, Guning noticed the man was still checking the raw material in his hand. She had an impulse to tell the man to buy it now. But she also knew the man possibly wouldn't believe her. She wasn't an experienced expert after all. Gee. Isn't this the boss of Zhoufu Jewelry, Zhou Jinghong? Oh, the ex-boss, because I am the boss of Zhoufu Jewelry now. What? Do you still have money to play stone gambling after you've lost everything? A bright, but sarcastic male voice sounded. Everyone, Guning included, looked over at once. Zhoufu Jewelry had 16 years of history with hundreds of millions in assets. It was a relatively low-level brand. The previous chairman was Zhou Jinghong, and Xiaoping became its chairman half a year ago. The reason was still a secret. Xiaoping was in a suit with a briefcase in hand. He was a little fat, walking with his head up and chest out. He was followed by several men, and looked like a powerful man. But Xiaoping squinted his eyes with viciousness. Hearing that voice, Zhou Jinghong, the man who was holding the raw material in hand, quickly raised his head. Xiaoping, Zhou Jinghong, clenched his teeth. His eyes were full of hatred. Facing Zhou Jinghong's hatred, Xiaoping didn't care at all. He continued to mock, I heard that you want to restart your business, but I think you can stop, and save the money for your son's tuition fee. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Guning's Plan. Zhou Jinghong didn't want to argue with Xiaoping in public. Besides, he had no chance to win. Thus Zhou Jinghong swallowed down his anger, saying coldly, it's none of your business. Xiaoping, take care of yourself in case something bad happens to you out of the blue. I'm not afraid at all. Who cares what a loser says? Zhou Jinghong, do you have enough money to buy one piece? If you don't have, I can lend you some, Xiaoping humiliated Zhou Jinghong. Who says who can't afford? Uncle Zhou, let's go to the counter. Guning walked over, pulling Zhou Jinghong away, before he could struggle. Zhou Jinghong was very surprised. He didn't expect the young girl would be that strong. He understood this young girl was helping him, but he did not have money to buy the raw material. Xiaoping didn't know Zhou Jinghong was with a young girl. He was a little upset, but also wanted to know what Zhou Jinghong could get. Young girl, I'm not buying, Zhou Jinghong said awkwardly. Mr. Zhou, I know you're still optimistic about this raw material, but you have concerns. In fact, I'm also optimistic about this raw material. If you are not willing to take full risks, we each can pay half of this raw material. If it's valuable, we can share the profit. If it's not, you won't lose much money either. Guning knew Zhou Jinghong liked this raw material too, but because he lacked money, he hesitated. If Zhou Jinghong planned to buy this raw material, Guning wouldn't compete with him. She could wait till he dropped it. But Guning had her own plan. She approached Zhou Jinghong for a reason. Well, Zhou Jinghong changed his mind. He did not dare to take the risk, but also liked this raw material. Thus he hesitated. If someone was willing to share the cost with him, he would like to try. But it was a young girl. Zhou Jinghong believed she didn't need to take the risk. He didn't want to take advantage of a young girl. Young girl, if it's a waste material, you will lose money too, Zhou Jinghong said. I know, but if it's valuable, I'll win money. Besides, that's gambling, Guning replied. Zhou Jinghong hesitated for a while longer, then agreed at the end. This raw material weighed around 6 pounds. It cost 10,000 yuan a pound, and around 60,000 yuan in total. The buyer of the raw materials needed to register and sign. Since they bought it together, they needed to sign both of their names. After signing and paying, Gu Ning let Zhou Jinghong take the raw material to cut it out together. On their way, Gu Ning pushed her cart with her. Zhou Jinghong was astonished. Did you buy all of these? Yes, Gu Ning answered. Zhou Jinghong swallowed with great force. This young girl must be from a rich family. Since she was a rich kid, Zhou Jinghong was relieved. And they had already paid the bill. Xiaoping stood afar, looking at Zhou Jinghong. So he had no idea Zhou Jinghong and Gu Ning bought the raw material together. Besides, Gu Ning was merely a teenager. Xiaoping didn't believe Gu Ning bought it, so he believed Zhou Jinghong must be the only buyer. He knew although Zhou Jinghong went bankrupt, he wasn't that poor and could afford a raw material. But when Xiaoping noticed the cart full of raw materials pushed by Gu Ning, he was shocked. How could Zhou Jinghong afford those raw materials? They cost at least millions. Xiaoping immediately walked over. Gee. Zhou Jinghong, how can you afford these raw materials? Zhou Jinghong didn't want to talk with Xiaoping, but he didn't want to cause a misunderstanding either. So he explained, these aren't mine. Hearing that, Xiaoping was relieved, then he mocked, indeed, I forget you're too poor to afford that many raw materials now. But if these raw materials weren't Zhou Jinghong's, then it must be the young girl's. Who can afford all of these raw materials at one time? This young girl must be from a rich family. Xiaoping thought. What's her relationship with Zhou Jinghong? No matter what the relationship between them was, Xiaoping felt jealousy already. He was worried that someone would help Zhou Jinghong to restart his business, which would be a threat to him. He had done a lot to defeat Zhou Jinghong. Zhou Jinghong just gave him a cold glance, then walked straight to where the stones were cut out. Let's see what you can get. Xiaoping followed up. As long as there was someone to cut the raw materials, people in the shop would gather around to have a look. Although there were several machines, Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry to cut hers out. After drawing the lines, the worker started to cut. After a cut, a light green showed. The worker raised his voice in excitement, a green jade. The crowd was excited at once. The most excited one was Zhou Jinghong. A green jade. There was a green jade in it. Xiaoping, at the same time, felt upset, with his eyes full of viciousness. He had schemed so hard to make Zhou Jinghong go bankrupt. Was he going to fail? No. Before long, an emerald the size of a man's palm was fully cut out. Its color was light and pure. It was of the hibiscus type. Hibiscus type was the type ranked between glutinous rice type and ice type. It belonged to the upper quality types, and was very valuable. Feeling the strong power, Gu Ning naturally absorbed it in. The jade was out. People began to bid. 5 million yuan. 6 million yuan. 18 million yuan. At last, the jade of the hibiscus type was bid to a high price of 18 million yuan. It was sold at the price of 18 million yuan at the end. No one was more thrilled than Zhou Jinghong. He finally had money. Miss Gu. Zhou Jinghong walked to Gu Ning, wanting to talk about the money. You can keep all the money in your card for now, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Zhou Jinghong was struck dumb. Aren't you afraid I would take all the money and disappear? I trust you, Gu Ning said with determination. She didn't really trust Zhou Jinghong, but wanted to give him a test. If he ran away, then she had made a wrong decision. If he didn't, then he passed the test. With the money, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhou Jinghong to start his business afresh. And when he found out what were in Gu Ning's raw materials later, he would know what the right choice was. Feeling he was being trusted, Zhou Jinghong was moved. He was an upright man himself. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 60. Chapter 60, a bet. If he had been a malicious man, he would have thought Gu Ning was dumb to trust a stranger. Zhou Jinghong went to sign the contract, and Xiaoping had already left. Gu Ning planned to cut her raw materials out, when Qin Yifan and his friends came towards her. Both Qin Yifan and Li Jinjin had a cart with them. In Qin Yifan's cart, there were 2 materials, while in Li Jinjin's cart, there were 3 raw materials. Seeing there were 7 raw materials in Gu Ning's cart, Qin Yifan and his friends were all astonished. Jesus! He had checked for so long to choose these 2. Gu Ning had picked up 7 already. Was she buying expensive raw materials or cheap vegetables? Li Jinjin was amazed too, but then she sneered. Although she knew Gu Ning had a lot of money, she had never seen anyone waste money like that. Gu Ning, are you buying expensive raw materials or cheap vegetables? Qin Yifan found it interesting. I am buying raw materials at the price of cheap vegetables. Gu Ning laughed. She used her jade eyes to scan the raw materials in their carts. Qin Yifan had 1 big and 1 small raw material. The big one was a little bigger than a football. Unfortunately, it was a pure stone. The small one was as big as half a football. There was jade in it, but it was too small and in the size of a baby's fist. Gu Ning judged from the thickness of its fog that it was a high-level jade. But Gu Ning had no intention to tell him. She didn't want to cause herself trouble. As for Li Jinjin, she had 3 raw materials. 2 of them were as big as half a football. One was a pure stone, while the other had a medium-level jade inside. The last was slightly bigger than a football, but it only had a thin layer of green inside. Are you sure you're going to buy them all? Qin Yifan asked with uncertainty. He intended to remind Gu Ning to be careful, but he didn't stop her directly, because no one knew whether there was jade inside or not. If he stopped her, and there was jade in the raw materials, he would have done the wrong thing. Gu Ning would probably hate him for that. I already paid the bill, Gu Ning said. What? You already paid? Qin Yifan was shocked again. He didn't expect Gu Ning to be so efficient. How much did you pay? He asked. 4.5 million, Gu Ning answered. She stayed calm from the beginning to the end, like 4.5 million was nothing to her. Of course, she knew these raw materials were valuable, or she would not pay that much to buy 7 stones. Although 4.5 million meant nothing to Qin Yifan too, it was still hard for him to spend that large an amount of money on raw materials at one time. You're really indulging yourself. Qin Yifan didn't know what else to say. Miss Gu, do you plan to cut them out? I'm curious how many of them have jade inside, Li Jinjin said with disdain. Qin Yifan now noticed she was being unkind, and felt displeased. Jinjin, stone gambling largely relies on one's luck. Even you can't be 100% sure to cut out jade from every raw material with your professional knowledge. Songhua, python stripe and moss aren't the essential marks of a raw material with jade inside, Qin Yifan said plainly. Li Jinjin felt embarrassed. She agreed with what Qin Yifan had said, but she was mad that he stood up for Gu Ning against her. The silent man who followed them all along frowned a little. He was Li Jinjin's older brother. He apparently also felt dissatisfied that Qin Yifan helped Gu Ning. But what Qin Yifan had said wasn't wrong, so Li Jinyu could do nothing but stay quiet. Well, it seems Miss Li is confident about your ability. Why don't you pick one and compete with mine? Gu Ning challenged Li Jinjin. She didn't want to be a coward. People around them focused on them at once. No one wanted to miss the bet. Facing the challenge, Li Jinjin couldn't wait to accept it. No problem. You can use 3 of your raw materials to compete with mine. Whoever can cut out the most valuable jade wins. If no one can cut out jade, then it's even. Li Jinjin was confident there must be 1 raw material with jade among her 3 raw materials. At the same time, she also believed Gu Ning couldn't cut out a single emerald. Even if she had only 1 raw material with jade inside, she would win. Well, Qin Yifan hesitated. They had chosen these raw materials with great care. Although they weren't confident all of them had jade inside, there was a good possibility to cut out jade. And Gu Ning made her choices all by luck. It wasn't dependable. But before he could say something, Gu Ning already accepted. Very well, but we need to put money in the bet, or it will be boring. How much? Li Jinjin asked. Apparently she agreed. Let's say 10 million yuan, Gu Ning said. Sure. Li Jinjin answered without hesitation. Li Jinjin accepted Gu Ning's condition so quickly, not because 10 million yuan was nothing to her. Actually, she didn't have that much money herself. She was merely confident that it was impossible for her to lose. Now it was too late for Qin Yifan to stop them. One was his great old friend, the other one was his new friend. He didn't want either of them to lose, thus he could only pray it would be even. From the beginning to the end, Li Jinyu never interfered. He was obviously competent too. Li Jinjin picked a raw material randomly. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to scan it. It was a waste material. Thus Gu Ning chose a waste material too. Although it was a waste material, Gu Ning still paid. There were two machines. After Gu Ning and Li Jinjin had paid their bills, two workers started to cut the stones. Although Li Jinjin was confident, she paid a lot of attention to Gu Ning's raw material. After one cut, there was nothing in it. Then it was the second cut, and still nothing in it. After the third cut, it was still a stone. The raw material had been cut half out without any green. It must be a waste material. Seeing Gu Ning's was a waste material, Li Jinjin felt relieved, but hers was the same, which disappointed her a lot. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Be Proud Too Early. Miss Gu. Zhou Xinghong went back to stand beside Gu Ning. He looked much more delighted than before. Uncle Zhou, Gu Ning called him. Zhou Xinghong didn't run away. Gu Ning was satisfied and gave him a sincere smile. The second time, Li Jinjin chose a raw material with jade inside. Gu Ning did the same thing. Although Gu Ning's wasn't big, the species of the jade was much more valuable than Li Jinjin's. Rub this one, please. Gu Ning's raw material was just a little bigger than an apple and its outer layer was thin. It was better to rub it. It took more time to rub a stone than to cut it directly. Before long, Li Jinjin's raw material was cut out. A layer of green showed. It's green inside. The crowd erupted into discussion. They had just witnessed an emerald cut out. Now there was another one. Li Jinjin was excited. She threw a provocative glance to Gu Ning. Qin Yifan, on the other hand, was worried about Gu Ning. As for Gu Ning herself, she was calmer than ever. It's an emerald. It's a medium-level jade of the glutinous rice type. No one was happier than Li Jinjin now. She again gave Gu Ning a provocative and proud glance. Although it was just a medium-level jade, it was big, and was worth a lot. But while Li Jinjin was enjoying her success, Gu Ning's raw material showed green at the same time. Li Jinjin became upset at once. How come? How was it possible? How could Gu Ning's raw material show green? Li Jinjin couldn't accept the truth. She ran over immediately. There was a layer of green indeed, but its type was still unknown. Qin Yifan and Li Jinyu were both surprised. They also didn't expect there would be jade in a raw material randomly picked up by Gu Ning. Meanwhile, Qin Yifan was relieved, but Li Jinyu was displeased. He obviously didn't want Gu Ning to win. Zhou Xinghong was amazed too. He didn't know Gu Ning had jade eyes at all, and Gu Ning had helped him gain a lot of money just then. Thus Zhou Xinghong believed Gu Ning must be an expert, and he already thought highly of her. Now, Gu Ning's raw material showed green again. Zhou Xinghong greatly admired her now. Li Jinjin clenched her fists. She prayed to herself that Gu Ning's jade was worthless or a low-level jade. As long as it was worse than hers, Li Jinjin would be satisfied. Unfortunately, the fact went the opposite way. Li Jinjin's jade was in the same size of Zhou Xinghong's jade of hibiscus species. Once the jade was cut out, someone bid immediately. But Li Jinjin wouldn't sell it anyway since her family dealt in the business of jade. Thus when someone wanted to bid, Li Jinyu stopped him. Sorry, everyone. We are not going to sell this jade. The crowd felt disappointed, but they couldn't force the owner to sell the jade. Therefore, they could only hope that Gu Ning would sell hers. Since her raw material showed green, it was highly possible there was jade inside. After a while, Gu Ning's jade was cut out. After cleaning it with water, it showed its real appearance. The texture was smooth and warm. It had great transparency and light shiny color. It looked like a glass. The glass type. It is the old pit glass type. The workers' hands, which were holding the jade, were trembling because of excitement. Hearing that, everyone drew a long breath in. They were all shocked. Old pit glass type was the top-level type among jade. All of a sudden, Li Jinjin's medium-level jade of the glutinous rice type seemed worthless. Li Jinjin was more than upset now. It was so hard for her to believe the result. Gu Ning immediately absorbed the power. There was one last raw material waiting to be cut, but given what had happened, Li Jinjin was very likely to lose. If she couldn't cut out a jade which was more valuable than a jade of old pit glass species, she would certainly lose. However, it was so difficult to do that. Even though, Li Jinjin still had hope. It wasn't the last second. Miss Gu, do you want to sell this jade? I'll pay 10 million yuan for it. 15 million yuan. 20 million yuan. 40 million yuan. The last bid was from Li Zhenyu. Li Jinjin felt dissatisfied at once. Brother, how can you buy her jade? Hearing that, Li Zhenyu frowned slightly. He was a little dissatisfied too. Jinjin, don't forget I'm a businessman, Li Zhenyu warned. He would protect Li Jinjin from the emotional aspect, but it didn't mean he would ignore his family's business. The jewelry industry always lacked top-level jade. It was so hard to find one, and Li Zhenyu would never give it up just because of Li Jinjin's jealousy. Li Jinjin was upset, but she couldn't do anything about it. 60 million yuan. The bid stopped at the price of 60 million yuan, which was reasonable. The bidder was Qin Yifan. He came to City Ji for jade. He would never allow himself to miss such a rare top-level jade. Although he and Li Zhenyu were good friends, business was business. Only the most generous buyer would get the jade. At the end, Qin Yifan got the old pit glass jade from Gu Ning at the price of 60 million yuan, but they had to wait to sign the contract and transfer the money until the bet was over. Miss Li, if your last raw material doesn't have a jade which is worth more than 60 million yuan, then you'll lose, Gu Ning said provocatively. Li Jinjin was irritated now. If she had been jealous of Gu Ning before, now she hated Gu Ning to the death. Zhou Xinghong then realized Gu Ning had a bet with Li Jinjin. He admired Gu Ning's ability even more now. The last round, Gu Ning chose a raw material with a purple jade inside. It wasn't big though, just the size of 2 apples. She decided to have it be rubbed too. Meanwhile, Li Jinjin still had hers cut. After a cut, the out layer was removed, and a pure green showed widely. It's green inside. Is this the old pit ice type? There was another round of excited shout. Li Jinjin, who had a vain hope, now felt thrilled. Old pit ice species was a high-level separate among jade, and only ranked lower than the old pit glass species. If this one was big enough, it was still possible for Li Jinjin to beat Gu Ning. Qin Yifan couldn't help glancing at Gu Ning. Even Zhou Xinghong felt concerned, but Gu Ning stayed calm as usual. No one knew whether she was being confident, or didn't care about the result. Since Gu Ning had earned that much money, 10 million yuan was nothing to her. But it was too early to be worried or proud now. The final result wasn't out yet. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 62. Chapter 62, do you want to deny it? Right at that moment, the worker made another cut. Everyone held his or her breath, fixing their eyes on the machine. However, there was no more green showing, instead there was white stone inside like what it was on the outside. Everyone was disappointed at once. There was only a thin layer of green. No, impossible. This is impossible. Li Jinjin couldn't accept the truth. It was a jade of the old pit ice type. How could it have disappeared? Cut it again. Li Jinjin shouted. The worker continued, but there was only stone left. Li Jinjin was struck dumb standing there. She lost. She lost the bet. Miss Li, you lose, Gu Ning reminded her. Hearing Gu Ning's voice, Li Jinjin suddenly looked at her. She didn't say a word, but her eyes were full of viciousness. Gu Ning smiled lightly. She didn't care and didn't want to urge Li Jinjin. She moved her sight to her raw material, which was being rubbed instead. It's green inside. An encouraging voice sounded. There was a light shiny purple which showed, but the window was small, so the color wasn't very obvious. After several rounds of rubbing, the color showed gradually. It was light purple. Isn't this violet? What? Impossible. Hearing violet, the crowd all rounded their eyes in shock. No, this can't be true. Li Jinjin was losing her control over her emotions. Can it be just a thin layer? If it is violet, this young girl is so unbelievably lucky. She has 2 high-level jade out of 3 raw materials. Everyone looked to Gu Ning with great admiration. Some felt envious too. When the worker finished rubbing, and cleaned the jade with water, a shiny violet jade of the glass type came into everyone's sight. Violet. It is violet. It is a violet jade of the glass type. The worker's hands were trembling quickly. It was too much for his heart to bear. He had cut out stones for half of his lifetime. This was his first time to cut out 2 high-level jade consecutively, especially this violet. Purple was the rarest color of jade, and glass was the rarest type of jade. This jade was a very pure purple. It was a highly elegant purple. The light charming color was like the haze from the east, which was full of implicit beauty. No one was more excited than the boss, who almost fainted, but he was thrilled not because of happiness, but because of regret. He knew this new group of raw materials had a high green rate, but he didn't expect the rate would that high. The number of raw materials which had been cut out today was merely around 10, but there were 4 of them that had jade, 2 even had high-level jade inside. If he had cut them out himself, he would be super rich overnight. But it was too late to do that. He didn't have the nerve to cut out all his raw materials. If there was no jade inside, he would lose every cent he had. Although the violet jade of the glass type was ranked at the same high level as the jade of the old pit glass type, it was much more expensive because of its rarity. Thus the bid began from 30 million yuan, 40 million yuan, 50 million yuan, 70 million yuan. At the end, the violet jade was sold out at the price of 80 million yuan. The buyer was still Qin Yifan. Li Zhenyu did want to compete for the violet jade, but he didn't have enough money for it. The Li family wasn't in the same level of wealth as the Qin family after all. Besides, the last bid was almost higher than the value of the violet jade. Qin Yifan was truly from the super-rich family. He paid 130 million yuan for 2 jade within a day. Actually, 130 million yuan was the highest price Qin Yifan could pay for the jade. The Qin family had hundreds of million in assets, and was ranked the 4th richest family in City F on the list. The Qin family was universally acknowledged as the second-line super-rich family. But the Qin family was involved in many industries other than Itsue Jade Store. Itsue Jade Store was merely inherited from the ancestors. The Qin family didn't want to close it and ran it as a sideline. Thus, the Qin family actually didn't have much cash on hand. The 130 million yuan was the best Qin Yifan could do. He didn't want to miss the high-level jade. As for Gu Ning, Qin Yifan now more than just appreciated her. He admired her greatly. No matter if Gu Ning was only lucky, or if she truly had the ability, she could cut out great jade, which was everything in this industry. They needed to sign the contract and transfer money. Oh, Miss Li lost the bet between us. Please transfer the 10 million yuan to me as well, Gu Ning reminded. Although she said it airily, Li Jinjin felt utterly displeased. Gu Ning, will you stop? Li Jinjin scolded. Her face changed because of anger, as if she had been treated unfairly. What? Why should I stop? You agreed on the bet. Do you want to deny it? Gu Ning said. She indeed wanted to deny it, but she cared about her reputation. If she really denied it, her reputation would be ruined. Please allow me to transfer the money. Although Li Jinyu felt disappointed too, he had to follow the rules. If there was any negative rumors that went abroad, his family's business would be affected too. Brother, Li Jinjin unconsciously called her brother. She didn't actually want to stop him. She merely felt helpless. But no matter what Li Jinjin had in her mind, it wasn't a good time for her to utter another word. Thus the minute she opened her mouth, Li Jinyu gave her a warning glance. She shut her mouth at once. Qin Yifan, at the same time, was like an outsider. He had no intention to help Li Jinyu and Li Jinjin. Because he knew if Gu Ning had lost the game, they would do the same thing. Thus, Qin Yifan preferred to be an outsider. Before long, the contract had been signed and the money had been transferred. Gu Ning, you're so awesome. How can you cut out 2 jade among 3 raw materials? Did you really choose the raw materials by luck? Do you have jade eyes? Qin Yifan was still excited. He accidentally told the truth. Although knowing Qin Yifan was joking, Gu Ning felt uneasy. She smiled. I'm always a lucky person. That's all. Qin Yifan looked at the left 4 raw materials in Gu Ning's cart. Are there more emeralds in your raw materials? I have no idea, Gu Ning replied casually. Oh, it's almost 12 a.m. Let's go have lunch together. Qin Yifan invited. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 63. Chapter 63, I Want You. Li Jinjin was in a rage now. She hated Gu Ning to the death. Now Qin Yifan even wanted to invite Gu Ning to have lunch together. Li Jinjin almost went crazy. If you don't want Yifan to hate you, mind your behavior. We can deal with Gu Ning secretly, Li Jinyu warned. He wanted Li Jinjin to be with Qin Yifan, because it would be helpful to the Li family. Thus he naturally disliked Gu Ning, who had grabbed Qin Yifan's attention and defeated Li Jinjin. Or more technically, he hated Gu Ning because of the 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan wasn't much to his family, but could be used to do many things. He would be lying if he said he didn't care. Li Jinjin was a little surprised, but also felt happy. True. If she wanted to deal with Gu Ning, she could do it secretly. City G was the domain of Li Jinjin. She had plenty of ways to deal with Gu Ning. Besides, she knew some gangsters. It was easy to hurt Gu Ning in Li Jinjin's eyes. Thinking of this, Li Jinjin felt comfortable and relaxed. No, thanks. I have something else to deal with. Thank you, Gu Ning rejected Qin Yifan's invitation. Fine. Qin Yifan didn't insist. He asked later, will you be here later? No, I won't come again, Gu Ning said. All the great jade was in her hands now. There weren't many left in the shop after all. She had used her jade eyes to earn a fortune. It would be too selfish if she collected all the valuable jade in the shops. Qin Yifan had to give up at the end. He only reminded Gu Ning to turn to him if she had any trouble. Miss Gu, let's go transfer the money. Zhou Jinghong stayed by Gu Ning's side all the time. Knowing she was leaving, he asked on his own initiative. We don't need to rush. Uncle Zhou, let's have lunch together, Gu Ning said. Great. Zhou Jinghong didn't reject. Gu Ning's money was still in his account after all. While they were leaving, Zhou Jinghong helped Gu Ning take her raw materials, which hadn't been cut open. After Gu Ning and the others were gone, the shop became popular and well-known. Everyone now knew there were 2 high-level jade that had been cut out in the shop. When people heard the owner of those 2 high-level jade was a young girl, everyone was amazed. Gu Ning didn't plan to leave the antique market now. Thus she chose a restaurant right in the antique market and booked a private dining room. Miss Gu, thank you so much for helping me this time. If it hadn't been for you, I would have abandoned that raw material. Then I would have lost so much money. Zhou Jinghong thanked Gu Ning the minute they sat down. Gu Ning smiled. She didn't want to hide her real purpose, so she said straightforwardly, Uncle Zhou, I don't want to lie to you. Let me tell you the truth. I helped you for a reason, especially when I found out your identity. Hearing that, Zhou Jinghong was surprised and puzzled. She did it for a reason? For what? Why? Even though she knew his identity, it wouldn't be of great help. He had lost everything, and was a poor, ordinary man now. What was Gu Ning's purpose? Although knowing the young girl had helped him for a reason, Zhou Xinghong wasn't mad. He knew Gu Ning wasn't a bad person. Why? Zhou Xinghong asked. Because I'll be involved in the jewelry and jade industry, but I am still a student, I can't do it myself. I need a professional and competent manager. Although I don't know much about you, you didn't run away with the money just then. You're not a malicious man. And from the development of Zhoufu jewelry, your ability is also affirmed. So, after knowing your identity, I want you. What? Zhou Xinghong rounded his eyes in shock. He didn't expect a teenage girl would be so ambitious as to run a company, and had even tested him before choosing him to be the manager. But, they were merely strangers who had only met each other once. Why would she trust him? We just met for the first time. We're not acquaintances even. Why do you trust me? Zhou Xinghong asked. Yes, we met for the first time. We're not acquaintances even. I completely have no reason to believe you, but I am willing to believe you. The employer can't be suspicious, and the suspect can't be used. Although I care about my people very much, I never accept betrayal. If one treats me with sincerity, I'll give him or her a bright future. If one betrays me, he or she will be dead. No way around it. Saying the dead word, Gu Ning seemed murderous. Zhou Xinghong was stunned, as if he was surrounded by the feeling of death. He held his breath. Zhou Xinghong was a sophisticated businessman. He had met a variety of people, and he could judge from Gu Ning's air that she was a powerful as well as cruel person. Of course, she was only cruel to her opponents. She cared about her people very much. Facing Gu Ning's warning, Zhou Xinghong didn't feel reluctant, instead, he trusted Gu Ning. As for Zhou Xinghong, if he chose to follow Gu Ning, he would no betray her. He was an upright and loyal people himself. Perhaps, you're not optimistic about me, and don't want a young girl to be your boss. Or, you want to be the boss yourself, and restart your business. But, I believe you're a smart man, who knows clearly about the pros and cons. You need a lot of money and supplies to restart your business. However, let alone your lack of both of them, Xiaoping won't stand aside and let you start your own business. You probably couldn't register. Of course, you can avoid Xiaoping and go to other places, but if you don't have enough funds and supplies, it'll be very hard for you to develop. That was exactly what was on Zhou Xinghong's mind. Although he wanted to restart his business, he also clearly knew it wouldn't be easy. Even if he avoided Xiaoping, and went to another place, he lacked the money and supplies. He could fail again. And I can provide enough money and supplies for you. Probably in your eyes I was just lucky today, but it's not. I have my own unique skills, so I don't have to worry about money and supplies. If you're willing to accept my offer, you can have 20% shares of my jewelry company. You'll be fully responsible to run the company. To the public, you're the chairman and have all the rights of the chairman. I'll be a behind-the-scene boss. You can discuss with me on things you can't decide. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 64. Chapter 64, The Jade Beauty. Zhou Xinghong was now completely shocked. He never doubted Gu Ning's ability of stone gambling. After knowing she had her own skills, he even thought more highly of her. But what shocked him more was that Gu Ning was willing to let him take over the company. He could even have 20% shares. Why would she trust him so much? There was nothing better than being trusted for your own ability and character. Undoubtedly, Zhou Xinghong made up his mind. He actually valued a hardworking life over wealth. He wanted to live his life. Without hesitation, Zhou Xinghong stood up, looking at Gu Ning. He said, "Miss Gu, I'm willing to follow you, and I'll never betray you." At the same time, Zhou Xinghong made up his mind to run a greatly profitable business with Gu Ning. The temporary location of the company was in City Ji. Gu Ning planned to establish the headquarters of her company in the capital city when she went to university. The capital city was where she felt familiar and was going to stay. The brand was named the Jade Beauty, and her company was called the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. Its major business was jade. As for other kinds of jewelry like gold, silver, and so forth, Guning planned to involve them in the future, not now. Since Guning only had jade of great quality in her hands, she decided to make and sell high-end products. A piece of jewelry made of medium high-level jade cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. If it was made of high-level jade, it would cost millions of yuan or more. Although there weren't many buyers, it was very profitable if one piece was sold. Zhou Jinghong was in charge of finding factories and shops in City G. He also needed to hire staff and buy machines. He knew better than Guning concerning those things. Thus Guning didn't interfere. Zhou Jinghong decided to use his previous designers and carvers. The boss of Zhoufu Jewelry had changed, and those workers who had followed him had all left. Because Zhou Jinghong was known for his kindness, his old staff maintained a good relationship with him. After he had gone bankrupt, they had also helped him. Although their design and carvings weren't the top level, they weren't worse than the third-line masters. They only needed a platform to practice and develop. The company's initial registration capital was 100 million yuan, and more would be added later. For the jewelry industry, the registered capital of 100 million yuan wasn't too much. It was still relatively little, because it required a lot of money to buy raw materials, but Guning didn't need to do that. She already had the supplies now, and they were worth 600 or 700 million yuan in total. Therefore, in terms of total funds, she had around 700 million yuan in assets, which was a big business. After that, Guning would continue to get jade with her jade eyes. There was no need for her to use money to buy jade supplies. Guning now had more than 200 million yuan in cash. She invested 100 million yuan in jewelry, and still had more than 100 million yuan with her. She planned to cut out 2 high-level jade, and sell them to Zhao Yefeng and Master Fu separately. In that way, she would have around 70 million yuan more in cash. Guning asked Zhou Jinghong to help her buy a well-decorated apartment near the downtown of City G. When she came to City G in the future, she needed a place to live. She could not always stay at the hotel. "Oh, boss, we've sold the jade of the hibiscus type, and the money," Zhou Jinghong reminded Guning. Guning's share was about 9 million. "Use the 9 million to buy me an apartment, and to cover some expense for the company," Guning said. She wouldn't give 9 million to others out of the blue. "Sure," Zhou Jinghong answered. After the meal, Guning told Zhou Jinghong she wanted to cut out more raw materials. Guning had already cut out several jade today. She didn't want to do it again in the public. She had no intention to cause a sensation. Zhou Jinghong told her they could rent a machine as well as a private room from the raw material shop. Accordingly, Guning and Zhou Jinghong walked to a raw material shop. It was around 1 p.m. On their way, Guning called Zhao Yefeng and Master Fu separately. She asked for their location, and told them she wanted to sell high-level jade. Zhao Yefeng wasn't in the street of stone gambling, but he remained in the street of antiques, while Master Fu had already gone back home, but when he heard it was a high-level jade, he immediately said he would come soon. It took time to cut a stone. Guning let Zhao Yefeng wait for her call. As for Master Fu, Guning told him to come slowly. She planned to cut out 3 raw materials, and it would take around half an hour. She told Master Fu to arrive around 3:30 p.m. Guning intentionally to let Zhao Yefeng and Master Fu come at different times. She was afraid they would like the same piece of jade, and she wanted to avoid an argument. Although Zhao Yefeng was the first buyer, which was a little unfair to Master Fu, Guning thought it would be fine given both would be high-level jade. When they arrived at a raw material shop, they rented a machine in a private room to cut out their raw materials. Guning firstly picked up one in the size of half a football, then 2 others, which were as small as an apple. They all had high-level jade inside. One of the small ones had the red jade, which Guning almost missed. This red jade, Guning decided to make jewelry with it to send Gu Man and Gu Qing as gifts. Guning drew lines on the big one first, then gave it to Zhou Jinghong to cut. Meanwhile, Guning rubbed the raw material with the red jade inside. Although Zhou Jingheng already believed Gu Ning that she had special skills to choose a raw material, he was still excited when the green showed. When the jade was fully cut out, he became more thrilled. Seeing that, Gu Ning just smiled a little. While Zhou Jingheng had cut out an emerald, Gu Ning's raw material showed color too. Zhou Jingheng had a glance, taking in a long breath. He swallowed with great force. His voice was even trembling. Is it red jade? Yes, Gu Ning replied calmly. Having the answer, Zhou Jingheng almost bit his tongue. He was in great shock. The jade in Zhou Jingheng's hand was as big as 2 adult palms. He was amazed when he found out the type of the jade. This is the high-level glass type. It was half-transparent, so it was a high-level jade, no a top-level one. Meanwhile, Gu Ning's red jade widely showed too. It was shiny red with smooth texture and great transparency. It was the high-level coxcomb red. Zhou Jingheng was hit by one shock after another. He couldn't get his mind back all of a sudden. Rub the last one please. Gu Ning was running out of time. So she had to remind Zhou Jingheng. Zhou Jingheng immediately had his mind back, and rubbed the last raw material quickly. Although he knew there would be jade in it, he was still excited to see the green show. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Fulishu M/M Jade. After a while, Gu Ning's coxcomb red jade was fully rubbed out. It was big enough in Gu Ning's eyes. She planned to make 4 bracelets, 4 pairs of earrings and 4 jade pendants for Gu Man, Gu Qing, Jiang Xinyue and herself. She would also make a thick jade ring for Jiang Su. And the rest of the jade could be made into several jade pendants and pairs of earrings. Gu Qing decided to sell the rest, which would be worth dozens of millions of yuan. Gu Ning had seen the jewelry of the Qin family. She liked their design and carving, and planned to let the Qin family do the work for her. This. Zhou Jingheng was holding an emerald which showed half of it. He breathed fast, like his heart was going to jump out. What happened? Gu Ning asked with confusion. This is Fulishu jade of the glass type. Zhou Jingheng tried very hard to utter a word. He was still in shock. Knowing it was Fulishu jade, Gu Ning was also astonished. Fulishu was the kind of jade with 4 colors, green, red, purple or white. Fulishu jade was a symbol of happiness, fortune and health. It was rather rare, and super popular. It was worth at least 100 million yuan, and was much more expensive than the violet jade of the glass type. Gu Ning immediately changed her mind. She decided to use this Fulishu jade to make jewelry for her family, while she sold the coxcomb red jade. Gu Ning absorbed the power of the coxcomb red jade, but she didn't absorb the power of the Fulishu jade. She planned to use the Fulishu jade to make jewelry for her family. With the power, the jade could last long in great condition. Keep on rubbing. Seeing Zhou Jingheng being so shocked, Gu Ning felt like laughing, but she completely understood his feeling. Fulishu jade was extremely hard to find. It ranked just a little lower than the king's green. Hearing Gu Ning's voice, Zhou Jingheng then got his mind back. He took a deep breath, and calmed down. His hands were still trembling, because it was so precious. He was nervous, being afraid to damage it by accident. After 10 minutes, Zhou Jingheng finally cut the whole jade out. He handed it to Gu Ning, with his hands shaking slightly. Gu Ning took the Fulishu jade. She was deeply attracted to it too. 3 raw materials had already been cut. It was almost 3 p.m. Gu Ning planned to call Zhao Yafeng. Great, let's go. Gu Ning said. She stood up and cleaned the dirt on her clothes. When they were out of the raw materials shop, Gu Ning sent Zhou Jingheng away to draw up a contract. They would sign it tomorrow. Although she trusted Zhou Jingheng, they still needed to sign a contract, which was also a protection to Zhou Jingheng himself. After Zhou Jingheng was gone, Gu Ning went to a nearby restaurant, then called Zhao Yafeng. Within 3 minutes, Zhao Yafeng appeared in Gu Ning's sight. The street of stone gambling wasn't big. They were merely 100 meters away. Miss Gu. Zhao Yafeng was excited when he saw Gu Ning. Please be seated, Gu Ning said. Zhao Yefeng sat down immediately. What do you want to drink, Mr. Zhao? Guning asked. Nothing, let's see the jade first. Zhao Yefeng refused at once. He was eager to see the jade. Guning found it funny. They didn't need to rush at all. Fine, let's see the jade first. I have 2 high-level jade now, but I can only sell one to you, the other is for Master Fu. Since you're not far away, I'll let you choose first. Please don't tell Master Fu. Guning said, then took out 2 emeralds from her backpack. Zhao Yefeng was thrilled and amazed when he heard Guning had 2 high-level jade, but he soon felt disappointed that he could only buy one. Since the other one was for Master Fu, Zhao Yefeng couldn't argue against it. He was still moved that Guning allowed him to be the first buyer. Zhao Yefeng rounded his eyes in shock when the 2 emeralds were on the table. He knew they were high-level jade, but didn't expect there would be a coxcomb red jade. Zhao Yefeng wanted the red jade the minute he saw it. Miss Gu, I honestly don't know what to say. How can you cut out 4 high-level jade within a day, no, a morning? That's unbearable. Zhao Yefeng swallowed down with great force. He was totally astonished by Guning's luck. If Zhao Yefeng had known Guning had cut out more than just 4 high-level jade, he would have been completely struck dumb. Of course, Guning still had 10 more raw materials with jade inside. Mr. Zhao, you can choose, Guning said. The red jade please, Zhao Yefeng immediately replied. Great, you can have a look first, then tell me your price. Guning gave the red jade to Zhao Yefeng. Zhao Yefeng took the red jade with his hands trembling. Miss Gu, I'll pay 35 million yuan for it. This coxcomb red jade was ranked at the same level of the old pit ice type jade he had just bought, but the price of the red jade was much higher. 35 million yuan was a reasonable price. Deal. Guning agreed without hesitation. Then, they both had a wonderful deal. After the deal, Zhao Yefeng left, because Master Fu called. A few minutes later, Master Fu arrived. Miss Gu, where's the jade? Where's the jade? Master Fu raised his voice in excitement before he approached Guning. He walked fast towards her. If his 2 servants hadn't supported him, he would have fallen down. Guning immediately stood up to welcome Master Fu. Please slow down. The jade won't escape. A high-level jade. I must be quick. I am afraid it'll run away. Master Fu said seriously, like the jade would really run away from him. Before Guning could say another word, Master Fu urged, come on, show me the jade. Please have a seat first. I'll show you at once, Guning said. She immediately took the jade of the glass type out of her backpack. Although Master Fu knew it was a high-level jade, he was still thrilled and amazed to see it with his own eyes. Great jade. Great jade. Master Fu took the jade at once. He was staring at it with fondness, but in his heart, he still felt a little disappointed. If it had been a top-level old pit glass species, it would be much better. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 66. Chapter 66, an end quote, accident end quote. Girl, I'll pay 30 million yuan for this jade of the glass type. How about that? Master Fu said. No problem, Guning answered. It was a reasonable price. For now, Guning had around 270 million yuan with her. Haha, I like your efficient way of making a deal. Great, I'll transfer the money to you now. Guning's efficiency left a good impression on Master Fu again. He immediately made a call to transfer the money. Girl, if you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Fu. If you need my support in the future, just let me know. I'll spare no effort to help you, Master Fu said. He sincerely wanted to become friends with this young lady. Master Fu was sophisticated. He had a belief that Guning was a promising teenager. Grandpa Fu, I do need your help now. Guning didn't hesitate to ask for help from Master Fu. Oh, what happened? Tell me. Master Fu was a little surprised and curious. Well, I plan to register a jewelry company, but I also know that this process is very troublesome. So, do you have any acquaintances in the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Could you please help me make the process smoother, faster? Of course, I'll prepare all the required documents. Since Master Fu was willing to help, Guning naturally couldn't waste the chance. Actually, she decided to make full use of her network. There was nothing wrong with it anyway. What? You're going to open a jewelry company? Knowing that, Master Fu was amazed. This young girl was very ambitious. She even had the nerve to open a jewelry company. Yes, Guning replied seriously. How much is the registered capital? Master Fu asked. The initial capital is 100 million, which will be added to in the future, Guning said. Master Fu took a long breath in. Even though 100 million wasn't much in the jewelry industry, it was a huge amount of money to a young girl. This girl wasn't an ordinary teenager. But, although Guning was an extraordinarily smart girl, it was risky to start up a company. Master Fu asked with uncertainty, "Are you sure you're going to open a jewelry company? To start up a business needs more than just money. You must have the ability to run it, with stable supplies. Besides, you're a student now. Do you have enough time to manage it?" Master Fu wasn't going to stop Guning. He was just worried that Guning didn't fully understand the rules and might lose money. Guning knew Master Fu cared about her. She replied with sincerity, "Grandpa Fu, I'm fully prepared. Moreover, I have professional staff to help me run the company. There is nothing to worry about." Since Guning was confident, Master Fu didn't want to let her down. "Great, it is no big deal. I'll help you with the registration." "Oh, how old are you now?" "Thanks, Grandpa Fu. I'm already 18. I'm an adult," Guning said. "But I still need to find a shop. I'll contact you once I find the shop." "Sure, no problem. I'll handle it," Master Fu said delightedly. "Thank you so much, Grandpa Fu," Guning said. Master Fu didn't stay much longer before he left. After Master Fu was gone, Guning left too. She went to the street of antiques. Guning didn't want to collect antiques. She simply wanted to take a chance. Thus she didn't walk into stores, but looked around the small stands outside. Although not every piece in the stores was authentic, the real one would be labeled with a price on it. It was expensive. After a while, Guning felt disappointed. She didn't see a single real antique yet. She continued looking for a longer time. Finally, she found an object with power at a small stand. It was a wine cup. Its power was very thick, which meant it must have a long history. "Hey, how much is this?" Guning pointed at a wine cup. Seeing Guning was a young girl, the stand owner assumed she wouldn't buy it, so he replied perfunctorily, "It's from the Qianlong period. 10,000 yuan. An object from the Qianlong period. How was it only worth 10,000 yuan? It was worth at least 500,000 yuan. Therefore, it must be a fake one in the stand owner's eyes." But this time, the stand owner was wrong. This wine cup was an authentic one. Guning only wasn't sure which period it was from. Since it was real, Guning didn't care about the 10,000 yuan at all. She immediately took out a pile of bills from her backpack for the stand owner. The stand owner didn't expect this teenage girl would really buy it without bargaining. He was surprised. He had actually believed that this teenage girl wouldn't buy it, so he deliberately set such a high price. Otherwise, this would only be sold at the price of several hundred yuan. Was it a real one? The stand owner himself didn't believe there were any authentic antiques on his little stand. It wasn't easy to get a real one after all. This young girl must know nothing about it. She merely liked it. The stand owner was apparently happy to sell it at a high price. He happily took the money in case the buyer would regret. However, he didn't know he actually was the one who should regret. The stand owner took the money, and Guning got her wine cup. The deal was done. No one could regret. Guning put the wine cup into her backpack standing up. Right at that moment, something broke under her feet. There were a lot of broken china pieces. A man shouted in pain, "Oh, shit. My green bean glaze vase." After that, the young man glared at Guning. He yelled in anger, "It's you. You knocked my vase over on the ground. Now it's broken. You have to pay me the money for it. Gu Ning immediately knew she encountered someone who intentionally caused an accident. That wasn't unusual in the antique industry. Someone would use a fake antique to deliberately cause an accident, and demanded compensation at the same price as a real antique. Someone like that could easily succeed, because they always chose the weak ones to take advantage of. And Gu Ning appeared to be a teenage girl, who must be easily scared. Thus she became the target. Nonetheless, no one was willing to help in case they got involved in the trouble. But the man made a wrong decision. Although Gu Ning was a teenage girl, she didn't allow anyone to bully her now. I did not touch your vase, Gu Ning said calmly. The man simply tried to trap her, but she truly didn't touch his vase. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Run Away. What? If you didn't touch it, my vase wouldn't have fallen, the man argued. So what? Gu Ning asked. This is a green bean glaze vase from the Kangxi period. It's worth at least 500,000 yuan on the market. Since you're a young girl, 500,000 yuan would be enough. Gu Ning sneered. The man was literally shameless. Well, I can compensate you, but your words aren't enough. So, I need to let an expert identify it. If it is truly worth 500,000 yuan, I'll pay you right away, Gu Ning said. The man panicked a little. His tone softened. Don't need to bother. It costs a lot to see the expert. I have a certificate of authenticity myself. It can prove this vase is real. Saying this, then man pulled out his so-called certificate of authenticity. Gu Ning didn't believe it, of course. It's not a big deal. I'll pay the expert fee, she added. The man stopped a second. He now realized he had made a wrong decision, but he didn't want to give up. I don't have time to waste with you. I need the money now. Pay me right now, or I'll call the police, the man warned. He immediately took out his phone, like he was going to call. Gu Ning pulled the corner of her lips. She knew the man was threatening her. Then she said airily, fine, go on. The man didn't expect Gu Ning wouldn't be scared at all, which left him in a dilemma. Meanwhile, a nearby man suddenly stopped him. Man, don't be so annoyed. We can negotiate anyway. She's merely a teenager. It'll be bad for her future if she is arrested by the police. Why don't you give her a bargain? The man seemed like he was helping Gu Ning, but he was actually an accomplice. Unfortunately, Gu Ning saw through them clearly. What's going on here? An old man's voice sounded at the same time. Before long, a group of people stepped into the crowd. Two old men who were around 70 walked in front. One of them unexpectedly was Master Fu. Girl, it's you? What happened? Seeing it was Gu Ning, Master Fu was a little surprised. It seemed Gu Ning was in trouble. But the young man who demanded compensation suddenly changed his face. Obviously, he knew the group. Oh, it's just an accident. Just an accident. Before Gu Ning could open her mouth, the man said at once. He's made a U-turn on his attitude. He was afraid of these two old men before him. No one in the antique market didn't know Master Fu and Master Yen. Those two were the authorities. No one dared to offend them. Especially Master Yen. He wasn't only the father of the mayor of City G, but also an undeniable expert in the antique field. He could tell whether the vase was real or not by his own eyes. Those two men who wanted to take advantage of Gu Ning were shocked by the fact that Gu Ning knew Master Yen and Master Fu. But Master Yen and Master Fu immediately understood what had happened when they saw the broken china pieces on the ground. Both were upset. It wasn't unusual for such accidents to happen, but when it happened to Gu Ning, the perpetrators were in trouble now. Master Fu regarded Gu Ning as his friend and his granddaughter. He would naturally protect her. Thus, Master Fu was displeased and asked, "Is it a real accident?" He didn't believe it apparently. The young man had a layer of cold sweat around his forehead at once. He did want to say yes, but it obviously wasn't a wise answer. At the end, the young man couldn't bear the pressure from Master Fu any longer. He apologized, "Master Fu, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I promise I won't do it again." "The person you should apologize to isn't me," Master Fu was mad. The young man immediately turned to Guning. He even bent to a low level. "Miss, I'm so sorry. Please accept my apologies." "I accept your apologies this time, but I'll have my people here to keep an eye on you. If you dare to do that again, you'll be in jail the next time," Guning said. She threatened them to stop them from doing it again. "Sure, sure." Those two answered at once. They were like rats on the street now. The only thing in their mind now was to leave as soon as possible. After that, they immediately ran away. It happens often in this street. "You must be careful from now on," Master Fu said to Guning. If they hadn't arrived on time, Guning would have been taken advantage of. "I will, Grandpa Fu." Even though Guning wouldn't allow anyone else to bully her now, she replied to Master Fu's kindness with sincerity. "Well, now let me introduce you. This is Master Yen, the president of the Antiques Association," Master Fu said to Guning. "Nice to meet you, Master Yen," Guning greeted politely. "You too." Master Yen was a serious man, especially before the young generation. So he replied airily when Guning greeted him, but he didn't disdain her at all. "Well, now if you'll excuse me, I'll leave now," Guning said. After Master Fu gave her an affirmative nod, Guning left. Later, she used her jade eyes to scan the objects around her. Within a few meters, she found out another object with power. It was an ink slab with a strong power. Guning immediately went over. She asked the price, then paid the money at once. She only paid 5,000 yuan for an authentic antique. Master Fu and Master Yen were not far behind Guning. Both of them witnessed what Guning had done, and they were shocked. They didn't know whether Guning understood antiques or not, but she casually bought one without identification. "Girl, you," Master Fu walked to Guning quickly. He wanted to stop her, but he was late. The deal was done. Master Fu sighed heavily. "Do you know antiques, young girl?" Master Yen followed up. His tone was still serious. Although Master Yen disliked her behavior, he didn't judge her for that since it was none of his business. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 68. Chapter 68, A Battle for the Ink Slab. Not really, Guning said. "Then why did you buy this ink slab without second thought?" Master Fu criticized. He expected better from Guning. "Because of my instinct. May I invite the two masters to have a cup of tea?" "Master Yen, could you please help me identify this object?" Guning said. Master Yen was an expert of antiques. He had a special feeling for antiques, and never said no to identifying an object. He only thought it wasn't necessary to have tea. But seeing Guning being so confident, like this ink slab was a real one, Master Yen was more curious now. If the ink slab had been real, it was inconvenient to identify it here. Thus Master Yen answered, "Fine." They went towards a nearby tea house. They had a private room since they were all important figures. Before they sat down, Master Yen opened his mouth eagerly. "Girl, let me have a look now." The ink slab was held in Guning's hand. Once Master Yen opened his mouth, Guning handed it to him directly. Master Yen took the ink slab and was absorbed in identifying it. Both Master Fu and Guning stayed quiet, tasting the tea. Master Yen kept on observing, touching, and cleaning it for a while. At the end, Master Yan's eyes lit up with delight and excitement. "It's real. It is real. This is an ink slab from the Qianlong period. It belonged to the famous poet, book painter, and Liezhou prefect, Zhang Wentao. It must be old pit species too." "What?" Hearing that, Master Fu was also surprised as well as excited. Such a precious antique was found by a young teenage girl, which surprised Master Yen more. He asked, "Girl, did you really find this out by your instinct?" To be honest, Master Yen didn't believe it was that simple. Guning had been so confident, as if she already knew it was a real one. Guning also understood her excuse wasn't persuasive, but she didn't know anything about antiques. Thus she had to stick to her excuse. Yes. Master Yan and Master Fu still couldn't believe it, but since the girl said so, they didn't want to ask for more. Master Yan looked at the ink slab in his hands. He was growingly thrilled. Girl, do you want to sell it? If you want to, I can pay you the market price, Master Yan said. Not only was Master Yan an expert of antiques, he was also an expert of calligraphy. He loved those tools for calligraphy. Well, Master Yan, I knew Grogu before you. If she wants to sell it, I must be the first buyer. You can't grab it from me. Master Fu immediately stood up, wanting to snatch the ink slab. Although Master Fu wasn't as professional as Master Yan, he was an aficionado. He didn't like calligraphy, but he loved to collect ancient objects. Guning felt embarrassed. She didn't want to see those two respectable seniors to have a battle over an ink slab. Guning understood Master Fu wanted to have priority because they met first. Master Yan, on the other side, protected the ink slab tightly in his arms at once. He looked at Master Fu in an aggressive way. Master Fu, you don't like calligraphy at all. Why do you need it? I don't like calligraphy, but I love ancient objects. Master Fu said. Master Yan was truly afraid Guning would sell the ink slab to Master Fu because the two had met each other before him. He had to use his ace in the hole. If you don't compete with me, I'll give you a bottle of peach blossom wine of 10 years, Master Yan said to Master Fu. Hearing that, Master Fu's eyes were bright. He stopped competing for the ink slab, but bargained 2 bottles. Master Yan frowned. He was reluctant to do that. But for the ink slab, he compromised at the end. Fine, 2 bottles. Master Yan clenched his teeth. After that, Master Fu was pleased. He went back to his seat. And Master Yan then realized Guning hadn't agreed to sell the ink slab yet. Well, girl, could you please sell it to Grandpa Yan? Master Yan looked at Guning with sincerity. It seemed the ink slab was a part of his body. If Guning took it back, it would be like cutting meat from his flesh. Master Yan right now was completely different from that serious old man before. Actually, the reason why Guning invited Master Yan to identify the ink slab was that she intended to sell it to him. She wasn't sure Master Yan would want it, but since he was an expert of antiques, he probably wasn't willing to miss a real antique. Of course, Guning replied. Master Yan was more than happy now. Very well, girl. I'm not going to lie to you either. This ink slab is from the Qianlong period. It belonged to the famous poet, book painter and Liezhou prefect, Zhang Wentao. It is worth around 5 million yuan. I'll pay you 5 million yuan. It's an acceptable price for both of us. No problem, Guning agreed without hesitation. She didn't care about the price as long as it was acceptable. Girl, if you're lucky again next time, you must sell it to me first. Although he stopped competing with Master Yan, Master Fu was still a little displeased. Guning smiled slightly. Grandpa Fu, you've abandoned the ink slab for 2 bottles of peach blossom wine. I assume you must be a wine lover. I have a wine cup with me here. Do you want to have a look? Saying this, Guning then took out the wine cup from her backpack. Both Master Yan and Master Fu were struck dumb for a second. They all thought to themselves, is she being lucky again? If she had been lucky again, she must be a lucky girl indeed. Or, she must have her own ability. Master Fu sat close to Guning. Once she pulled the cup out, Master Fu grabbed it and stared at it. But he wasn't an expert after all. He then immediately gave it to Master Yan. Master Yan, take a look now. With doubts in heart, Master Yan took the wine cup from Master Fu at once. The wine cup was round, straight, covered with a deep abdomen, a beast ring, and 3 feet. It was the shape of the wine cups from the Tang dynasty. Then Master Yan focused on its material and marks. Master Fu sat aside looking at Master Yan with anxiety. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to ask for the result, but didn't want to bother him as well. Master Yan was increasingly excited. It's real. It's from the Tang dynasty. It's a royal wine cup from the Wu administration. What? Really? Master Fu jumped up from his seat out of excitement. Seeing that, Guning felt worried for Master Fu. She didn't want to see him fall. Yes. It must be a real one. There are several royal wine cups in the museum too. I'm familiar with them, Master Yan replied. Haha, haha. I like it. Master Fu laughed out loud in happiness. He was afraid Master Yan would compete with him, so he grabbed the wine cup back. Both Guning and Master Yan were speechless. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Trapped. Although Master Yan liked this wine cup from the Tang dynasty, he had just gotten an ink slab. He wouldn't compete with Master Fu again. Master Yan, how much is this wine cup? Master Fu asked. Those wine cups in the museum were worth 300,000 yuan each 10 years ago. By now, its price must be 10 times higher. Around 3 million yuan, Master Yan said. Although this wasn't the royal object used by Empress Wu, it was an object in the palace. And the quality was superior. It must have been used by a royal, so the price was still not low. Great, then I'll pay 3 million yuan. How about that, Grogu? Master Fu asked Guning. No problem, Guning replied. After the deal, they transferred the money without signing contracts. Guning trusted those two old men. They wouldn't regret or break rules. Besides, the deals were done. Even if the antiques weren't real, they could do nothing about it. After everything was done, Master Yan and Master Fu then realized something important. Master Yan asked Guning, did you buy the wine cup by chance too? Yes, Guning said honestly. Both Master Yan and Master Fu took a long breath in after Guning's affirmation. Even though they had no idea how Guning could know these two objects were authentic, they were surprised by her unbelievable luck. Before long, Guning asked to leave. Master Fu intended to invite Guning to have dinner with them, but Guning refused because she had something else to deal with. Before she left, Master Yan gave her a name card. Girl, if you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa Yan, like the way you call Master Fu. If you need my support in the future, you can call me. And of course, if you have any other real antiques, you can let me have a look first, but I'll only buy one if I like it. Apparently, Master Yan wanted to make a friend with Guning. No need to worry, Grandpa Yan. If I find out any authentic antiques in the future, I'll call you first, Guning said and took the name card. She didn't have her own name card, so she pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. She wrote down her name and phone number on the paper, then handed it to Master Yan. Hey! You can't only turn to Master Yan. You must turn to me as well. Master Fu said. He didn't want to be left out. I will. Guning felt like laughing. These two seniors were really pleasant. After Guning was gone, Master Yan couldn't help but compliment, this girl is truly extraordinary. Indeed. She's even cut out 3 high-level jade this morning, and made 100 million yuan at once. Master Fu added. What? How is it possible? She cut out 3 high-level jade in a morning. Master Yan was shocked. He had never heard of such a thing before. Master Fu didn't mention Guning was going to open a jewelry company. If he had said so, Master Yan would probably be shocked dumb. Master Fu knew what he could say, and what he shouldn't. Guning's company hadn't registered yet. It would be inappropriate to say it now. Guning had already called her driver when she had left the Street of Stone gambling. Her driver had arrived half an hour ago, but Guning had met Master Fu and Master Yan halfway, and she was half an hour late. When she went out of the Street of Antiques, she saw a familiar car and went over. But when she opened the car door, she found the driver was a different man. Before Guning could ask, the young man opened his mouth first. Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. The driver who drove you here felt a little uncomfortable, so I replaced him to be your driver today. Guning didn't doubt that. She nodded, then climbed into the car. The car was started, then left. Driving away from the Street of Antiques, the car didn't go back the same way that they came here. Before Gu-ning could ask again, the young driver explained, "It's rush hour now. There is a traffic jam ahead. We can go another road, and save time. We'll be back to the hotel within an hour." Gu-ning wasn't familiar with City G, but she knew it must be super crowded in rush hour. Thus she didn't doubt the driver's explanation. Like what the young driver had said, he had chosen a less crowded road. But around 20 minutes later, the car drove into an alley in a remote place. Gu-ning then realized something must be wrong. She immediately seized the young driver's neck, and said coldly, "Stop the car." The young driver didn't expect Gu-ning would realize so soon, and was so strong. When his neck was seized, he could hardly breathe. He stopped the car unconsciously. "Tell me, who sent you?" Gu-ning asked. The young driver didn't answer her question. Before he could, several men ran to surround the car from 2 meters away. Gu-ning was annoyed. She directly knocked the young driver unconscious. Did the girl just knock the driver unconscious? A man standing in front of the car saw what had just happened inside it. He said in surprise to another man beside him. "What?" The other man was also surprised. A teenage girl knocked a grown-up man unconscious? But the man wasn't frightened by Gu-ning at all. He ordered instead, "Go pull the girl out now." However, before anyone came forward, Gu-ning opened the car door herself. Her jade eyes was full of power now, and she was full of energy too. She wasn't afraid of these men outside at all. Gu-ning stepped out herself, so the man who planned to pull her out stopped. When they saw Gu-ning's face, all the men were amazed by her beauty. What a beautiful young girl. Gu-ning coldly glanced over those men before her. They were all aged between 20 and 30, and behaved like gangsters. They must be gangsters. Gu-ning thought to herself. The man who was their head was around 30. He was a bulky man in a black sweater and loose pants. He seemed violent. If an ordinary person had seen him, he or she would be terrified, but Gu-ning wasn't an ordinary girl. She wasn't scared at all. "Li Jinjin sent you here, right?" It was an affirmative tone. Gu-ning only had bad blood with Li Jinjin when she was in City G. No one would do that except her. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 70. Chapter 70, A Woman's Usual Way. Hearing that, those men were apparently struck dumb for a second. They were surprised Gu-ning knew who was behind them. They soon understood Gu-ning must have had bad blood with Li Jinjin earlier, so she knew what was happening. Therefore the headman didn't want to hide. "Young girl, since you know who you had bad blood with, you must know you've done something terribly wrong. We're here today to teach you a lesson." "Sorry," the head said. Knowing that, Gu-ning despised Li Jinjin. Li Jinjin didn't even bother to hide herself. It seemed she was too confident. Indeed, Li Jinjin was so confident that she believed Gu-ning could only yield to these grown-up men. "Oh, since you do know someone can never be irritated, aren't you afraid I am one of those who you should never have bad blood with?" Gu-ning asked calmly. She didn't seem scared at all. Hearing that, these men were struck dumb for a second before laughing out loud. "Young girl, do you know who we are? We're from the Qing gang." "Qing gang? Have you heard of us? We're one of the 2 biggest gangs in this mainland. And you can never get revenge on us," the man said with disdain. Gu-ning felt nervous. She didn't expect they were from the Qing gang. Anyway, since they were here to cause her trouble first, Gu-ning decided to fight against them till the end. Besides, she couldn't believe the head of the gang would be an irrational man. If so, how could he be able to be the head? How would he manage his followers? "I don't want to get revenge," Gu-ning compressed her lips, and said lightly. When those gangsters believed she must be terrified, Gu-ning continued. "Because you're not able to defeat me." After that, Gu-ning attacked them first. She came straight at the so-called head, kicking abruptly at his abdomen. Gu-ning had moved too fast, so the man didn't have time to react. He was hit right in his abdomen. He was then kicked up in the air like he had been hit by a heavy object. Right on the heels of that, he fell down heavily on the ground, moaning in pain. The other 3 men rounded their eyes in shock. What had just happened? They couldn't believe their eyes. Were they in a dream? Guning didn't care what they were thinking at all. She directly attacked another man. Although the second man noticed Guning's coming, he was hit by a fist right on his cheek before he could fight back. The second man fell straight on the ground spitting blood with several teeth knocked out. The other two gangsters now felt a little scared, but they didn't want to run away like cowards. Thus they raised their fists, running at Guning. Guning took off her backpack, throwing it to hit the front man dashing at her. The front man was hit on his head by a great force, then knocked against a nearby wall. He fell from dizziness afterward. Guning used her backpack to hit the last man, but the man escaped quickly. However, Guning immediately kicked out her leg aiming at the man's knee. The last man lost his balance all of a sudden, bending his knee. "Gee, are you proposing to me?" "Sorry, you don't deserve me," Guning humiliated him. She then hit the man right on his head with her backpack again. The man wasn't able to avoid it this time and fell on the ground. Four gangsters were all beaten to the ground by Guning within minutes. Although they were not hit till handicapped, they couldn't stand up anymore. Guning didn't leave right away. She walked to their head instead. What do you want to do?" The head was frightened. He wanted to escape, but couldn't stand up, let alone run away. Guning didn't answer his question. She picked up his phone on the ground, and asked, "Did Li Jinjin call you?" Yes, the man immediately replied. Then, Guning opened his phone, checking his recent calls. Li Jinjin's name was really on it. She had called at 2:15 p.m., and the call had lasted for 7 minutes. "What did Li Jinjin want you to do to me?" "How much for it?" Guning continued. She wanted us to rape you, and take a video of it, then put it on the internet. She paid us 100,000 yuan for it, the man answered. Guning sneered, but her face looked cold. Her eyes were full of upset. Rape, what a usual way a woman used to deal with another one. Xiao Feifei had done that before. Guning assumed the women who she would have bad blood with in the future probably would do the same thing. She didn't doubt that. But Xiao Feifei had only paid several thousand yuan, while Li Jinjin paid 100,000 yuan. Was Guning's dignity worth only 100,000 yuan? No, Guning's dignity was priceless. This time, Guning really wouldn't forgive Li Jinjin. Although Xiao Feifei had done the same thing to her, Xiao Feifei couldn't threaten her at all. She could punish Xiao Feifei in a gentle way, but as for Li Jinjin, who turned to the Qing gang for help, which was a big trouble, Guning was completely irritated. She used the man's phone, calling Li Jinjin back directly. At the same time, Li Jinjin was having a meal with Qin Yifan in a restaurant. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. "Yifan, I heard there is a movie called Growing Up Together, which is very popular recently. Why don't we go and watch it together?" Li Jinjin invited Qin Yifan with anticipation in her eyes. She wanted to watch the movie for a reason. The movie mainly told a story about a couple who grew up together. She and Qin Yifan also grew up together. Thus, Li Jinjin intended to use the movie to express her feelings to Qin Yifan. Although this wasn't the first time Li Jinjin told Qin Yifan her feelings for him, and she had been refused many times, she kept trying because she loved Qin Yifan. Moreover, their marriage would be of great help to the Li family. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 71. Chapter 71, You will pay for it. Sorry, I have something to deal with. You can go with your friends, Qin Yifan said. It was simply his way of refusal. Every time I invite you to watch a movie, you're always busy. Although Li Jinjin knew it would end up like that, she felt hurt when she heard the answer. She had abased herself before him to the best of her ability. Why would he keep being so cold? Li Jinjin was a beautiful, sexy, and well-educated woman from a rich family. She had everything a man could expect from a woman. And she had countless admirers, but Qin Yifan was clearly not one of them. She wasn't going to be his younger sister, or girlfriend. She wanted to be his wife. Yifan, Li Jinjin wanted to say more, but her phone rang. Li Jinjin's phone was placed on the edge of the dining table. The caller was Lu. Li Jinjin felt nervous for a second, then she was delighted. I need to take this call. Li Jinjin took her phone, immediately standing up and left her seat. She didn't want Qin Yifan to hear a word. Li Jinjin ran straight outside. She answered the phone. Out of excitement, she asked first, before the other side could open the mouth, "Hey, Lu, did you finish it? I'll transfer the rest of the 50,000 yuan to your account later." "Oh, Miss Li, my dignity is only worth 100,000 yuan in your eyes?" Gu Ning sneered. "You," hearing Gu Ning's voice, Li Jinjin trembled in shock. She almost threw her phone away. Why? How could it be possible? What had happened? Why did they take the money but fail to do what she had asked? "Miss Li, I'll bear in mind what happened today. And you will pay for it. Be careful." Gu Ning warned her plainly. "You dare to threaten me?" Although Li Jinjin felt afraid, she was irritated by Gu Ning's words. Her face changed, she looked vicious now. "Yes, I did threaten you," Gu Ning admitted without hesitation. Li Jinjin was in a rage now, but also felt regretful. After a while, Gu Ning added, "Miss Li, since you're capable of doing that, you have to bear the consequences." Then Gu Ning hung up the phone before Li Jinjin could say a word. Li Jinjin was so mad that she almost smashed her phone. She actually didn't know Gu Ning's background, but since Gu Ning had Lu's phone to call her, Gu Ning must not be an ordinary person. Thus, Li Jinjin felt uneasy about Gu Ning's threat. Now, Li Jinjin was truly not in the mood to watch a movie. She forced herself to finish the meal with Qin Yifan, then asked him to drive her home. She was worried something terrible would happen to her on her way home. Li Jinjin stopped asking Qin Yifan to keep her company, which made him happy. But if he had known the reason, he would probably not have been so calm. On the other side, Gu Ning hung up the phone, then directly threw it back to the man. She turned around and left. Gu Ning didn't know whether they would try to get revenge on her. All she could do was protect herself. Gu Ning walked to the car. She pulled the unconscious man away from the driver's seat, then dumped him on the ground. She sat inside herself. Gu Ning started the car and left. After Gu Ning was gone, at the opposite side of the alley, a black Maserati stopped there. The car window moved slowly down. There were two men sitting inside, watching the way Gu Ning left. On the driver's seat, a young man who was around 25 was in a casual suit. His face was full of amazement and excitement. "Wow, I didn't expect this young girl could be so strong and powerful. I feel like having a fight with her." "You'll lose for sure," a cold voice sounded from the passenger seat. The young man immediately felt upset. The man who sat on the passenger seat was several years older. He was almost 30, with beautiful features. He had an air of power. Hearing that, the young man was displeased. He complained, "Boss, don't upset your own friend, alright? Can you defeat them all within a minute?" the man inquired. The young man felt shamed. Apparently, he couldn't. Although he could beat them down within a few minutes, he couldn't do it the way the girl had done it. "Xianfeng, find out who these guys' head is. How dare them take a buyer's money secretly without my permission," the man said coldly. He was obviously annoyed. The man was actually the chairman of the Qin gang, Sitayi. Although Qin gang was a gang, it had principles and rules. It was unacceptable to take a buyer's money secretly and charge the fee of protection, which was amoral. Of course, even though there were rules, some people would break them as they liked. Even in the country, there were many corrupt officials. As long as they hadn't been discovered, they would continue to do amoral things. "Yes, boss," Chu Xianfeng answered. Gu Ning stopped aside after a short distance, not because she was lost, but she needed to find her real driver. She now was half worried and half doubtful towards the driver. What if the driver was one of the gangsters? What if the driver was in trouble himself? Gu Ning pulled over the car, taking out her phone. She called the driver at once. Unfortunately, no one answered. Right when Gu Ning was about to call the police, a noise sounded from the trunk. An idea suddenly dawned on Gu Ning. She immediately clicked a button, then stepped out of the car, walking to the trunk. There he was. The real driver who had been supposed to take her, was now tightly tied up struggling with his mouth stuck full of a rag in the trunk. Seeing Gunning, his eyes lit up at once. He knew Gunning must be here to rescue him. He mumbled in excitement to Gunning. Gunning was also relieved to see the driver was safe. She immediately untied him. The rag in his mouth was removed. The driver was free. He apologized at once. "Miss Gu, I am so sorry. I have no idea why they did this to me. Thank you so much for rescuing me." Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Shopping in the Shopping Center. Thinking of that, the driver was still trembling with terror. "I'm sorry. It's my fault actually. They were targeting me," Gunning said, then she told him everything that had just happened. What? The driver was shocked, but he didn't blame Gunning, since she was also a victim. Because a lot had just happened, when Gunning finally arrived at the hotel, it was already 8 p.m. Gunning was starving, so she immediately called room service. She had planned to buy clothes in the downtown this afternoon, but she didn't have time now. Although the shopping center was still open now, Gunning wasn't only going to buy clothes for herself. She would buy some for Guman and the family of Guqing too. Thus an hour wasn't enough for her to shop. Gunning didn't have another change of clothing. She had to wash her clothes tonight, and hopefully it would dry tomorrow. She had her school uniform in her backpack, but she didn't want to wear it. It would be too obvious in the crowd. Her dinner hadn't arrived yet. Gunning called Guman to chat with her for a short time. Then she talked with Chu Peihan and others in their WeChat group for a while. The evening wind was cool and mild. It danced with people walking by. Sometimes, it was a bit chilly. In the downtown of City G, there was the biggest entertainment place, King's Club. In the noisy club, colorful lights shone. Men and women crazily shook their waists on the dance floor, and the air was full of desire and luxury. But in a private room, which was set apart from the main hall, there was only light music and gentle talks. In this huge private room, there were only 5 men without a single bar girl. Apparently, something special was going on here. F***CK, we were just F***King lucky this time. We even met the legendary Red Flame team captain, Red Wolf, who has killed 7 of our people. All the troops were almost wiped out. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we were F***ked, a young man groaned and slammed the cigarette butt into the ground, seemingly venting the anger in his heart. I've heard that Red Wolf is very powerful. I didn't care, but I've witnessed this time. He's really very powerful. He could fight with more than a dozen people, and killed 7. He only got shot twice, a bulky muscular man with a naked upper body said. Although he hated his opponent to death, he admired him too. Luckily he got shot, and wasn't able to track us. Where we would be found, a relatively short man with a vicious look said. But we can't be too careless. After all, the other team is the captain of the important national team. Maybe he will send someone to follow us. So we'll be evacuated as soon as we successfully trade tomorrow. But why do they have to choose the commercial building in the city center? There are so many people there. Aren't they afraid of being discovered? F***CK. They're simply afraid that we get the money, but don't give them the goods. So the most secure place is where there are many people around. If we really don't give them the goods, they will immediately cause a riot and bring the police. In that case, we can't leave either. This isn't the first time. Couldn't they trust us? The object is worth 100 million yuan this time. It is reasonable to be careful. In another private room, there was a laptop on the table. The screen showed the picture of the above men's room. A man sat before the laptop with earphones on. He had heard everything they had discussed. This man was Leng Xiaoting. He had fine delicate features, but wore a cold expression. His eyes were as deep as the ocean with an air of power. He seemed like a king. Behind Leng Xiaoting, there stood 2 men. Both of them stared at the screen too, but didn't hear what they had said. Boss, what's their next movement? Seeing Leng Xiaoting take off his earphones, a man asked. They're going to trade at the business building in the downtown. Keep an eye on their location, Lung Xiaoting said calmly, with a serious look on face. Lung Xiaoting didn't kill them right now. He intended to use them as bait. Their head wasn't here, and the object was in the head's hands. If he killed them now, their head would be alarmed. They actually had no idea where their head was. If they had known, they would have come to him and killed him right away. The next day, Gu Ning didn't get up till 8 a.m. Gu Ning was actually awake earlier, but she had nothing to do. The shopping center was open at 8 a.m., so she didn't leave her warm bed till that time. Besides, Gu Ning would fly back to City F at 2 p.m. this afternoon. She had a whole morning to shop in the shopping center. She didn't need to rush at all. She also needed to sign the contract with Zhou Jinghong in the shopping center today. The appointed time was 11 a.m., which was a good time for lunch. Gu Ning went downstairs when she got up. She checked out afterwards. The shopping center wasn't far away. It took around 20 minutes to walk there. Thus there was no need for Gu Ning to take a taxi. She walked there directly. She had her breakfast halfway. When she finally arrived at the shopping center, it was almost 9 a.m. Today was a Sunday. There were already many people around in the shopping center at 9 a.m. Female clothes were on the second floor, so Gu Ning went straight to the second floor. The shopping center was so big. It seemed it would never end. Gu Ning suddenly didn't know where to start. She walked randomly to a direction, scanning through the clothes on both sides. If she liked the style of a brand, she would walk inside. After a while, Gu Ning found an international designer brand. It was extremely expensive. But no matter how expensive it was nothing to Gu Ning now. Nice to meet you, welcome. A saleswoman immediately came to her when Gu Ning stepped in. Miss, may I help? May I have a look at the clothes which are suitable for a woman around 40? Gu Ning asked. Sure, miss, please follow me. The saleswoman guided Gu Ning to an area. Gu Ning had a look. Nothing she liked. Could you please tell me the body type of your relative? The saleswoman inquired. She has the same body as me. If I can wear it, it will fit her too, Gu Ning answered. Gu Ning was 167 centimeters tall, and slim. Then, the saleswoman chose a piece of clothing showing it to Gu Ning. Miss, how about this one? Well, it looks good. Gu Ning looked at it and liked it at once. It would fit Gu Man. She was about to take it and have a closer look. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 73. Chapter 73, The Drama in the Shopping Center. But before Gu Ning's hand touched the piece of clothing, another hand grabbed it first. I like this one. I'm going to try it. It was a woman who was at her early 40s. She was in luxurious clothes, but it was only limited to her appearance. She didn't have the same good manners. A woman with good manners would never grab a thing from another person's hand. Stop there, Gu Ning criticized. She was upset. Gu Ning couldn't tolerate that the woman grabbed the piece of clothing from her hand. But the woman walked away as if she hadn't heard Gu Ning's voice. Seeing that, Gu Ning frowned as a look of annoyance crossed her face. She strode ahead and stood in the woman's way. The woman almost knocked into Gu Ning. She was a little scared by Gu Ning, and shouted, What do you want to do, young girl? Do you want to hurt me? You should be responsible for that. The woman's shout attracted attention from others in the shop. People immediately surrounded them to have a look. Sorry, I chose this piece of clothing before you, Gu Ning said calmly. If she didn't want it, she wouldn't mind, but since she wanted it, she would never let the woman get away with it. Gee, just because you choose it first doesn't mean you own it. It's in my hands now. Well, if I say I choose all the clothes here, does that then mean you won't be able to buy any of them? The lady said with disdain. Wow, I didn't expect you're so rich. You even want them all. Hey, have you heard what she just said? This lady said she want all the clothes here. I think the commission you'll get today will be higher than a year of commission you may get, Gu Ning said to a saleswoman. She deliberately twisted the truth. Shut your mouth. I did not say that, the woman yelled at Gu Ning in anger. Though she was rich, this international designer brand was super expensive, and a single piece of clothing cost dozens of thousands of yuan. All of the clothes here in the shop would be worth at least millions. The woman absolutely couldn't afford it. The crowd all knew Gu Ning was twisting the truth. No one took her words seriously. Really? Because if I choose it, I'm going to buy it. And you? Gu Ning said provocatively. The woman was mad. She also understood Gu Ning was challenging her on purpose, but she was still irritated. Sorry, madam. This young lady did choose this piece of clothing first. Would you please have a look at the other clothes? The saleswoman apologized to the woman. Hearing that, the crowd immediately understood what had happened. Everyone disliked the woman's behavior. Xiaoli, Mrs. Xiao is our frequent customer with a VIP silver card. She has the priority to choose first, another saleswoman who was with Mrs. Xiao interrupted. She even glared at the saleswoman who was with Gu Ning. Apparently, this was nothing to do with the so-called priority to choose first. The saleswoman was just snobbish. Xiaoli, however, ignored the warning. She argued, Miss Wang, I disagree with you. The one who arrives first can choose first. Even a VIP customer can't grab the clothes from another customer. Miss Wang was annoyed to be argued back. This Miss Wang was always snobbish, and only served the rich people. Mrs. Xiao, meanwhile, was a frequent customer here. She apparently wanted to have a friendly relationship with Mrs. Xiao. This was a shop of an international designer brand. The cheapest item cost dozens of thousands of yuan. Besides, a saleswoman could have 2% commission on the sales. Every time Mrs. Xiao was here, she would spend at least 80,000 yuan. The commission would be several thousand yuan. The onlookers all agreed with Xiaoli. They also felt dissatisfied. Exactly, even a VIP customer can't grab the clothes from another customer. It's unfair. It's not unfair. It's snobbish. Why don't you just sell the clothes only to the VIP customers? Anyone who wants to buy clothing here must have a VIP card first. True. Those customers who surrounded them all criticized Miss Wang, which made her feel embarrassed, but she didn't dare to retort. Mrs. Xiao, instead, felt irritated. So what? I have enough money. I'll buy whatever I want. It's none of your business. You can buy whatever you want, but you can't grab things from others, someone argued. Exactly. This lady doesn't have manners at all, someone said. Do you know who I am? How dare you to say that? I am the wife of the chairman of Zhoufu Jewelry. Mrs. Xiao was annoyed. She spoke loudly about her identity. Hearing that, everyone shut their mouths at once. They obviously all knew Zhoufu Jewelry, which had at least 100 million yuan in assets. And they just had millions in assets. No one dared to compete with Zhoufu Jewelry. Gu Ning was a little surprised. She didn't expect this woman was Xiaoping's wife. Xiaoping and Zhou Xinghong didn't get along with each other. Gu Ning therefore disliked Xiaoping's family as well. Those onlookers were afraid of the Xiao family, but Gu Ning wasn't. She directly criticized, do you think you can do whatever you want as the wife of the chairman of Zhoufu Jewelry? Mrs. Xiao didn't expect Gu Ning wasn't afraid of the Xiao family at all. But Mrs. Xiao was too proud. In City F, there were many more families who were richer than them. At that moment, the store manager came over. What happened? Before anyone else, Gu Ning opened her mouth with slight unkindness. Nice to meet you, manager. Let me ask you a question first. Is it true that your VIP customer can directly grab the clothing from another normal customer as long as she wants to? How is this possible? The one who arrives first chooses first. A VIP customer can only get a discount, the store manager immediately explained. Before long, he soon realized what had happened. He then turned to Miss Wang Yunyun, what happened? Since there was only one VIP customer, Mrs. Xiao, in the shop, and the saleswoman who was with Mrs. Xiao was Wang Yunyun, the manager naturally turned to her first. Wang Yunyun had no idea the thing would end up like that. She hated Guning so much, but did not dare to show it in front of the manager. Besides, this was the first time such a thing had happened. She did not know how to explain. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 74. Chapter 74, Lay Off. Let me explain please. Shelley recommended a piece of clothing to me, and I liked it. I wanted to take a closer look, but unexpectedly, Mrs. Xiao grabbed it from me. I asked her to give it back to me, but she refused. Meanwhile, Wang Yunyun said that Mrs. Xiao was a VIP customer and had priority to choose first, Guning said. The manager changed his face immediately. He didn't doubt Guning's explanation, and bashed Wang Yunyun. Wang Yunyun, what's wrong with you? You've worked here for a long time. How could you know nothing about the rules? The manager knew Wang Yunyun was snobbish, but she didn't normally cause any trouble. Thus the manager did nothing. However, the manager couldn't accept that she ruined the reputation of the shop this time. Wang Yunyun suddenly didn't know what to say. She knew she had behaved in a wrong way, but everything she had done was merely for more commission. Enough, you're fired. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. The manager didn't want to waste time with Wang Yunyun. Since she had damaged the reputation of this shop, the manager had to lay her off. What? Hearing that, Wang Yunyun was shocked. She honestly didn't know the result would be that bad. Now, she sincerely felt scared. If she was fired, she couldn't find a better job. She almost begged, "Manager, please give me another chance. I promise this won't happen again." Wang Yunyun, it's written in the contract. Anyone who damages the reputation of this shop will be fired. I'm sorry. My hands are tied, the manager said. The manager then ignored Wang Yunyun, turning to Mrs. Xiao. He explained politely, "Mrs. Xiao, we have our rules here. The one who arrives first chooses first. If you like this piece of clothing, I'm afraid you need to wait until this miss doesn't want it, so please return this piece of clothing to this miss." Thank you so much. Mrs. Xiao of course was unhappy to do that, not only because of the piece of clothing, but also because she had been humiliated. However, since the manager was here, she didn't want to argue with him. She was going to buy more clothes from this shop in the future. Although the brand had many stores in City G, this store was unique with many more designs. I don't want it at all. Who cares? Mrs. Xiao said with unhappiness. She directly threw the piece of clothing back at Guning, then turned around and left. She had been greatly humiliated before everyone and had no reason to stay here any longer. Guning took the piece of clothing right away. She really liked this one. I'll take this, and more. Please give me one of that in size L. All of them are for women around 40. Guning handed the clothing to the saleswoman. Hearing that, the crowd was all surprised. This girl didn't look at the price tag at all. She must be very rich. The more a customer bought, the more commission a saleswoman could get. Shelley was obviously happy to see that. She immediately recommended more to Guning, following Guning's demands. Finally, Guning chose 2 sweaters, 2 pairs of pants, and 2 long wool coats for Guman and Guqing. She of course wouldn't forget her uncle Jiangsu and her cousin Jiang Xingyue. She bought a black Armani suit, a sweater, and a pair of pants for Jiangsu. As for Jiang Xingyue, she was still at a young age and didn't need to wear clothing from a designer brand. Guning herself didn't want to do that either, so she went to another shop of a normal brand, and bought some dresses for Jiang Xingyue and herself. After buying the clothes, Guning went to buy a series of skincare products for both Guman and Guqing. Then the question came to Guning. What should she buy for Chu Peihan and others? Gifts were about good intentions, not the price. Moreover, except for Mixi, the rest were all rich kids. It wasn't a wise choice to buy expensive gifts for them. After a while, Guning decided to buy Chu Peihan and Mixi each a Lancôme perfume, which was worth more than 1,000 yuan. Mixi lacked of a good phone, so Guning bought a phone for her. To not burden her friend, Guning didn't buy an expensive one, but only spent 2,000 yuan on a new phone. Since she was in a phone shop, Guning bought new phones for Guman and the family of Guqing as well. As for Hao Ran and the boys, she bought 4 Armani wallets for them, which cost around 1,000 yuan each. Guning felt satisfied at the end. When her company opened, she planned to prepare some jewelry made of jade for them then. When she received Zhou Jinghong's call, Guning had almost finished her shopping. Before she left, she went to the ladies' room, putting all the gifts into her telepathic eye space. It would be a lot if she carried them by hand. Their appointed place was a restaurant beside the commercial building. Guning walked straight to the restaurant after she left the commercial building. She stepped into the elevator. When the door was almost closed, a man suddenly dashed in and knocked into Guning by accident. "Oh, sorry, I'm in a hurry," the man apologized. "It's nothing," Guning said. But she felt something was strange, because when the man had hit her, she had felt there was a tough object around the man's waist. It felt like metal, and the shape was quite familiar to Guning. All of a sudden, an idea dawned on Guning. Was it a gun? Thinking of that, Guning immediately used her jade eyes. It really was a gun. At the same time, Guning used her jade eyes to scan the other 4 men around her. She felt nervous at once. These 5 men all carried a gun with them around their waist. A man with a gun normally was from the police or the army. Otherwise, they would be gangsters or criminals. Guning could sense the air of violence from these men. They seemed more like gangsters or criminals. Guning again used her jade eyes to look at the box held in a man's hand. There were bags of white powder inside. Although Guning had never tried the white powder herself, she immediately realized what it was according to her rich experience. She secretly inhaled deeply. These men must be here to trade. It was none of her business, so Guning didn't plan to get involved. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor. Guning left the elevator. Coincidentally, the 5 men all left at the 5th floor too. Guning walked to the appointed private room. To her surprise, her private room was exactly next to the private room of those men. "Boss, here you are. Please have a seat." The minute Guning appeared, Zhou Jinghong immediately greeted her. He pulled out the chair for her too. "Boss, I didn't know what your favorites are, so I didn't order yet. Now please order the food." Zhou Jinghong handed the menu to Guning, then rang the service bell. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 75. Chapter 75, Too Sensitive. When a waiter opened the door, Guning glimpsed as a group of men walked by. She unexpectedly found she was familiar with the front man's figure. However, when she looked over, they were gone. Guning didn't know many men, and even less of them could leave an unforgettable impression on her. Thus she immediately knew who he was. The man must be the one who had given her the king's green. What a coincidence. He was here too. Guning didn't bother to think further about it. She moved her sight back to the menu. She ordered 2 dished, then gave the menu back to Zhou Jinghong. "Uncle Zhou, please help yourself and order something you like." Zhou Jinghong took the menu. He ordered 2 dishes as well, then handed the menu to the waiter. When the waiter left, Zhou Jinghong immediately took out a file paper bag, giving it to Guning. "Boss, I've set up the contract. Please have a look. If there is anything you think is inappropriate, I can adjust it." "Great." Guning took it. She opened the paper bag and started to read the document inside. With her powerful jade eyes, it was super easy for Guning to read through the contract quickly, but in front of Zhou Jinghong, Guning had to pretend. She deliberately spent more time on the papers to make it seem natural. The contract only had 2 pages, so although Guning slowed down her reading pace on purpose, she still finished it in 2 minutes. The labor contract between Guning and Zhou Jinghong said that Zhou Jinghong was the executive director of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. He had absolute right of discourse. The registered capital of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company was 100 million yuan. In addition to the monthly salary, Zhou Jinghong also owned 20% of the shares of the Jade Beauty Jewelry Company. "Well, I think it's good," Guning said. She signed her name in Party A, and then handed it to Zhou Jinghong. Zhou Jinghong also signed his name. Guning couldn't help using her jade eyes to see into the private room next door. She saw those men that she saw in the elevator, and another group of men sat across a table. There were 2 black boxes on the table, in front of the 2 groups. They were in a luxurious restaurant with great insulation, so she couldn't hear anything because they weren't speaking loudly. She could only see what they were doing. They opened the boxes. One of them was full of bags of white powder, while the other was filled with piles of bills and gold bars. Apparently, they were in the middle of a deal. Although Guning knew they were doing something illegal, she knew she shouldn't get involved. Moreover, there were at least 10 men with guns. Guning wasn't powerful enough to fight against them. Guning brought her sight back, lifting the teacup to drink a sip. However, in the private room adjacent to the private room next door, there were 3 men. One of them was Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting was dressed in black clothes. He was tall and expressionless. He was wearing earphones listening to the sound from the adjacent room and was monitoring the conversation. Meanwhile, a young man walked over, talking to Lung Xiaoting, "Captain, except for us and the enemies, there are also people in another private room on this floor. It's room number 3, which is right next to our enemy's room. I've already informed the manager to get them to leave." "Great," Lung Xiaoting answered lightly and said nothing else. Because they didn't know their enemy's appointed place beforehand, they weren't well prepared in advance. They could only check the surrounding situation. After the appointed place had been confirmed, even the bug was secretly set by one of Lung Xiaoting's men, who had disguised himself as a waiter. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door of Guning's private room was knocked on and was then pushed open. Guning though it was the waiter, but to her surprise, 2 men who were around 30 walked in. Both Guning and Zhou Xinghong frowned a little. One of the men was full of regret saying, "Nice to meet you, miss and sir. I'm the hotel manager. I'm so sorry to bother you for a special condition." The man with the hotel manager walked in front of Guning. He took out a document and handed it to Guning. He said, "Nice to meet you both. This is my certificate as a military officer. Our military is currently carrying out a task on this floor. For your safety, I hope you can immediately move to a private room upstairs. Sorry about that." Knowing that, Zhou Xinghong was completely shocked, while Guning was merely a little surprised. It must have something to do with the people in the next room. However, could the man be from the military? Well, the man did look like a military man. Sure. Guning didn't want to be involved either. She answered, then left with Zhou Xinghong, following the hotel manager and the military officer. However, just as they left the room, the 2 men standing outside room number 4 immediately looked over. The hotel manager suddenly panicked. His face turned pale at once, because he clearly knew that the suspect was right in that private room. Both Guning and the officer knew that something bad might happen. The reaction of the hotel manager was likely to attract the attention of those men. The officer immediately took a step forward and blocked the hotel manager. He gave the manager a warning look. However, the 2 people who were outside had already seen the manager's face. They sensed something must be wrong right away. They called out, "Wait." The hotel manager trembled, but because of the officer's warning look, he forced himself to calm down and immediately put on a formulaic smile. "Nice to meet you, sir. What can I do for you?" he asked the person who called him. The 2 men exchanged a knowing look, then walked towards them. Both Guning and the officer were alert. They knew things could go wrong. But they were afraid to raise suspicion, so they decided to temporarily stand still. The 2 men walked over, then immediately took out guns aiming at them. "Get in," they snapped quietly. The hotel manager and Zhou Xinghong's faces immediately turned pale. They were trembling from the terror. Guning and the military officer stayed calm instead, but again to not raise suspicion, they cooperated well and showed fear on their faces. They were all forced back into the private room. Room number 5 was where Lung Xiaoting stayed. He had set cameras outside, so he was able to see what was going on. "Captain, what should we do?" "They're so sensitive," a man said worriedly. "Be patient," Lung Xiaoting said. Lung Xiaoting didn't miss the relatively smaller figure among them. He was a little upset and uneasy. It seemed that he was concerned about her safety. In room number 3. You just saw us. Why did you look so scared? A suspect asked the hotel manager. He recognized the hotel manager, so he was particularly sensitive. Reincarnation of the businesswoman at school, #Chapter 76. Chapter 76, The Gunshots in the Restaurant. Nothing, the hotel manager denied. He tried to stay calm, but failed. The two men definitely didn't believe him. Tell them we have a problem here, one of the men said to the other. The other man then turned to walk out. Gunning looked at the man's gun. He hadn't cocked it yet. If Gunning went to grab his gun, there was no chance for the man to shoot. In other words, it was safe for Gunning to do so. Gunning gave the military officer a knowing look. The latter immediately understood. The military officer was amazed too. This young girl wasn't afraid at all. She even wanted to act first. To be honest, the military officer didn't trust Gunning's ability. He was a little hesitant, but when he saw Gunning's undeniable look, he immediately felt more confident. Therefore, he nodded slightly as affirmation. The girl dared to grab the gun directly from a man, which showed she had both courage and ability. Gunning then started to act. She came to the man like lightning and grabbed his hand. With a snap sound, the man's hand was broken. Meanwhile, the military officer pulled his gun out, shooting at the other man. Before the man could make a sound, Gunning immediately stuffed his mouth with tissues. She then raised her hand and slashed it toward his neck. The man immediately lost consciousness. Because the officer's gun was equipped with a silencer, it did not make any sound. He accurately shot the other man in the head. The man then silently fell onto the ground. It all happened too fast to be noticed. The two men still didn't realize what had happened before they were both killed. Both the hotel manager and Zhou Xingheng rounded their eyes in shock. They felt like they were in a dream. The military officer instead was also surprised by Gunning. He didn't expect this young girl could be that powerful. She was even as good and swift as he was. He had been in the army for at least 10 years as a senior special commander, and had been through at least 10 years of devil training. What kind of training had this girl been through? The military officer thought to himself. Although he wondered, he didn't ask. It was none of his business after all. Besides, he had a bigger fish to fry now. You all must leave now, the military officer said. It's too late, Gunning said. She saw someone going out from the private room next door. As soon as the man came out, he would find the bodies. At that moment, Gunning ran out before she could say another word. The rest of the people in the room were all surprised. They had no idea what she was going to do. Zhou Xingheng wanted to have a look, because he was worried about Gunning's safety. However, he was stopped by the military officer. Instead, the military officer followed her. Leng Xiaoting, on the other side, noticed Gunning was coming out. Seeing Gunning is out, they knew the people in private room number 3 were fine now, but why was Gunning rushing out? Amid all the confusion, Gunning dashed to the door of private room number 4. At the same time, the door was pushed open and a man walked out. Before the man noticed Gunning coming, Gunning hit him with great force. The man lost consciousness at short notice and fell onto the ground. Gunning then grabbed his gun. Watching that, Leng Xiaoting and his people who were staring at the screen, as well as the military officer who followed Gunning out, were all shocked. They now understood why Gunning said that it was too late. But how could she know that there was a man coming out? Knowing that Gunning was safe, Leng Xiaoting was relieved. Now it was time for them to act. 3 of them walked out immediately. Gunning's gaze met Leng Xiaoting's eyes, coincidentally. Seeing his handsome cold face, Gunning's heart skipped a beat. But she knew it wasn't the appropriate time to appreciate the handsome man. Get back to the private room, Leng Xiaoting said to Gunning. I can protect myself, Gunning replied. She wouldn't go back. Leng Xiaoting frowned a little. He was apparently dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything more. He was confident that as long as he was here, he could protect the young girl. Immediately after that, Lung Xiaoting and his people ran into private room number 4. A round of gunshots followed. Once the gunshots sounded, the whole building was lost in terror. People ran away, trying to hide. The building even shook a little. Zhou Jinghong and the hotel manager were scared and hid themselves directly under the table. Zhou Jinghong was very worried about Gu Ning, but he did not dare to go out. Moreover, he didn't go out because of Gu Ning's warning. Before long, the gunshots stopped. Meanwhile, the sirens also sounded downstairs, but the police were notified in advance and cleaned up the scene. Although Gu Ning didn't walk into the room, she knew clearly what was happening inside because she used her jade eyes. Lung Xiaoting only had 3 men with him, while the other party had 7 or 8 men. But for the suspect, the appearance of Lung Xiaoting and his men was so unexpected. Thus when the other party reacted, it was already too late and they were all killed. And Lung Xiaoting as well his men were all safe. They were amazingly powerful. Although the mission was completed, Lung Xiaoting and his men didn't leave right away. They were waiting for the police so that they could hand over. Gu Ning turned around to go into her private room. She told Zhou Jinghong and the hotel manager it was all right now. "Boss, are you all right?" Zhou Jinghong heard Gu Ning's voice. He immediately moved out from beneath the table, along with the hotel manager. Seeing that, Gu Ning felt like laughing, but she had no intention to make fun of them. It had been a gun war, and it was totally understandable that people got scared. "I'm fine," Gu Ning replied. "Manager, I suppose you need to close the restaurant for a while, because of what has just happened." "We won't bother you here," Gu Ning said. Sure. "I'm so sorry about that, miss." "Oh, thank you so much for rescuing me." The manager didn't forget that Gu Ning had saved his life. "I was saving myself too," Gu Ning said. She wasn't being modest, she simply told the truth. Then, Gu Ning, together with Zhou Jinghong, who hadn't recovered from the shock yet, went outside. "Please wait." Before they went far away, Lung Xiaoting stopped them. "Sir, what's up?" Gu Ning turned around. She looked at Lung Xiaoting walking to her with her big beautiful eyes. Her voice sounded charming. All the men were softened. Lung Xiaoting's heart skipped a beat as well. This girl is so adorable. But the feeling quickly went away. Lung Xiaoting came to Gu Ning, reaching out his hand. Non-military or police personnel are not allowed to hold guns privately. Once found, it must be handled as illegal behavior. Everyone was shocked. What? This young girl had a gun? Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 77. Chapter 77, she has another gun with her. They had noticed that Gu Ning had grabbed the suspect's gun, but didn't hand it over. However, Gu Ning left a good impression on them, given she had been of great help, so they didn't think further about it. They believed the young girl was simply curious about a gun. Gu Ning was reluctant to do it at first, but then she resignedly took a gun out of her backpack, throwing it back to Lung Xiaoting. "Can't hide it from you, ha," she complained. Gu Ning didn't have chance to put the gun into the room of her telepathic eyes, so if he wanted to search her body for it, she couldn't hide it. Thus she had to give it to him. "Uncle Zhou, let's go," Gu Ning called Zhou Jinghong, who was distracted. Zhou Jinghong immediately followed her. When Gu Ning disappeared at the end of the passage, Lung Xiaoting found the suspect who was lying on the ground in private room number 3. He sensed something wasn't right. He walked over and searched the suspect's body. Nothing. Indeed, Gu Ning carried another gun with her, which belonged to that suspect. If Gu Ning hadn't had another gun with her, she wouldn't have been willing to give the first gun to Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting was annoyed, but not upset. It seemed that he trusted her and believed that she wouldn't do anything harmful, so he didn't chase her, but instead focused on what had just happened in the hotel. After all, he knew she was a student from the number 3 high school in City F. He could always find her later. "Boss, you're so awesome." When they left the hotel, Zhou Jinghong finally recovered from the shock. He now admired Gu Ning more than ever. Gu Ning was merely an 18-year-old girl. "If I couldn't do anything, I wouldn't dare to walk around freely," Gu Ning said. Right, Zhou Jinghong agreed with Gu Ning. He had always believed that Gu Ning wasn't just an ordinary girl with excellent accuracy on stone gambling. However, today he had been amazed again. "Oh, boss, what do you want to eat?" "We haven't eaten yet," Zhou Jinghong asked. Gu Ning though for a while, then said, "Let's go have hot pot." "Sure," Zhou Jinghong answered. They went to a food center afterwards. After the meal, it was already 12:30 p.m. Gu Ning's flight would take off at 2 p.m., so she needed to leave for the airport. Before she left, Gu Ning told Zhou Jinghong to buy a car for convenience. He was allowed to choose a car, which was worth within 1,000,000 yuan. After that, Gu Ning left. On her way to the airport, Gu Ning thought it would be faster to buy a house if she knew someone who was powerful. Among the people Gu Ning knew in City F, only In Qian and Qin Yifan were reliable. Gu Ning's first choice was Qin Yifan. She didn't know In Qian's background and wasn't sure whether In Qian had the ability to help her. Thus, Gu Ning called Qin Yifan. At the same time, Qin Yifan was sitting in a cafe with Li Zhenyu. Qin Yifan was a mature and stable man, but once it involved Gu Ning, Qin Yifan would suddenly be lively. When Gu Ning's call came in, Qin Yifan was delighted with a smile at the corners of his lips. "Gu Ning, what's up?" He even sounded sweet. Li Zhenyu witnessed all his reactions and felt uneasy. Did Qin Yifan like Gu Ning that much? Although he hated Gu Ning, he had to admit Gu Ning wasn't ordinary. She had good appearance, and unbearable luck, as well as talent on stone gambling. Moreover, Li Zhenjin had come home in shock yesterday. He then knew Li Zhenjin had hired a bunch of gangster to teach Gu Ning a lesson. However, unexpectedly, Gu Ning had been totally fine. She even had called and threatened Li Zhenjin with Lu's phone. At first, Li Zhenyu thought Lu must have been bought by Gu Ning with money. Although he had connection with Lu, they weren't close. Besides, Lu was a gangster who would do anything for money. It was possible that he had betrayed Li Zhenjin for money. But he had checked it himself this morning. Lu and his men had been injured by Gu Ning, and all of them were in the hospital now. Li Zhenyu had totally been shocked. It was beyond his imagination that a teenage girl could be so powerful and difficult to deal with, but he was still confused about Gu Ning's background. If she was from a common family, he wouldn't care about her at all, but if she was from a powerful rich family, he would have to have a second thought for the good of his family. Li Zhenyu decided to investigate Gu Ning first. Luckily, even though Gu Ning knew Li Zhenjin was behind those gangsters, she had no proof, so Li Zhenyu didn't need to worry that Gu Ning would sue his sister. "Well, I want to buy 2 well-decorated houses in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Do you know anyone who can get it done as soon as possible?" Gu Ning asked. Qin Yifan happily replied, "You've called the right person. I have a friend who is actually the sales manager of Fenghua Luxury Mansion. I'll call him later to help you pick the best location and give you the biggest discount." Qin Yifan knew Gu Ning had over 100 million yuan of wealth, so he didn't feel surprised when she said she was going to buy houses in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Besides, he felt honored that Gu Ning turned to him for help. "Great, thank you so much." Gu Ning accepted Qin Yifan's kindness. She didn't care about a discount actually, but she wouldn't reject it either. "You're welcome. I'll send his number to you once it's done," Qin Yifan said. "Thanks," Gu Ning said. When she was about to hang up, another thing dawned on her. "Oh, I almost forget. I have an emerald with me now, and I want to make some jewelry for my family with it. I plan to give it to Itsui Jade store to help me with that when you're back in City F." "What? You've cut out more jade? What is its type?" Qin Yifan was so excited to hear about the jade that he almost jumped up from his seat. No one could blame him. Gu Ning had already cut out 2 high-level jade yesterday, which was amazing. But she even cut out more later. She wanted to make jewelry for her family with it, so it must be a high-level jade. "You'll find out when you're back. Of course it isn't ordinary." Gu Ning deliberately kept it a secret. But for Qin Yifan, this was simply a bucket of cold water splashing down on him, and his excitement was immediately ruined. Instead, he was super curious now. He complained, "How can you do that to me? It's torture. I can't wait to see what type it is. I'll be back tomorrow morning. You better mind your own ongoing business first. Alright, I'm almost at the airport, bye-bye, Gunning said. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Buy Houses. Take care then. Qin Yifan knew that Gunning was going back today, so he wasn't surprised that she was in the airport now. After Qin Yifan hung up, Li Zhenyu asked him with a meaningful look, your attitude towards the girl Gunning is different. Tell me the truth. Do you like her? Qin Yifan was struck dumb. He did appreciate Gunning, but he didn't know whether he liked Gunning himself. He just felt happy and relaxed whenever he was with her. I have no idea. Qin Yifan gave a vague answer because he truly didn't know. However, his vague answer showed that he might actually like her. Although Li Zhenyu was disappointed to hear that, he said nothing. He clearly knew that Qin Yifan treated Li Zhenjin as his younger sister. He wasn't willing to marry her, but Li Zhenyu still had hope. Qin Yifan's parents liked Li Zhenjin. They all hoped for Qin Yifan to marry Li Zhenjin, but they would also respect Qin Yifan's choice. Therefore, the Li family couldn't urge Qin Yifan to marry Li Zhenjin for the good of their relationship. Qin Yifan then immediately called his friend to help Gunning. At the same time, what had happened in the restaurant was aired on TV. People all felt surprised. However, the news reports didn't mention Gunning. Although Gunning had helped a lot in the gun war, Leng Xiaoting was afraid that she would be revenged by other gangsters, so he ordered them to not mention her name. At 3:15 p.m., the plane landed at the airport of City F. Gunning checked her phone and saw that she received a message from Qin Yifan. Qin Yifan told her that he had settled everything. His friend's name and number were attached to the message. The man was called Wei Jirui. Gunning sent a message back to thank him. When Gunning walked out of the airport, she called Gu Man. She told her mother she was back, but she planned to take a look at the houses before going back to the hospital. Gunning took a taxi heading straight to Fenghua Luxury Mansion. On her way, she called Wei Jirui to politely tell him she was coming and her intention. Wei Jirui, of course, wouldn't reject such a profitable deal. Besides, Gunning was introduced by his good friend, so Wei Jirui naturally showed his passion. Nice to meet you. May I ask, are you Miss Gu? Once Gunning walked into the sales apartment, a man who was around 30 years old came to greet her. Wei Jirui already knew that Gunning was a beautiful 18-year-old girl, and there wasn't any other young girls around. He was almost 100% sure that he recognized the right person when Gunning stepped in. Although he knew the buyer was a young girl, he was still greatly surprised when he met Gunning in person. The girl was so young, and even wanted to buy 2 houses. However, since she was introduced by Qin Yifan, she must be super rich. Anyway, Wei Jirui would be polite as long as a customer walked in, no matter if he or she was rich or not. That was the basic qualification of a worker in the service industry. I am Gunning. You must be Mr. Wei. Gunning answered. Yes, I'm Wei Jirui. Nice to meet you, Miss Gu. Welcome to Fenghua Luxury Mansion, Wei Jirui said to Gunning. Miss Gu, Yifan told me about your requests. However, I think it's better to introduce the environment of Fenghua Luxury Mansion to you first. Please follow me. Wei Jirui guided Gunning to the exhibition hall, and said, Fenghua Luxury Mansion is the most high-end residential area in City F. The location is very good. It's close to the downtown, but it's quiet. There is a medium-sized shopping mall across the road from Fenghua Luxury Mansion. There are also food supermarkets, clothing, furniture, and so forth inside. There are also many banks around, so it's very convenient to live here. The facilities, preservation, and property service of Fenghua Luxury Mansion are all of high quality. Fenghua Luxury Mansion is planned in the form of a district within a central district. Each district forms a community with between 4 and 8 buildings with independent gates. The residents need a card to get in, and an outsider needs to get the guidance or permission of a resident here. Only after the security guard is informed can the outsider come in. Of course, it is possible that someone could secretly follow a resident and get in, but if anyone directly affects you, you can immediately call the security room. The security guard will take him or her out as fast as possible. There are small squares, greenery, swimming pools, leisure bars, gyms, and small food supermarkets inside as well. Miss Gu, if you want well-decorated houses, the choices of location and floor are limited, because we only have 3 floors with well-decorated houses in each building. The floors of each building are different. There are 6 households on each floor, 2 with 4 bedrooms, 2 with 3 bedrooms, and 2 with 2 bedrooms. If you want a 3-bedroom house, there are 2 best choices available. One is in the E zone, and the other is in the G zone. Each zone is a community of 4 or 5 buildings. If you come in from the gate and walk at a general speed, it only takes 10 to 20 minutes to arrive. We do, however, have sightseeing cars around here. If you take the car, it only takes 3 minutes. Wei Jiruwei then pointed out the location for Guning. The houses were in the front half of the district, and it was indeed a good position. There are 5 buildings in E zone, and 3 3-bedroom houses in building E3. However, they aren't on the same floor. Each house is 120 square meters big. There are also 4 buildings in G zone, with 3 3-bedroom houses in building G2. 2 of them are on the 9th floor and the size is relatively larger. It is 160 square meters big with an indoor garden, 3 rooms, and 1 living room, 1 study, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms. There is a large balcony in the living room. Here is a model of the apartment. Please have a look. Saying that, Wei Jiruwei guided Guning to the model's area. Before Guning saw the size of the houses, she had already planned to buy one that was 160 square meters. Although she felt it was a little large for her and her mother alone, fortunately, there were 2 houses on the same floor. It'll be very lively if the family of Gu Qing also moved in. Guning was very satisfied with the houses that were 160 square meters, but before she decided she wanted to have a look at its decoration first. Although Fenghua Luxury Mansion was a high-end district, and its decoration was also of high quality, it was better to have a look in person first. They took the sightseeing car, and arrived within 3 minutes. It could be faster if no one got on and off on the way. They then took the elevator to the 9th floor. Wei Jiruwei opened the door for Guning. Once they walked in, an indoor garden came into view. There was a shoe cabinet beside the door. A tea table and fish tanks were in the garden. There was, however, no fish in the fish tank, because the house wasn't occupied. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Buy Houses in Full Payment. In the living room, there was a chandelier, sofa, coffee table, carpet, TV cabinet, and a TV. The TV was 50 inches large. In the dining room, there was a dining table and chairs. In the kitchen, there was a refrigerator, oven, gas stove, range hood, pots and pans. All of them had been packed. They were all brand new. The only things missing were rice, oil, salt, and vinegar. There was also a balcony with a fully automatic washing machine in the kitchen. In the study, there were bookcases, a desk, a small sofa with 3 seats, and a small coffee table. In the master bedroom, there was a bathroom, cloakroom, bed, wardrobe, and a dressing table. There were also a toilet, bed, wardrobe, a desk, and a chair in the 2nd bedroom. In the 3rd bedroom, there were a bed, wardrobe, a desk, and a chair, but there wasn't a bathroom. The house had been cleaned often, so it was clean and bright, without dust. However, if they wanted to move in, it had to be cleaned once more. Miss Gu, rest assured. You are a friend of Yifun's, so I would never lie to you. The decoration here is absolutely high standard, and the quality is excellent too. All the furniture has certificates, invoices, and warranty cards. You don't need to worry at all, Wei Jiruwei said with confidence. Actually, Guning knew they were of good quality simply by looking at it and touching it. They went to the 2nd house later. It was the same. Guning then decided to buy those 2 houses. Although Wei Jirui knew it was highly possible that Gu Ning would buy the houses, he was still thrilled to hear the affirmative answer. Although Wei Jirui and Qin Yifan were friends, he wasn't from a rich family. He earned everything by working hard. Once he sold a house, he could earn a commission. How could he not be happy? Wei Jirui became the sales manager of Fenghua Luxury Mansion, which was a big real estate company, at a young age. He was a very capable man. Miss Gu, do you want to pay by full payment or installments? Wei Jirui asked. Full payment, Gu Ning answered. Wei Jirui was shocked again. Full payment? 160 square meter, big well-decorated houses in the front position, cost around 13 million yuan. This girl must be super rich. To be honest, although Fenghua Luxury Mansion was a high-end residential area and most of the people who lived here were rich, many of them had paid by installments. There were 2,000 households in Fenghua Luxury Mansion currently, but only dozens of them had paid by full payment. Even those who had dozens of millions of yuan of wealth had paid by installments. The salespeople could extract the commission from the interest, and the total commission was higher than that of a full payment. But no one knew how long they could keep their job. Therefore, it was better to have a total commission at once. The owners of those two houses won't be the same person. I only brought a copy of one of their ID cards with me, so I'll buy one first, and pay the deposit for the other. I'll pay the full amount tomorrow, Gu Ning said. No problem, Wei Jirui answered. He then helped Gu Ning with the legal procedure. Gu Ning had already prepared a copy of Gu Man's ID card. She only wrote Gu Man's name on the property ownership certificate. Because the first house was paid by one-time payment, only the copy of an ID card was needed. The second one was a little troublesome. Since it was a house bought after marriage, it was necessary to have a household register, an ID card and a marriage certificate. Gu Ning would not only write Gu Qing's name on the property ownership certificate because of their intimate relation. She also knew her uncle Jiang Su was a good man, who treated Gu Qing and Jiang Xingyue very well. Thus, Gu Ning didn't regard Jiang Su as an outsider. Miss Gu, both of your well-decorated houses are 165 square meters big. The total price is 13.6 million yuan. After the biggest discount I can give you, it is 12.92 million yuan in total, Wei Jirui said. Thanks a lot, Gu Ning thanked him with sincerity. Gu Ning knew the man had done his best. And she did appreciate what the man had done for her. Besides, Wei Jirui probably could only gain 100,000 yuan from that deal. The total amount of a house is 6.45 million yuan, and the deposit for the other one is 100,000 yuan. Thus Miss Gu, you need to pay 6.55 million yuan now, Wei Jirui said. When Wei Jirui guided Gu Ning to the counter, the cashier was shocked. What? Full payment? The buyer must be super rich. Before long, Wei Jirui finished all the legal documents. Gu Ning already had the key of the house, which she and Gu Man would move into today. Gu Man had actually already recovered and was ready to leave the hospital. Before Gu Ning left, she left a key with Wei Jirui. She asked him to help her find an hourly worker. She wanted the house to be cleaned once more before she moved in. It could of course be handled easily by Wei Jirui. Once Gu Ning was gone, the news that Wei Jirui had sold a house paid by full payment exploded in the entire sales hall. They all asked Wei Jirui how he did it. Wei Jirui didn't keep it a secret. He told his colleagues the buyer was a friend of his friend. He then told them the buyer planned to buy 2 houses by full payment today, but she didn't have all the documents with her, so she paid the deposit first. She would come back tomorrow. Everyone was shocked again. That girl must be super rich. It was already 5:30 p.m. when Gu Ning left. She immediately called Gu Man to invite the family of Gu Qing. She intended to have lunch with all of them to celebrate. Coincidentally, the family of Gu Qing was in the hospital with Gu Man today. Therefore, Gu Ning decided to go directly to the hospital. She planned to visit Gu Man first, then buy some daily necessities on the way back. She took a taxi to the hospital. Fenghua Luxury Mansion wasn't far away from the hospital. It only took a dozen minutes to arrive at the hospital if there was no traffic jam, but it was rush hour now, so it took Guning almost half an hour. When she arrived at the hospital, she called Qian. She told Qian her mother was about to leave, and she also wanted to invite Qian for a meal once she was free. Guning also wanted to pay Qian back for the admission fee. Qian refused to take Guning's money. It wasn't much to her. Besides, Guning had saved her life, which was much more priceless. But she accepted having a meal with Guning. She honestly wanted to make friends with Guning. Guning didn't argue with Qian on the phone. She was going to pay her back anyway. Guning finished the discharge procedure before she went upstairs. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 80. Chapter 80, Gu Man leaves the hospital. In the patient room, Guning greeted the family of Gu Qing one by one. Guning was happy to see that her mother had gained some weight and was more energetic than before. Gu Man had told Gu Qing and Jiang Su that Guning had been out to find a house. "Ningning, have you found a house?" Gu Qing asked Guning when she came in. If Guning failed to find a house, Gu Qing was determined to let them stay with her family so that they would have more time to find a place to live in later. "I've found it," Guning answered. "Really? That's good. Where is the house? Is it safe? How much does it cost a month?" Gu Qing asked. Guning felt contented receiving the kindness and care from Gu Qing. She smiled with warmth. "It's around the Yui Road. It's safe and the price is acceptable." Guning didn't tell them details. It wasn't the appropriate time. Knowing that Guning was going to buy instead of rent a house, Gu Man was surprised. Yui Road was close to the downtown, with more blocks than Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Gu Man didn't think of Fenghua Luxury Mansion of course, but the rest of the houses there weren't cheap either. A house would cost at least 2 million yuan. Didn't Ningning still plan to allot some money to investment? Gu Man always believed that Guning would buy a house in a remote area at the price of 1 million yuan at the most. Guning gave her mother a comforting glance. She didn't want to explain everything to them now. Although Gu Man was surprised, she was also happy to see that Guning could make decisions on her own. Guning then added, "I've already finished the discharge documents. Now let's pack up and go home. Let's go celebrate." "Oh, Gu Man can leave now? That's very good. We must celebrate." Everyone was delighted to know that Guning had found a house, and that Gu Man was ready to leave the hospital. Gu Qing thought that Guning and Gu Man were probably on a tight budget now, after they had paid the admission and the VIP patient room fee. Thus she invited them on her own initiative. "This meal is on me. No one is going to compete with me for that. No. This meal has to be on me. Now, you all need to be mentally prepared, because I have some very important news to tell you later," Guning said seriously. "What news?" Gu Qing and Jiang Su were a little worried to see Guning wearing a serious face. However, although Guning put on a serious face, nothing was actually wrong. Thus Gu Qing and Jiang Su were slightly relaxed. Only Gu Man knew what was going on, but if Gu Man had known that Guning had bought 2 houses in the most expensive area in City F, she would have been completely shocked. As for Jiang Xingyue, she was curious, but didn't think further. "Let's go home now. I'll tell you all later," Guning urged. Since Guning didn't want to tell them now, they all closed their mouths and started to pack up. "Ningning, who sent those to you? They're too many, and must be expensive." Gu Qing didn't discover those gifts that Guning had received till now. "Some are from my schoolmates, some are from a doctor who is my friend in this hospital," Guning answered. "Schoolmates? They must be super rich," Gu Qing said with surprise. Guning didn't say anything else. They went downstairs, and Guning called a taxi on the way out. Before they even left the hospital, the car was already waiting for them outside. When the car stopped across Fenghua Luxury Mansion, everyone was amazed by its luxurious buildings. They almost believed that it was where they were going to move in, but no one actually believed it. It was beyond their imagination that Guning was able to buy or rent a house here. However, there were only tall buildings, shopping malls, or hotels around except for those luxurious residential houses. Thinking of that, Gu Qing asked, Ningning, are there any houses to rent here? Even Gu Man didn't understand why Gu Ning brought them here. We lack many daily necessities now, so let's go to the supermarket first, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, everyone understood immediately. Gu Qing said, oh, right. You just rented a new house. There must be nothing inside. Then, the group of them walked into the supermarket. They mainly bought cookers, ingredients, and food, as well as some other daily necessities. Gu Ning went to buy 3 sheet sets herself. They couldn't buy everything they needed in such a short time, so they only bought everything they needed for today. Gu Man had already quit her job. Gu Ning planned to give her a credit card with a 1,000,000 yuan limit later, so that she could buy anything she wanted. When they went to pay, the rest all waited outside while Gu Ning settled the bill. No one else knew how much they had spent. All of them then left the supermarket with large and small bags. Since only Gu Ning knew the direction, everyone followed her, but when they got to the gate of Fenghua Luxury Mansion, everyone stopped and rounded their eyes in shock. Ningning, are you going to tell us your house is right in there? Gu Qing couldn't believe her eyes. Ningning, the house price here is so expensive, even Gu Man couldn't stay quiet now. She was confused. Please let's not talk outside. Let's get in first. I promise I'll tell you everything when we're at home, Gu Ning said in an undeniable tone. The rest were all nervous following Gu Ning to walk inside afterwards. Even though they walked in, they still couldn't believe it was true. They got into a sightseeing car, and all were amazed by the scene. They never would have believed that they would have a chance to step in Fenghua Luxury Mansion in their entire lifetime. The car stopped at Ji Zone. They all got out and walked inside. On the way, the rest all had countless questions in mind, especially the family of Gu Qing. However, they knew Gu Ning wouldn't say anything till they were home. They went to the 9th floor by elevator. Gu Ning pulled out the key and opened the door of her house. It was number 901. Once the door opened, they all stepped inside. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Tell Them Everything. When they saw the spacious rooms and the elegant decoration inside, everyone was stunned again. They even didn't dare to walk inside, but stopped at the door. They had actually been to such a spacious and well-decorated house before. It was Gu Qingxiang's house. However, when they had gone to his place, they had felt very nervous and had no idea how to behave. If they had had another choice, they wouldn't have gone to Gu Qingxiang's place. Of course, Gu Qingxiang also disliked them. Please feel at home. Don't be nervous at all. Come on in. I'll tell you everything. Gu Ning put down all the stuff. She pulled Gu Man and Gu Qing while walking to the living room. Gu Qing was still a little nervous, while Gu Man relaxed a lot, because she knew that her daughter had bought this house. Although she didn't know why Gu Ning would buy such an expensive house, she chose to believe in her daughter. Jiang Su and Jiang Xingyue followed slowly. Please have a seat, Gu Ning said, but some of them still stood. It seemed like they were afraid to dirt the sofa. Have a seat please. Gu Man sat down calmly. They all sat down afterwards, but felt uneasy. Aunt, uncle, do you still remember what I said last Sunday? If I become rich, I will definitely let you live a good life, Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, both Gu Qing and Jiang Su kept staring at Gu Ning. They didn't realize what had happened. Apparently, they remembered Gu Ning's words, but what did Gu Ning's words have to do with what was happening now? They couldn't believe that Gu Ning would become rich within such a short time. Therefore, Gu Ning told them what she had told Gu Man. The family of Gu Qing were all amazed by the story. She had rescued a man, gotten 10 million yuan, and even planned to run a business? I've said it before. Once I'm rich, I will definitely let you all live a good life. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. I bought 2 houses of the same size, actually. The other one is right across from this one. This one is for me and my mother. The opposite one is for your whole family. Since I didn't tell you in advance, I couldn't get all the required documents. Please bring your household register. And marriage certificate here tomorrow. After we finish the procedure, you can move in directly. The house is well decorated as well. All you need to buy are daily necessities, Guning said. A long while later. Am I in a dream? Guqing asked. It was so hard to believe it. She immediately pinched Jiangsu's thigh with great force. Jiangsu shouted in pain. Guqing asked him, does it hurt? Try it yourself. Jiangsu said. He wouldn't have shouted if it didn't hurt. Guqing glared at Jiangsu. She absolutely wouldn't do that to herself. Haha, haha. Both Guning and Guman couldn't help laughing out loud. It's real. Ningning said that she wanted to wait to tell you till she bought the house. So we all kept it a secret, Guman explained. But, the houses here aren't cheap at all. It must cost a lot to buy one here. Guqing said confused. They were poor and hadn't finished their education, but it didn't mean they knew nothing. Actually, Guman was also confused about that. Guning hurriedly explained, well, I'm going to open a jewelry business, so I went to City G this weekend to buy raw jade materials. However, the raw materials are all covered with stone layers. There are piles and piles of them. No one knows which one actually has jade inside. Thus it's generally a gamble. Whoever cuts jade out from the raw materials can sell it on site. It's super hard to get an emerald. Though. I don't know whether I was lucky or something. I bought 5 raw materials, and fortunately, there were 3 high-level emeralds in them. I sold one which in the size of an apple, and earned more than 20 million yuan. I used that money to buy the houses. Besides, as for the other 2 emeralds, I'll leave one for Muka's company, while the other one will be used to make jewelry for all of you. Before they could recover from the last shock, they all were shocked once more by Guning's words. What? More than 20 million yuan? This was the first time they had ever known it could be so easy to make money. After a long time, they finally recovered. Ningning, you're so bold to play stone gambling. Guman criticized Guning gently. She was more worried about her daughter. She had heard of stone gambling. It was a highly risky business. One could either become super rich or poor overnight. It was too dangerous. Mom, don't worry. I know how to handle it. Guning immediately comforted her mother. Well, Guman didn't know what to say. She still chose to believe in her daughter. Guning had made a lot of money. The family of Guqing also felt happy for her, but she gave them such an expensive house, so they all felt a little awkward. Ningning, I know you're being kind, but the house is too expensive. Guqing opened her mouth. She wanted to reject it. Aunt, I know clearly how much you've helped me and my mother ever since I was a little girl. Please accept it. We're a family after all. I can't see you all live a poor life any longer, Guning interrupted Guqing. Indeed. Please accept it. We only have each other now. We're family, Guman added. Everyone was upset suddenly. True. They only had each other now. The rest of the Gu family disliked them and kept a distance away from them. Great, Guqing answered at the end. She burst into tears with happiness. Mom, can we live in such a nice house from now on? Jiang Xingyue asked with anticipation in her eyes. It was understandable that everyone wanted a better life. Guqing and her husband felt a little guilty that they weren't able to provide a good life for their daughter. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 82. Chapter 82, Support Jiangsu to run a startup. Yes. We'll live in such a nice house after tomorrow, Guqing answered with love in her eyes. Having the affirmative answer, Jiang Xingyue was so excited that she almost jumped up. Wow. It's so great. Seeing Jiang Xingyue being happy, Jiangsu and Guqing as her parents were also happy. Alright, it's almost 8 p.m. I'm starving. Mom, Aunt, please cook dinner for us, Guning said. Oh, it's almost 8. We need to cook now. Guqing immediately left the sofa and pulled Guman, running to the kitchen. Gu Ning wanted to discuss something with Jiangsu, so she didn't go to help. She also stopped Jiangsu, who wanted to help. "Uncle, can we have a talk?" Gu Ning asked. "Sure," Jiangsu answered, but he asked Jiang Xingyue to go help. "Uncle, since we're not poor any longer, I naturally don't want you to continue doing labor work for so little money. Of course, I know you can't stay unemployed. I also don't want to see that. In the past, we could only live a hard life, but now, we can live a better and better life. So, I want to ask you, do you want to start a thriving business and improve our lives in the future? Or you simply want to run a small business? As long as you don't have to be hungry or cold, no matter what you want, I can fully support you financially," Gu Ning said. Jiangsu wasn't clever or cunning enough. He probably wasn't capable of running a business. However, he worked hard and was diligent. He also liked learning. As long as he was determined, Gu Ning trusted that he could truly make something. Jiangsu was delighted to start a company, but he felt awkward about the money. Gu Ning had already given them a house. He felt utterly embarrassed if he asked Gu Ning for money as well. Gu Ning also knew what was on Jiangsu's mind. She encouraged him, "Uncle, no one respects us, only because we're poor. You're the only man in our family. You must be strong and powerful to protect us." Gu Ning only said that to comfort Jiangsu. She had no intention to reveal her other properties before she could do better than the Tang family. It needed more than money to surpass the Tang family. Money didn't mean everything. She also needed power and support from the authorities. It was hard to force an official to leave his position with money, but it was much easier to ruin someone's company with power. Therefore, a good network was very significant. Thus Gu Ning planned to network actively in the future. Jiangsu was touched. What Gu Ning had said affected him a lot. Exactly. Only because they were poor, no one respected them. Especially Gu Man and Gu Qing, they had been despised and discriminated against by the rest of the Gu family for a long time. As long as Gu Man, Gu Qing, or Jiangsu himself were powerful, the Gu family wouldn't dare to do that. Jiangsu was immediately full of passion, but he was still embarrassed about the money. "Uncle, I know that you are worried about the money. If that's the case, I can help you with money and you can give my mother a 20% share of your company. My mother of course won't work in your company, or interfere in your business. You need to work hard yourself. Please don't underestimate the 20% shares either. If your business grows bigger, 20% shares will soon be equal to the money I give you. So just take it as I lend you the money, and do not feel any pressure," Gu Ning said. Although Jiangsu was almost convinced by Gu Ning, he was still a little worried. What if the company isn't profitable? It happens in business. Nothing good comes without risk. You don't need to worry about the money at all. I can totally afford it," Gu Ning said sincerely. She was unbelievably confident. Yes, she could afford it. She didn't want Jiangsu to do the same thing as her. Her goal was to build a business empire with billions or hundreds of billions in assets. As long as Jiangsu could be successful in City F, several hundred million yuan would be enough. Thus, Gu Ning planned to invest 10 million yuan into Jiangsu's business. She had several hundred million yuan in wealth. She could completely afford it. Although Gu Ning wouldn't interfere in Jiangsu's business, if he had any trouble, she would never step aside. Gu Man and Gu Qing heard the talk between Gu Ning and Jiangsu in the kitchen. Gu Qing was already crying in happiness. "Ningning, she's such a great kid. Yes, Ningning is doing this for our good. We can't disappoint her, right?" Gu Man said on purpose. Gu Qing immediately understood what Gu Man's purpose was. She walked out, talking to Jiangsu. "Su, please accept it. We must be strong and powerful. No one is going to take advantage of us anymore." With Gu Qing's support, Jiangsu was now fully convinced. He answered at once, "Great, I'll do it." Actually, he had always had the idea to run his own business, but lacked the money. "Actually, I have a friend who invited me to do the business of construction materials together. I really wanted to join him at that time. However, because I didn't have the money, I gave up. At the end. In 3 years, he already has millions of yuan in wealth. His wife and children all live a good life. Honestly, I'm very jealous of him, Jiang Shuman said with embarrassment. Construction materials? Hearing that, Gu Ning's eyes lit up. It was a good idea. Gu Ning planned to be involved in real estate industry, and construction materials would be highly important to her business. It would be better if her uncle could help. I think it's a good idea. Uncle, I agree with you to do the business of construction materials. I'll invest 10 million yuan, Gu Ning said. What? 10 million yuan? Hearing that, Jiangsu was astonished. He thought 1 million yuan would be enough. He didn't expect it would cost 10 million yuan. Uncle, since we're getting involved, why not start a bigger business? Don't be a chicken. Gu Ning encouraged him. Great, Ning, I won't let you all down. Since Jiangsu had made up his mind, he decided to do his best. Aunt, you can quit your job too. Whether you want to help uncle, or be a housewife, or open a small shop, you can choose. Besides, women need to take good care of themselves. We were poor before, but now we don't need to worry about money at all. I won't go to school tomorrow. After we finish the legal procedure of buying a house, we can go buy skincare products, clothes, and jewelry, and then get our hair done, Gu Ning said. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 83. Chapter 83, Gifts. In case Gu Qing would refuse, Gu Ning immediately added, Aunt, you can't reject that. We're family. We need to support each other. Since they were family, Gu Qing couldn't reject. She said, Fine, I'll listen to you, but isn't it inappropriate that you don't go to school tomorrow? Gu Ning was already not good at studying. Gu Qing was afraid it would affect her studies if she asked for leave. It's just 1 day off, it'll be fine. Besides, we can only finish the procedure on a weekday, Gu Ning said. Fine, Gu Qing compromised. As for Gu Man, she now believed that her Gu Ning was able to handle her life and studies. Oh, I also bought clothes in City G for you. Let me bring them out for you now, saying that, Gu Ning walked to the second room. She needed to take those gifts out of the telepathic eye space. Really? Gu Qing didn't know what to say. They were all moved by Gu Ning's kindness. Gu Ning brought many bags from the room, placing them all on the sofa. Gu Qing immediately pulled Gu Man to go have a look. I bought a gift for everyone. This is for Uncle. Gu Ning put a bag before Jiangsu. Then she gave Gu Man and Gu Qing a bag separately. These two are for both of you. Gu Man and Gu Qing immediately took the bags. Xingyue, this is yours. Gu Ning gave the last bag to Jiang Xingyue. Jiang Xingyue took it, and thanked her, Thank you, sister. Gu Ning didn't take hers out. Wow, this is Lancome. It must be expensive. Gu Qing couldn't help but raise her voice in surprise. She obviously knew Lancome was a famous and expensive international brand. This is Armani. Jiangsu was also amazed. He always dreamed of having a good suit, but he didn't have enough money to buy one. Now Gu Ning sent him a much more expensive suit. It's Gucci. It's so beautiful. Gu Qing was surprised and excited. She kept holding it against her body and asked Gu Man, What do you think? It's beautiful. Gu Man smiled. She looked at the clothing in her hands. She also loved them. Although they had none of the vanity, as women, they also loved beautiful clothes. The dress is so pretty. Jiang Xingyue raised her voice with excitement. There are phones. Finally, everyone discovered the phones at the bottom. They got excited once more. I have a new phone. Jiang Xingyue almost screamed. The rest all pulled out a new phone from the bottom of their bags, and unwrapped it. It's so lovely. Exactly. Everyone held their new clothes and new phones in their hands. They could barely put them down. What's that smell? Gu Ning smelled something, then immediately ran to kitchen. Gu Man and Gu Qing immediately followed her. They forgot to turn off the fire. Luckily, it wasn't too late. Guning had an acute sense of smell, so she discovered it early. When Guning was finally free, she checked their Family of Fighters WeChat group. Everyone mentioned her in the chatting history. They all cared whether she was back or not, with their gifts of course. Guning shook her head lightly. She typed and sent, "I'm back at home, but I won't be at school tomorrow. I'll give the gifts to you all the day after tomorrow." "How ran, boss, what happened?" "May I help?" "Muku, yeah, what happened?" "Guning, nothing, I need to deal with something with my mother and my aunt. Please keep it between us, and don't let the teacher know." "How ran, you?" "Mother left the hospital? Why didn't you tell us earlier? We could have gone to pick you up and celebrate." "Zhang Tianping, exactly." "Guning, it's fine." "Chu Peihan, how about our gifts?" "Everyone, yes." "What did you buy for us?" "Guning, you'll know the day after tomorrow." "Alright, I need to have my dinner now. Bye-bye." Then, Guning ignored them. It was the time for dinner. Actually, it was 9 p.m. already, so they were having night snacks, but everyone enjoyed it so much. After the dinner, it was almost 10 p.m. Gu Qing's family soon left. They had a lot to do, so Gu Man didn't ask them to stay tonight. They left their clothes here though, since they would be moving in tomorrow. While they were leaving, Gu Ning reminded them just to bring everything important with them tomorrow, and to leave the other stuff in the old house. They could sell the furniture later. Moreover, Gu Ning also told them not to tell the rest in the Gu family. They wanted to live their own lives. After Gu Qing's family was gone, Gu Ning and Gu Man went back to their own rooms. Gu Man intended to let Gu Ning use the master room, but Gu Ning refused to do so. Gu Ning wouldn't be staying here for too long. After half a year, she would be going to the capital city. By then, she would buy a new house under her name. Gu Ning also had no intention to let Gu Man move in with her in the future. Her mother could come and visit her if her mother wanted to. Once she was in the capital city, the situation would be complicated, so Gu Ning didn't want to involve Gu Man. Gu Ning hadn't brought too much stuff from the old house the other day. They didn't have many valuable objects either, so she had dumped all the old broken stuff. Gu Ning planned to live a brand new life. Gu Man and Gu Ning talked for a long while before they went to bed. It was almost 12 p.m. Gu Ning checked the WeChat group again before she went to sleep. Her friends were still talking, but she stayed quiet. Both Gu Man and Gu Ning had a great night. Gu Qing and Jiangsu, however, didn't sleep at all. They were too busy thinking about what had happened today. "Su, do you feel unbelieving about what happened tonight?" Gu Qing asked. She hadn't fully recovered from the shock. It felt like they had been on a rocket, and had gone up high into the sky directly from the ground. "I do, but it is real," Jiangsu answered. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Quit Jobs and Move into New Houses. Ningning is totally different now. She just said that she would let us live a good life last week. And she fulfilled her promise this week. It's so surprising. Gu Qing said. Exactly, Ningning has been being a completely different girl ever since she had the car accident. She has suddenly become mature, independent, outgoing, and confident. She behaves nothing like an 18-year-old girl, Jiangsu said. He was a little ashamed that he didn't have power like Gu Ning. After a while, he added, no matter what, it's a good thing that Ningning changed. She now knows how to fight back. The Gu family has broken Ningning and her mother's heart. They have even kicked them out of the old house. Luckily, Ningning is powerful now, or they would live a harder life. Indeed. If they knew Ningning is rich now, they would be envious. They would probably try to have a good relationship with a rich Ningning. Those people are sick. Gu Qing had seen through the rest of the people in the Gu family. We must be low-key in front of them. Don't cause any trouble, Jiangsu said. They didn't fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning. The next day, Jiang Xingyue got up to go to school. Gu Qing and Jiangsu were awake too. It was still early, but they couldn't sleep anymore. They were so thrilled to move into a new house. Gu Qing told Jiang Xingyue to go straight to Fenghua Luxury Mansion when she left her school today. Jiang Xingyue was also excited to move into the new house today. Although they were going to move out today, they weren't in a hurry to get their deposit back, because the lease of their old house wouldn't be ending until the end of the month. Gu Qing went to work as usual. She had already written her resignation letter last night. She planned to ask to resign when she got to work. Gu Qing was just an ordinary worker, so it wouldn't make any difference if she resigned. Thus it was very easy for her to resign. After her resignation, Gu Qing called Jiang Su. They went to Fenghua Luxury Mansion separately. They did not live far away from Fenghua Luxury Mansion. It only took more than half an hour to get there by bus, but if it was rush hour, it took around an hour even by car. There wasn't a direct bus there, and Jiang Su was also pulling 2 big suitcases, so it wasn't convenient for them to take a bus. They ended up taking a taxi. Gu Ning made it a daily routine to get up early. She got up around 6 o'clock this morning, and went to have run downstairs. She had run for an hour with 3 breaks. After she caught her breath, she called her head teacher to ask for a leave. It was not easy to ask for a leave as a senior in a high school, except if it was a special situation. Gu Ning then lied to her teacher. She said that she was on her period, and it hurt so much that she couldn't get up. Her head teacher was a woman too, and she understood how painful it could be. Thus she agreed. Gu Ning felt a little guilty. But she had to ask for a leave today. Gu Ning finished her run before she went back home to take a shower. At that time, Gu Man woke up. She was still a little confused when she found herself in the brand new house. Gu Man got up to prepare breakfast. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Gu Man received a call from Gu Qing saying that they had arrived. Gu Ning let her mother tell them to wait at the sale department. They would be right downstairs. 10 minutes later, both Gu Ning and Gu Man went downstairs. Gu Ning had called Wei Jirue before, so he was already waiting at the sales hall. The minute Gu Ning and her family walked in, Wei Jirue welcomed them with great passion. Gu Qing had already made her choice of the house, so she directly told Gu Qing and Jiang Su to take out their documents so that they could finish the legal procedure. After that, Gu Ning paid the money before they got the key. Wei Jirue also gave Gu Ning's key back to her. Gu Ning had given the key to him because she had asked him to get an hourly cleaner to clean her new house. When Gu Qing and Jiang Su received the keys and the property ownership certificate, their hands were trembling. They had never believed that they would own a house one day, even though the house was a gift from Gu Ning. They all went back home with the suitcases afterwards. Wei Jirue felt touched while he walked Gu Ning and her family out. She was such a great kid. She not only bought a house for herself, but she also bought a house for the family of her aunt. They must be very close. They went back to the 9th floor, building number 2, Zone G, and stopped at number 906, which was Gu Qing's family's new house. They opened the door and walked inside. Although they already knew what it was like inside, they were still amazed by what they saw before their own eyes. Gu Qing's family walked all around with excitement, like children at Halloween. "Let's have a meal here first, before we go out," Gu Ning said. Then, they walked out of number 906, and stepped into number 901. Gu Man and Gu Qing went to cook together, while Gu Ning and Jiang Su were talking. "Uncle, do you have any difficulties in starting the business of construction materials?" Gu Ning asked. She didn't want to interfere in Jiang Su's business. She just cared about it. "As for the materials, I plan to go to the construction materials market today and have a look. As for the manufacturers, with a 10 million yuan fund, we naturally will only use the best. I'll look up on the internet first later before I contact the manufacturers," Jiang Su said. "Very well. I'll transfer 1 million yuan to you then. You can go buy a car. We don't need to be too high profile at the beginning, so 500,000 yuan would be enough. You can buy it directly in your name. Also buy a computer for yourself. The rest can be used as the deposit to find a store," Gu Ning said. After the meal, they went out. Gu Ning had intended to let Gu Man and Gu Qing put on their new clothes, but they refuse because they hadn't gotten used to it yet. Gu Ning didn't force them to. It took time and she understood. There were many banks outside of Fenghua luxury mansion, so Gu Ning transferred 1 million yuan into Jiangsu's account. She then also transferred 1 million yuan into Gu Man's and Gu Qing's card separately. Gu Qing tried to reject. She thought she had received too many things from Gu Ning. It was 1 million yuan after all, which was too much in Gu Qing's eyes. However, Gu Ning persuaded her to accept it. Gu Qing was now more than moved. Jiangsu couldn't start his business in a short time. Besides, it took time to run it properly. They didn't go to work during that time, and were without other sources of income, so they could only rely on their savings. Both Gu Man and Gu Qing had never had such a huge amount of money in their accounts. They seized their cards and hands tightly, in case it would be lost. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 85. Chapter 85, A Quarrel in the Shopping Center. Jiangsu went to deal with his business, while Gu Ning along with Gu Man and Gu Qing took a taxi heading to the commercial building in downtown. Gu Ning proposed to buy clothes first, but was stopped by Gu Qing. Ning, you already bought us clothes yesterday. We don't need to waste more money on clothing. It's not enough. My mom and I have dumped all of our old clothes. We also need to buy new clothing. Relax, we're not going to buy the designer brands, but some common brands, Gu Ning comforted. They didn't need too many luxurious clothes. Luxurious clothing was only for important or special occasions. In daily life, they could wear ordinary clothes. People wore designer brand just to show off. Many medium-level brands were also of great quality. Gu Qing listened to Gu Ning at the end. They went to a medium-level brand of clothes to shop for Gu Man and Gu Qing. Even though the brand was just medium-level, it was still a luxury for Gu Man and Gu Qing because they had never been to places like that. Therefore, they were intimidated when they stepped in. Gu Man and Gu Qing weren't wearing good clothes, and seemed poor, plus both of them behaved in an unconfident way, so the saleswoman assumed that they couldn't afford anything. Thus she didn't even bother to greet them. Gu Ning ignored the saleswoman. She guided Gu Qing and Gu Man, walking around casually. If they liked it, they could buy something. If they didn't like it, they would leave. Gu Qing chose a piece of clothing. She turned the price tag and was shocked. Gee. It costs 1,800 yuan. 1,800 yuan was her salary for half a month. Although she knew the clothes Gu Ning had bought for them cost much more than that, she still thought the price was too high when she saw it with her own eyes. Meanwhile, a sarcastic female voice sounded, if you can't afford a 1,800 yuan piece of clothing, then don't ever step in here. Look at what you're wearing. You only deserve cheap stuff. Gu Qing felt utterly embarrassed. She lowered her head in shame. Gu Ning was upset. She looked to the woman, which was surprisingly familiar. Gu Ning lifted the corner of her lips. She looked evil, and called, "Oh, isn't this Ms. Jean?" The woman heard Gu Ning's voice. Her face changed immediately. "Who are you? I don't know you." Gu Ning was now sure that the woman must have gone to get her jewelry identified, given that she was being so diffident. If her jewelry had been real, she would have been mad to see Gu Ning again. Don't you remember? It was last Sunday, in the jewelry store, Gu Ning reminded her on purpose. Shut your mouth. The woman panicked and interrupted Gu Ning. What's wrong? At that time, a woman in her early 40s, dressed in an extravagant way, walked over from the other side. Her eyes rounded when she saw Gu Ning and her family. Both Gu Qing and Gu Man were surprised and felt uneasy to meet the woman. Gu Ning squinted her eyes with coldness. The woman was Lin Lijuan, Gu Xiaxia's mother. Gu Qing, Gu Man, what are you doing here? Lin Lijuan asked in surprise. It was beyond her imagination that Gu Qing and Gu Man would show up here. In her eyes, they always wore cheap stuff from the street stalls. Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't want to talk to Lin Lijuan at first, but they were relatives after all. It wasn't appropriate if they ignored her question in the public. Accordingly, Gu Qing said airily, "We're just here to have a look." Gu Qing didn't want her to know that they were here to shop. In front of Lin Lijuan, they preferred to pretend to be poor forever. "Oh, I thought you picked up money on the roads, and you dare to walk in a place like that." Hearing that, Lin Lijuan suddenly changed her tone. She didn't bother to hide her complete disdain. "Lin, do you know them?" the woman asked. Yeah. I've told you about them before. They're my sisters-in-law." Lin Lijuan sneered. It seemed Lin Lijuan had badmouthed Gu Qing and Gu Man often behind their backs. The woman immediately looked at Gu Man and Gu Qing with intense dislike. But since Gu Ning was here too, she didn't dare to laugh at them. "Gu Man, you were brave to move out from the old house, rather than apologize to us." Although Lin Lijuan was still mad at Gu Ning, Gu Man and Gu Ning had paid for their behavior. Thus she wasn't as annoyed as before, but now, seeing that Gu Qing was with Gu Man, Lin Lijuan believed that Gu Qing must have let Gu Man stay with her. She was immediately irritated. "Gu Qing, did you let Gu Man stay with you? Our mother has made it clear. If you dare to let Gu Man stay with you, we won't help you anymore." It sounded like they had helped Gu Qing. Gu Ning, who had been ignored, couldn't help laughing in an ironic way. Lin Lijuan didn't notice Gu Ning until now, but when she looked to Gu Ning, she was amazed at her first glance. Yes, she was amazed, because Gu Ning was totally different now. Gu Ning was more beautiful than before, and she didn't abase herself before anyone any longer. She looked elegant to some extent. That makes it sound like the Gu family has ever helped my aunt. As far as I know, my aunt had relied on herself ever since she got married. Gu Ning stared at Lin Lijuan. She didn't bother to hide her complete dislike either. Lin Lijuan immediately wore an unpleasant face. She was embarrassed by Gu Ning's words in public. Then, Gu Qing followed up. "Lin Lijuan, let's be clear. We have never ever received your help. Besides, Gu Man doesn't stay with me now." She had indeed never received help from Gu Qingxiang. She wouldn't let Lin Lijuan take advantage of her. Lin Lijuan's face seemed more unpleasant. But she couldn't deny the truth. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 86. Chapter 86, What Are You? After a long breath in, Lin Lijuan lied without hesitation, "Gu Qing, we're relatives. How could I step aside when you need help? The point is that you never talk to us about your troubles. And Gu Man, the old house belongs to the sons of our mother, but we've allowed you to live in there for so many years. We've done a lot for you both. They paid you rent. Besides, it was you who kicked them out when they were in trouble." Gu Qing retorted. Lin Lijuan was immediately mad. "That was because Gu Ning hit my daughter and even refused to apologize. They deserved it. She deserved it." Gu Ning met Lin Lijuan's glare without cowardice. Lin Lijuan was annoyed as well as surprised that Gu Ning dared to talk to her in that way. The people in the Gu family, especially the younger generation, all respected her the most, but Gu Ning was different. She even humiliated Gu Xiaoxiao in front of Lin Lijuan's face. "What do you think you are to hit my daughter?" Lin Lijuan said. "What does she think she is to insult me?" Gu Ning asked back. "So what? What do you think you are? You bastard." Lin Lijuan swore at Gu Ning in public. She behaved like a crazy woman. "Shut up." Both Gu Qing and Gu Man snapped. They were totally aggravated. "Lin Lijuan, Ningning is my daughter. I won't allow you to humiliate her." Gu Man slammed. Gu Man was gentle, or weak to some extent in her daily life, but once Gu Ning was involved, she would become a hedgehog and attack the enemy at once. She doesn't have a father. She is a bastard. Lin Lijuan, instead, didn't feel guilty at all. At that time, Lin Lijuan only felt that it suddenly went black. When she got her mind back, Gu Ning's face was already magnified in front of her eyes. There was pure coldness in Gu Ning's eyes. Lin Lijuan immediately felt great pressure. She couldn't breathe or move at all. Then, Gu Ning said coldly, "Don't think that just because you're older than me, I wouldn't dare to hit you. If I even hear the word bastard from your mouth once more, you'll pay for it." Gu Ning's words were like magic sounds, which sank deeply into Lin Lijuan's mind. She didn't question her words at all, but felt very frightened. Mom, Aunt, let's go. Gu Ning ignored Lin Lijuan. She left with Gu Man and Gu Qing. She didn't want to argue with Lin Lijuan in public, especially when Gu Man and Gu Qing were here too. Lin Lijuan might not want to maintain her dignity, but Gu Man and Gu Qing cherished theirs. When Gu Ning and her families were gone, Lin Lijuan finally got her mind back, because of a sound from the woman next to her. Although Lin Lijuan still felt afraid of Gu Ning, she was more mad at Gu Ning, who had treated her in that way. Why? How could Gu Ning do that? Lin Lijuan then realized that everyone around gave her a strange glance, because she had behaved like a crazy woman. She regretted it immediately and then rushed out. Although Lin Lijuan was always pushy and mean to her family, she valued her appearance in others' eyes very much. However, today, she hadn't restrained herself. Gu Qing and Gu Man were both annoyed, but they already knew what kind of person Lin Lijuan was, so they kind of got used to it. Alright, don't be mad at someone who isn't important at all. Let's keep on shopping, Gu Ning comforted. Gu Qing and Gu Man sighed heavily. Actually, they had worried most that Gu Ning would be hurt. However, because Gu Ning remained calm, and they also relaxed a little. After a while, they all cheered up. Each one of them had many bags in hand. They bought a lot, not only for themselves, but also for Jiang Su and Jiang Xingyue. The price ranged from hundreds to thousands of yuan. Each had bought 4 to 5 suits of clothes. Women loved shopping. Although Gu Man and Gu Qing were not willing to spend a lot of money at first, they soon forgot about it while shopping in the mall. After that, they went to buy sheet sets. Gu Ning and her mother bought 4 sets. Each room needed 3 sets for replacement. There were 3 bedrooms in their new house. They naturally needed 9 sets in all. However, there were already 3 sheet sets on the beds in their new house. They were all new too, and only needed to be washed. They had also bought 2 sheet sets yesterday, and only needed to buy another 4 sheet sets. Even though the guest room was empty almost all the time, they wanted to make it look cozy as well. Gu Qing's family bought 6 sheet sets for their 3 rooms as well. Those sheet sets were too heavy to carry. Gu Ning also couldn't put them into the telepathic eye space, because it would expose herself. Therefore, they could only get the shop owner to help them with delivery. Not now, but when they were about to leave. There were all kinds of food on the underground floor of the commercial building. Cosmetics were on the first floor, and jewelry on the second floor. Women's clothing was on the third floor, men's clothing on the 4th floor, furniture and domestic appliances on the 5th floor, and children's clothes and stationery on were the 6th floor, while musical instruments and sports equipment were on the 7th floor. Gu Ning went down to the 2nd floor to buy jewelry for Gu Man and Gu Qing. Although gold was a little boring, it was suitable for women at Gu Man and Gu Qing's age. Jade would be more suitable of course, but their jade hadn't been done yet. Gu Ning had to wait for Qin Yifan to come back and take the jade to make jewelry. Thus she decided to buy gold for now. They bought 1 set each. A necklace, a pair of earrings, a bracelet and a ring. Gold wasn't expensive. 1 set just cost around 40 to 50,000 yuan. They then went to get a VIP card in a high-end beauty salon near the commercial building. However, their time was limited today, so they didn't use it right away. After they got the card, it was almost 5 p.m. They also needed to go back home, because Jiang Xingyue was about to leave her school to go home too. They directly took the delivery car with their sheet sets home. The delivery car stopped at the outside of Ji Zone, so Gu Ning and her family had to carry all the stuff back by themselves. Luckily, Jiang Xingyue was back, and she could help. At the end, Jiang Xingyue carried 2 sheet sets, Gu Qing and Gu Man each carried 4 sheet sets, while Gu Ning carried the rest of the bags. When they were finally home, it was 6 p.m. already. It was time for their meal. Gu Qing called Jiang Su to ask him when he would get back. Jiang Su was already on his way home, so Gu Qing asked him to go buy some food ingredients on his way. Although it was a tiring day, they all had great fun. Jiang Xingyue jumped around with her new clothes in hand. She had never had so many beautiful clothes before. Reincarnation of the businesswoman at school, #Chapter 87. Chapter 87, Run 10 circles before getting your gift. Before Jiangsu got home, everyone was resting. On the other side, Lin Lijuan had been aggravated by Gu Ning. She stopped shopping and went back home earlier. Once she got home, Lin Lijuan kept swearing at Gu Ning and her mother. What happened? Her mother-in-law asked. Although she heard Lin Lijuan swearing at Gu Ning and her mother, she didn't know what had happened. Lin Lijuan then told the old lady everything. What? Gu Ning, the bastard, threatened you today? Isn't today Monday? Why wasn't she at school? The old lady was also surprised. Hearing that, Lin Lijuan finally realized today was Monday, but Gu Ning wasn't in her school. Who knows? She probably dropped out. Saying that, Lin Lijuan even believed it was true, and slightly felt happy. If she really dropped out, she deserved it. She wouldn't apologize to Xiao Xiao, and even yelled at me. The old lady snorted with anger. She had no sympathy for her granddaughter at all. Oh, did Gu Qing behave against my warning and let Gu Man and Gu Qing stay with her? The old lady asked. I don't know. She said no. Although Gu Qing had denied it, Lin Lijuan didn't believe her. The rent was so high outside. How could Gu Man and Gu Qing afford it? No, I must give them a call. The old lady seemed like she enjoyed humiliating Gu Man and Gu Ning so much. She immediately took out her phone and called Gu Man. Unfortunately, no one answered. Gu Man did it on purpose, of course. The old lady called her after they had had a fierce argument with Lin Lijuan. She must be calling to criticize them. Gu Man didn't want to answer the call at all. Jiangsu had walked around in the construction materials market. There was a good location to open a shop, but it was too small. Jiangsu did have a good choice, but the store was located outside of the construction materials market. It was noticeable and huge, around 300 square meters, and the annual rent was 500,000 yuan. If his business was profitable, he could get the utilities fee back within several months, but if his business wasn't profitable, it would hard to settle a deal within a year. After Gu Ning heard the news, she thought that they had to choose the huge store and run a big business. Therefore, she supported Jiangsu. Although Jiangsu thought it was a little risky, he was happy. Gu Ning understood Jiangsu was slightly worried. She comforted him to do his best, he didn't need to worry about the money. Before Gu Ning went to sleep, she talked with her friends in their Family of Fighters WeChat group. She told them to keep training tomorrow. Anyone who didn't show up before 6:20 a.m. wouldn't get his or her gift. Knowing that, each of them all promised they would show up on time tomorrow. Except for Mixi, the rest all didn't lack money or gifts. However, they lacked meaningful gifts. It had nothing to do with the price. As long as the gift was from Gu Ning, they would be happy even if it was only worth several yuan. The next morning, Gu Ning got up at 5:30 a.m. and left her home at 5:35 a.m. Fenghua Luxury Mansion was 7 to 8 kilometers away from her school. It took her around 25 minutes to get there by running. When she arrived at her school, it was 6 a.m. She went to buy breakfast and coincidentally met Mixi on her way. That girl was pretty early today. Ning Ning, you're finally back. Seeing Gu Ning, Mixi was super excited. She ran to Gu Ning and held her arm tightly. They seemed very close, but it was quite normal between close friends. Although Gu Ning didn't like to have physical touch with others, she could accept it if the other person was her friend. What do you want for breakfast? It's on me. Mixi asked. Mixi was Gu Ning's close friend, so she didn't reject her kindness. A steamed bun and soy milk, please. They didn't have much time left, so it was convenient to have a steamed bun and soy milk. Both Gu Ning and Mixi bought a steamed bun and soy milk. They went into their school together. Ning Ning, can you tell me what my gift is? Mixi was curious. Sorry, I can't. I'll show you all when everyone arrives, Gu Ning answered. Fine. Mixi was a little disappointed. There were a few students running in the morning. They met Muku halfway. They were all in school uniforms. Thus Muku actually didn't recognize them from their back at first, but he soon recognized their voices. "Hey boss, Mixie." He ran to them immediately. "Boss, where's my gift?" Muku asked for his gift at once too. Ningning said she would only show us when everyone arrives, Mixie said before Guning could. Muku then had the same feeling of disappointment as Mixie. When they arrived at the football field, it was 6:10 a.m. Chu Peihan came minutes later. She asked for her gift too, but got the same answer as well. A few minutes later, Hao Ran and his friends arrived. They ran here, and were all out of breath. "Boss, where's my gift?" Hao Ran asked with excitement. "Run 10 circles first. The last one, except for Mixie, will only get his or her gift after the morning class," Guning said, then she started to run. 10 circles amounted to 4,000 meters. "No." Hearing that, the boys all shouted in sadness. It was such a torture to them. The last one could only get his or her gift after the morning class. No one wanted to be the last one. No one dared to argue with Guning, unless they wanted to get punched, so they had to follow her at the end. It seemed impossible for Hao Ran and his brothers to beat Chu Peihan and Muku, so they decided to compete with each other. They now became competitors for Guning's gifts. Indeed, from the beginning, Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping were left behind. However, they just hadn't caught their breath yet. It didn't mean they were weak. They actually weren't far behind Guning. Guning ran 3 times longer than the others, but with her power, she was now much stronger than before. She felt a little tired, but not much. She had run 7 to 8 kilometers from Fenghua Luxury Mansion to her school, but she was simply slightly out of breath. She didn't feel utterly exhausted anymore. Other than Guning, Chu Peihan was the strongest among them. Although Guning didn't know Chu Peihan's background very well, she believed she must have received long-term professional training. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 88. Chapter 88, Boss, you are awesome. Chu Peihan was 1 minute later than Guning after they both had finished 10 circles. It took an ordinary man 3 minutes and 30 seconds to 4 minutes to run a kilometer. The longer you ran, the more tired you would feel. Guning spent 13 minutes on 4 kilometers, while Chu Peihan spent 14 minutes. After running, Chu Peihan was exhausted, but she could still balance her body. Muku was also 1 minute later than Chu Peihan. He almost collapsed on the ground. Mixie, who had run 5 circles, came after Muku. She was worn out too, but after several days of running as training, Mixie was stronger now. The last group was Hao Ran, Qin Zixuan, and then Zhang Tianping. It took him almost 20 minutes to finish the 10 circles. "Ha, I'm not the last one." Hao Ran laughed excitedly. As if he had been the last one, he would have been killed. "No big deal. I just need to wait until the morning class is over," Zhang Tianping said airily. "Relax, I won't do it. I merely wanted you all to be active," Guning said. "What? Boss, you're so devious," everyone said with one accord, but their voices sounded weak. Guning didn't care. She sat down on the lawn with her backpack, while the others all surrounded her. "Honestly, I didn't know what to buy. I basically chose them randomly. These are for you 4 boys." Saying that, Guning took out 4 paper boxes, throwing them directly at the boys. "Wow, boss. It's an international brand." Hao Ran raised his voice when he saw the logo on the boxes. "Exactly, boss. Have you picked up money on the road?" Muku asked. Both Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping looking at Guning with curiosity and amazement. They all knew well about Guning's background now. It was barely affordable for her to buy a well-known domestic brand. But, she even bought them stuff from an international brand as gifts. "What brand?" Chu Peihan immediately grabbed the box from Muku. She glanced at it, and was shocked. "Gee. It's Armani." She also stared at Guning with surprise. Guning didn't answer their questions, but took out a bag, giving it to Chu Peihan. When everyone saw the logo on the bag, they all rounded their eyes once more. It was Lancome. Chu Peihan threw the paper box back to Muku at once. She even lost her interest in seeing what was inside. Boss, did you really pick up money on the roads? How generous are you? Chu Peihan took her gift and asked, in shock. Guning still didn't answer her question, but took out Ju Mixie's gift and gave it to her. Wow. It's a wallet. Meanwhile, Hao Ran had opened his box. Gee. It's a perfume. Boss, I love you. How could you know I love perfume so much? Chu Peihan was thrilled. She immediately hugged Guning tightly. Guning actually didn't know how much Chu Peihan loved perfume. She could just smell the fragrance every time she met Chu Peihan. Oh, my gift is a phone. Yu Mixie opened her package. She was excited and surprised to see a phone inside. Although she already had a phone, it was old and second-hand. She even felt embarrassed to pull it out. Ning, it must be very expensive. Yu Mixie liked it very much, but it was too expensive in her eyes. Indeed, boss. It may sound a little harsh, but we all know your background. How could you afford such expensive gifts? Chu Peihan asked directly. They couldn't ignore the fact. The rest all stared at Guning. They didn't say another word, but their faces showed their puzzlement. Guning felt warmth in her heart at being cared for by all of her friends. Although she couldn't tell them too much, she decided to tell them something. Therefore, Guning told them she had saved a man's life, and she got a king's green which was worth 10 million yuan as a reward. However, she didn't tell them what she had done in City G. What? The king's green? 10 million yuan? Knowing that, everyone was struck dumb. It was so amazingly unbelievable. Except for Mu Ke and Qin Zixuan, no one else knew much about Jade, but they had all heard of the king's green, which was the top type and super expensive. That was why it was worth 10 million yuan for a piece the size of a quail's egg. Yu Mixie excluded, most of them were from rich families, especially Zhang Tianping who had millions of yuan in assets on his own. However, none of them had ever had 10 million yuan in hand. Even Mu Ke's jewelry store only had several million yuan in assets. Accordingly, 10 million yuan was a huge amount of money in their eyes. Besides, the jewelry in Mu Ke's jewelry store was all made of low-level jade. One ring only cost hundreds of yuan. The king's green was merely a legend to them. Qin Zixuan's family had run a jewelry business many generations ago. He had seen many medium-level jade, but he had only heard of the king's green from books and the internet. After a long while, everyone finally got their minds back. It was so shocking. Boss, you're so awesome. Hao Ran complimented. He now admired Guning completely. The rest all agreed. Yu Mixie was envious, but not jealous. She knew she couldn't do it. But boss, why didn't you let us have a look before selling it? Mu Ke complained. Exactly. It would be more exciting to see the king's green than a superstar. Qin Zixuan said. No. I still prefer to see a superstar, especially my idol, Suzhifan. Chu Peihan immediately became shy and was full of love. Everyone immediately got goosebumps. Alright, I don't want anyone else to know about it, or I might get robbed someday, Guning said. Sure, boss. We definitely won't tell others. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Go to Itsui Jade Store. We'll never tell others. Everyone promised. Great. We need to go back to our classrooms now. Guning stood up. The group then went back to the teaching building. Gu Xiaoxiao had heard about what had happened at the shopping mall yesterday from her mother. She didn't believe that Guning had dropped out of the school, but she wanted to check for herself. Therefore, Gu Xiaoxiao kept looking at the stairs from the passage the minute she got to her school. She wanted to see whether Guning would show up. Guning is increasingly arrogant now. Not only has she hit you, she has also argued with your grandmother. Now she has even threatened. You mother. I think she is going to despise your whole family. Chen Ziao said. She mainly wanted to add fuel to the flames. Chen Ziao was way smarter than Gu Xiaoxiao. Ever since Hao Ran and his brothers regarded Gu Ning as their boss, she had been afraid of Gu Ning, but she hated Gu Ning as always. Chen Ziao had never been slapped by anyone, her parents included. She couldn't accept the fact that Gu Ning had hit her, but out of fright, Chen Ziao didn't dare to annoy Gu Ning herself. Therefore, she tried to use Gu Xiaoxiao's hands to deal with Gu Ning. If Gu Xiaoxiao had known about Chen Ziao's scheme, she would have immediately broken off her relations with Chen Ziao. Unfortunately, she didn't know. Instead, she was immediately irritated and retorted, "Impossible. She is a poor bastard. What does she think she is, to despise us?" Although saying that, Gu Xiaoxiao did feel threatened by Gu Ning. Gu Ning had changed a lot these days. She suddenly became so excellent at fighting, and even made good friends with those rich kids. Thinking of that, Gu Xiaoxiao felt more annoyed and upset. A vicious look appeared on her face. "I will ruin her," Gu Xiaoxiao said. Chen Ziao of course was happy to hear that. That was exactly what she wanted. Even though she doubted whether Gu Xiaoxiao could succeed or not, it had nothing to do with her after all. "Look, Gu Ning is coming." At the same time, Chen Ziao saw that Gu Ning and others were downstairs. Gu Xiaoxiao looked over. There were many people around Gu Ning, which made her even more jealous. It's so disappointing. She was now eager to ruin Gu Ning. When Gu Ning walked into her classroom, she almost knocked into Xiao Feifei. In the past, Xiao Feifei would have sworn at her already, but now, she just glared at Gu Ning without saying a word. Xiao Feifei had the same feelings as Chen Ziao. She hated Gu Ning as usual, but didn't dare to do anything. They all schemed to do something to get revenge on Gu Ning. The head teacher came to the classroom during the morning class. She informed the students there would be a monthly test this Friday. When the morning class was almost over, Gu Ning received a message from Qin Yifan. He was at the airport now, and would arrive at City F after 2 hours. He told her to come to Itsui Jade store with her Jade if she was free this afternoon. Qin Yifan couldn't wait to see the Jade. He knew the Jade had to be special, but Qin Yifan would never have expected that it was a top-level Jade, even as rare as the King's Green. Gu Ning also wanted to make the jewelry as soon as possible, so she agreed to go see Qin Yifan this afternoon. The break was long, and Chu Peihan ran to the 4th classroom to play with Gu Ning and do mixie. Once Chu Peihan appeared, everyone in the classroom felt frightened. They were all scared to be beaten by Chu Peihan. Muku, Hao Ran and his brothers all wanted to go to Gu Ning as well, but since they were boys, they were afraid it might cause unnecessary gossip for Gu Ning. Therefore they gave up at the end. Gu Ning immediately left her school when the morning classes were over. There was a black Hummer stopped by the road outside their school. It attracted lots of attention. The car was so cool. It was a Hummer. It must be super expensive. It cost at least several million yuan. Gu Ning was also attracted by that cool Hummer, but she just gave it 2 glances, then immediately left in a taxi. Gu Ning didn't see the person in the Hummer, but he saw her. Leng Xiaoting was in the driver's seat. Leng Xiaoting showed up for a reason. He just flew here from City G. He wasn't sure Gu Ning would come out this afternoon, but he still came to her school. Coincidentally, he met her. Seeing Gu Ning head off in a taxi, Leng Xiaoting drove his car and immediately followed her. Gu Ning didn't notice someone was following her. She got out at the commercial building, then directly went into the supermarket. She walked towards Itsui Jade store afterwards. In Itsui Jade store, Qin Yifan had been waited for a long time. The minute he had landed, at 10 a.m., he came to his shop. Although he knew Gu Ning wouldn't show up until 12:30 p.m., he couldn't wait to get here. Normally, Qin Yifan wouldn't stay in the store for longer than an hour for inspections, but this time, he had been here for over 2 hours. All the staff felt nervous and confused. When it was almost 12:20 p.m., he kept looking at the entrance of the store. Therefore, once Gu Ning appeared in his sight, he immediately ran over with excitement. "Gu Ning, finally you're here. Come on, show me the Jade," Qin Yifan urged. Relax. Let's get inside first. Gu-ning rolled her eyes. It wasn't appropriate to take out such a priceless object in public. Qin Yifan wore an embarrassed smile. He immediately welcomed Gu-ning inside. The minute Gu-ning stepped in, all the staff in Itsue Jade store recognized her. She had been here with the King's Green last time, which was too shocking to forget. Seeing their boss so excited, everyone thought the girl must have some valuable jade to sell again this time. Thinking of that, the crowd couldn't stay calm any longer. They all fixed their eyes on Gu-ning, but Qin Yifan guided Gu-ning walking to his office. They couldn't see it for themselves, and were all disappointed. Once the two were in the office, Qin Yifan invited Gu-ning to have a seat. He then urged, "Now, can you show me the jade?" Gu-ning smiled resignedly. She took off her backpack and opened it. The jade was wrapped carefully. She handed it to Qin Yifan. Reincarnation of the Businesswoman at School, #Chapter 90. Chapter 90, Let him search her body. Qin Yifan almost grabbed the package from Gu-ning and opened it at once. When he saw the jade inside, he was shocked, dumb. He looked at Gu-ning. It was so unbelievable. This is foolish jade. And it was huge. It was universally acknowledged that foolish jade was as rare as the King's Green. It was too rare to buy one even if you were super rich. Yes. I plan to use it to make 4 bracelets, 4 pairs of earrings, 4 pendants, and a wide ring. The wide ring is merely the size of your thumb. And the rest can be made into a few pendants or pairs of earrings, Gu-ning said. Hearing that, Qin Yifan took a heavy breath in. Do you want us to design their patterns? He asked. Yes. As for the jade pendants, one should be engraved with a snake, one engraved with a cow, one engraved with a rabbit, and one engraved with a dragon. These are the Chinese zodiac signs of Guman, Guqing, Guning, and Jiangxingyue. In the same order, please carve Man, Qing, Ming, and Yu on the back separately. And please do the same thing on the inside of the 4 bracelets. I've already written them down on the paper. As for the earrings, there is no specific request. Just don't be too common, please. For the wide ring, please carve Su inside. As for the rest of the jade, make whatever jewelry you can make. Sure, Qin Yifan answered. He felt like saying something. Gu-ning noticed, and she thought Qin Yifan wanted help, so she asked him, just tell me if want to say something. Qin Yifan still felt a little embarrassed to open his mouth, but after a while, he asked, do you plan to send the jewelry made from the rest of the jade to others? No, I'm going to sell them, Gu-ning said. Knowing that, Qin Yifan was immediately happy. He immediately asked with anticipation, could you please sell the rest of the jade to me? Qin Yifan wanted to use the foolish jade to make earrings and pendants for his mother. Gu-ning didn't know what to say at first. She had intended to put the foolish jewelry in her shop to attract customers, but since Qin Yifan had asked her, she wasn't willing to turn him down. With her jade eyes, Gu-ning would be able to discover more valuable jade as long as she went to Province Y. Therefore, Gu-ning agreed, no problem. Qin Yifan was thrilled to have Gu-ning's affirmative answer. Except for the part that Gu-ning needed to make jewelry, there was enough left over to make another 2 jade pendants and 2 pairs of earrings. Qin Yifan planned to make a pendant and a pair of earrings for both his mother and his elder sister. Qin Yifan also didn't charge Gu-ning for the carving. No matter if he was being thankful, or he simply didn't want to charge Gu-ning, the fee was excluded. Gu-ning insisted on paying the fee in vain, so she agreed at the end. Qin Yifan was always active when Gu-ning was involved. He promised that the jewelry would be done after 3 days. 3 days were more than enough time. Gu-ning still had classes this afternoon, so she didn't stay there much longer. Qin Yifan proposed to send her back, but Gu-ning refused. She didn't want her schoolmates to gossip. Qin Yifan understood, so he gave up. Gu-ning had come here in a hurry and hadn't eaten yet. She planned to eat at the underground first floor before going back. It was almost 1:30 p.m., and Gu-ning still had enough time to eat. Gu-ning ordered her meal and it was soon prepared. While she enjoyed eating, a dark shadow sat down across from her. Gu-ning raised her head. She was shocked when she saw the man. It was him. Why was he here? What? Guning was so surprised that she sprayed rice all over the man's body. Lung Xiaoting was immediately displeased. Guning felt embarrassed. She immediately apologized. Sorry, my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me. She handed tissues to Lung Xiaoting without delay. Lung Xiaoting frowned a little. He took the tissues and wiped the rice off of his clothes. Luckily, he easily cleaned it up after a few wipes. Well, why are you here? Guning asked. Although she asked the question, she already knew the answer. Indeed. The gun, the man said coldly and didn't say anything else. Guning's face changed slightly. That man was indeed smart. He knew that she had hidden a gun with her, and he had chased her all the way, but so what? She had already hidden the gun in the telepathic eye space. It was impossible for him to find it. Accordingly, Guning soon calmed herself down. She pretended to be innocent. What gun? Knowing Guning wouldn't admit it, Lung Xiaoting wasn't mad, but remained patient. The man who has been knocked unconscious by you in private room 503. His gun is missing. You must have taken it away. Why must it only be me because the gun is missing? Guning retorted, although she did take the gun. If it's not you, then it must be the guy who was with you, Lung Xiaoting said. Lung Xiaoting still believed it must have been Guning who took the gun. Guning was speechless. She wanted to say that the hotel manager may have taken it, but she couldn't do it. She didn't want to blame others for what she had done. I didn't take it. I need to attend my classes, and I have no time to be talking to you. Bye. Guning didn't know what to say, so she could only run away. She put on her backpack, walking ahead. Lung Xiaoting didn't stop her, which surprised Guning. Did he give up? Guning was wrong. The man didn't stop her, but followed her. At the beginning, Guning believed that they might be going the same way, but no matter where she went, he would walk behind her. He was apparently following her. Why are you following me? Guning asked resignedly. Did she have to give the gun back to him? I'll follow you until you give the gun back to me, Lung Xiaoting said. Guning was speechless again, but she was really reluctant to give the gun back to him. Although she knew she couldn't easily get away with it, she wanted to give it a try. Since you believe the gun is with me, you can search for it. Guning stepped forward, like she was prepared for him to search her body. Lung Xiaoting unconsciously stepped back. He frowned a little with a look of dislike in his eyes. I said I didn't take the gun, and you won't believe it. Now I let you search for it, but you don't want to do it. So, please stop following me, or I'll call the police, Guning threatened him, then turned around walking away. This time, Lung Xiaoting didn't follow her up. He stood there still watching Guning disappear from his sight. However, it didn't mean he already gave up just like that. He simply didn't want to cause a scene. Seeing that Lung Xiaoting stopped following her, Guning was relieved.